I'm also going to be smarter about it this time. I'm actually going to cut and start my recordings so that I can easily separate out the story reading segments from the gameplay segments and upload them to YouTube. All right. Carpenter Brute is another good choice for background. It's not Doom though, is it? Very important to listen to Doom music while reading Doom books. Even though I'm technically not doing that, this is Quake. Whatever, it sounds like Doom a little bit. Alright. Doom, Hell on Earth, a novel by David Abhue and Brad Lineweaver. Two literary greats to write this. The second book, beyond the classic game, the second book in a terrifying space epic. The entire moon of Deimos had just taken a whirlwind tour of the solar system. This is the prologue, by the way. Reading the forward. I swallowed hard. We were staring at Earth. I guess we know their invasion plans now. I'm gonna have to refine my Flynn Taggart voice. I said, feeling the blood rush into my face. Fly plucked at his uniform. Wait, we're talking about Fly in the third person now? Weird. Fly plucked at his uniform, Lieutenant Weem's uniform, except he'd pulled off the butter bars, like it had suddenly started itching. Well, at least we stopped them, he said. Look again, Fly. The globe was flecked with bright pinpoints of light, flares of explosives, millions of times more powerful, more hellish than any we had ducked or lobbed back here on Deimos. I pointed to the obvious nuclear exchange blanketing our home, dumping a few billion tons of radiation fallout and sheer explosive muscle on everyone we've ever known. Looks like they've already invaded. Uh-oh. Hell on Earth, Doom 2. That's what happens in the book. Alright, chapter 1. As we hit the roof of Deimos, I looked up. The pressure dome was cracked. Of course. That made sense, the way things had been going. Next thing you knew, 1,000-year-old Martians would come along and wink us out of existence. Fly Taggart stared at the crack, and his eyes bugged out like a frog. I wish I knew a bit more physics. So wait, is this book from the perspective of Arlene? That's interesting. Which means now we get to have this author tell us what Arlene is thinking. Delightful. Okay. If I had one complaint about Fly, it's that he doesn't hold with higher education. The crack was small, and I could see it wasn't going to leak all the air out of the dome in the next few minutes. Days, more like. Days or even weeks. It's a big facility. Wait, Minesleeper, there's a novelization of Balan Wonderworld? I would like to read that. Sure. Then I looked past the crack and saw what that huge Marine Corporal was really staring at. We weren't orbiting Mars anymore. Yuji Naka wrote it? Oh. I gotta find it. Okay. That sounds amazing. The entire moon of Deimos had just taken a whirlwind tour of the solar system. I swallowed hard. We were staring at Earth. I guess we know their invasion plans now. Okay, this is just the prologue. I'm gonna skip it. We just read that. Look again, Fly. Looks like they've already invaded. Fly suddenly latched onto my arm with a vice grip. He spelled vice wrong. V-I-S-E. It's V-I-C-E. With a vice grip of raging emotion. I tried to pry his steel hands loose when he hollered in my ear, "It's not over, Arlene!" PFC, Arlene Sanders, United States Marine Corps. That's me. Cool! We've switched perspectives for the sequel. Now we get to be in the head of somebody cool, and not a giant loser. I can't wait to hear her thoughts about Fly. She already thinks he's dumb as hell, so that's good. Where was I? I get so excited, it's so stupid. It's not over. Okay, that's me. We've already proven who's tougher. We won't let it end like this. Right. Me and Fly and nothing but weapons, ammo, and a hand with some fingers on it. We were going to jump from LEO down to the surface of Earth. Or maybe we'd drive the planetoid down and land it at Point Mugu. I guess you couldn't consider Deimos strictly a moon anymore, since it appeared to be mobile. We were struck a mere 400 We were stuck a mere 400 clicks from where we wanted to be. That was 400 kilometers straight up. What's more, we were flying around the Earth at something better than 10 kilometers per second. Not only would we have to jump down, we'd better do one hell of a big foot drag to kill that orbital velocity. And after that, we'd solve Fermat's last theorem, simplify the tax code, and end world hunger. Meow. Stupid jokes in this stupid book. Oh, God. I like how Arlene has the same bad mental dialogue of jokes that Flynn Fly Taggart had. Very shocking that they would think similarly. You'd think this writer would, certainly this writer has the intelligence and acumen to swap. Oh, Fermat? Sorry. I was just channeling the author, because the author probably says it Fermat. Alright, that last one was easy enough to fix. The problem wasn't that there wasn't enough food, referring to curing world hunger. It was just in the wrong places and they didn't last long enough. I once heard an old duffer say all we really needed was food irradiation, coelameals, and a bunch of rocket mail tubes to plant the food in the center of the famine du jour. Rocket mail tubes. Fly! I shrieked, jumping up and down. I know how to do it! Do what, damn it? Could we do it? I did some fast rule of thumb calculations. Our mass versus that of a typical care package from Mars. They're really gonna do the Doom Eternal thing. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Bella? Welcome. Care package from Mars, the sort they sent up to the grunts, like me serving on Deimos. The Earth's gravitational pull compared to that of Mars. It's harder to fly up and down off the Earth's surface than the Martian surface. Maybe... No. It would work! Well, maybe. I know how to get us to Earth. I know how to get us across to Earth, Fly. Did you know that there's a maintenance shed for unmanned shipping rockets on this dump of a moon? No, he said suspiciously. Of course he didn't. He was never stationed here like I'd been. It was a garage where the motor pool sergeant kept all the mail tubes, the shipping rockets. I had no idea why they were called mail tubes. We sent our mail electronically, as the universe intended. Yeah. Okay. Way to be current. This is a future novel, isn't it? I like how the author, halfway through writing this convenient plot device, was like, oh, wait a minute, mail tubes are, like, old, and this is supposed to be in the future. So then he, like, wrote a stupid thing to acknowledge it? Oh my god, I love it. I love it. A one-way ticket to Earth, I summed up, trying to penetrate that thick skull of his. If we can find any kind of ship, we can go home and kick some zombie ass. Again. All over again, he breathed, catching my drift at last. Well, hell, we're professionals at this now. We continued looking at the familiar blue-green sphere of Earth, as the unfamiliar white spots appeared and disappeared all over the globe. An old piece of advice floated up from deep in my memory. Don't look down. We gazed upon the white clouds, so beautiful that they reminded me of what we'd been fighting to save. Were we too late? Part of me hoped so. A part that just wanted to sit down and rest. We'd fought those damned ugly monsters until we were too tired to fight. And now it was looking like we had to do it all over again. All at once, I noticed a sprinkling of the flares all over California, my home state. Oh God, Fly, I said, my stomach contracting. Yeah, terrible. Jesus, couldn't my best bud think of anything stronger to say when Armageddon came to your hometown? I shook my head. You don't understand, that's not what I meant. I mean, I don't feel anything. I trembled as I spoke. Fly put his arm around me. Well, that was more like it. It's all right, he mumbled. It's not what you think. There's nothing wrong with you. After what you've been through, you're just numb. Your brain is tired. I let my head rest on his shoulder. So my mind is coming loose. What about my body and soul? Right then and there, I decided we needed a new word to describe the state after you've reached exhaustion but had to keep going on automatic pilot. Wherever that state was, Fly and I had been there a long, long time. But they didn't name it. That's it. Chapter 1. Done. You didn't name it! You said you needed to name it! Give it a name! You've been ultra doomed. Come on! Jeez, what a cock tease. Alright. Chapter 2's next. What book is this? This is the second Doom novel. The novelization of the video game Doom. Gotta get my bookmark here. I'm using my Chili's gift card that I won from Game Attack. Alright. We need a new word. Anyway. The state is called New Jersey. You guys dog-ear your books, or do you use real bookmarks? Dog-earing is disrespectful. I feel like the Doom novelization needs a little more respect than that. Yeah, I gotta light the candle again. Kick on that music. This track was actually the one that got shared, and it rules. Just gonna leave my lighter out. There's a real variety stream you got going on here. There we go. Now I may read. You're reading the second Doom novel. Yes. One chapter in. The first chapter, bizarrely, was from the perspective of Arlene. So... Chapter 2. Oh, nope, we're already back. Alright. Chapter 2, I put my arm around Arlene's shoulders. Alright, we're back in the mind of Flynn. This writer could not stand being in the mind of a woman for more than one chapter. I put my arm around Arlene's shoulders, hoping she would understand it meant nothing but friendship. Arlene, I'm gonna touch you. Restrain yourself. I know that I am a virile man, and that you want nothing more than to jump my bone. But I want to be your friend. Even though he fantasized about killing her zombie boyfriend, which he did. Weird. Anyway, they just want to be friends. Oh, don't be silly, Fly. Of course she understands. That's actually in the book. Where to begin? Oh, fuck. We're flashing back. Okay. I was born at an early age. Wasn't everyone born at an early age? I'm pretty sure everyone is born at 0. I think that's everyone. Unlike most people, I wasn't born at 24. Alright, where to begin? I was born at an early age in a log cabin I helped my father build. I grew up, joined the United States Marine Corps, sir! It's all italicized. Went to fight Scythe of Glory communist leftovers in Kafiristan. Punched out the CO. Was banged up in the brig and sent to Mars with the rest of my jarhead buddies. We upshipped to Phobos, one of the many moons of Mars, well, now the only moon of Mars, and discovered a boatload of aliens had invaded through the used-to-be dormant gates. Long-range teleporters from... From where? From another planet. God knows where. Arlene and I battled our way into the depths of the Phobos facility of the Union Aerospace Corporation, who started the whole invasion, turns out, by monkeying with the gates in the first place. It all rolled downhill from there. We ended up on Deimos somehow, and I'm still not sure how that happened. And duked our way up one side and down the other, killing more types of monsters than you can shake a 12 gauge at, finally ending up in a hyperspace tunnel. You'll have to ask Arlene Sanders, Exhibit A, the gal to my left, to explain what that is. But when we finally killed everything worth killing, we lucked into stopping the invasion cold. See previous report from the front for full details. He didn't even mention the, fat dude who saved them. There was, a computer guy who totally saved them. He doesn't even get an honorable mention now. Bacon Cake, thank you for the bribe. I don't remember his name, so whatever. In the end, we faced down the spider mind. Oh wait, no, yeah, no, here we go. I didn't give Fly enough credit. No, Weems was the dumb idiot dude that Flynn was really happy to kill. In the end, we face down the Spider Mind, the handy nickname chosen for the spider-shaped mastermind of the invasion, chosen by Bill Rich. Requiescat in pace. And it actually says that in italics. A computer genius who helped us at the cost of his own life. Okay. Fly's pouring one out for the homie. I appreciate that. Even though he, made fun of him the whole time. Called him a fat piece of shit, basically. God. Right before defeating the Spider-Mind, I thought there was nothing left in me. I was certain that I couldn't have continued without Arlene. A physical reminder of what we were fighting for. Like old-time war propaganda. While she breathed, I had to breathe. And fight. Blame it on the genes. We had the strength to go on against hundreds of monsters. We weren't about to let a little thing like the laws of physics stop us now. Arlene couldn't stop looking at California, so I gently led her away from the site. You know, Arlene, I feel really stupid that I didn't think of the shed. Especially after using that rocket fuel to fry the friggin' spider. She blinked her eyes and rubbed them. I could tell she was trying not to cry. That's why you need me, Flynn Peter Taggart. Hey, Lore! We know his middle name now. Peter. Hey, what's up, Candles? Welcome. Oh, hey, Lex, by the way. Thank you for gifting 3 subs. I missed that a while ago. Sorry about that. So, we went spaceship shopping. Flynn P. Tag. Yep. Of course, there was the little matter of adding to our personal armaments. We hadn't seen any monsters for a while. Maybe we neutralized all of them, but I wasn't about to count on it. Once I was asked why I don't like to go out on the street without being armed, I told Arlene. Must have been an idiot, came the terse reply. What? I know for a fact the author of this book carries around a sidearm when he goes to the grocery store. Based on this. She'd regained her self-control, but she was still acting defensive. We were good friends, but that made it easier for her to be embarrassed in front of me. No, I couldn't call her that. I continued. But she lived a protected life, never came up against the mother of all storms. What's that? Arlene wanted to know. Late 20th century street slang for when the bad mother on your block decides it's time to teach you a lesson. At such times, it's advisable to carry an equalizer. Like this? Arlene said, bending down to retrieve an AB-10 machine pistol, her personal fave. Every little bit helps. If my friend had one of those in her purse... Oh wait, no, hold on. This is Fly's line. If my friend had one of those in her purse... I began, but Arlene interrupted. Too long to get it out. I like to carry on my person. Yeah, I was about to say if she had carried, she might be alive today. Arlene stopped rummaging through the contents of a UAC crate and looked up. Oh, Fly, I'm sorry. Her home state just got annihilated in nuclear warfare, and now he's telling her about a girl he used to know who doesn't have a name, who got killed on the street due to street violence because she wasn't carrying a gun? Okay. She would have died if the gun was in her purse. Oh. I'm sure this is going to go somewhere. I'm sure this story will mean something. So Arlene is sorry that Fly lost someone. Sometimes you get the lesson only one time, and it's pass-fail. I playfully poked the air in her direction. Welcome back, I said. What do you mean? She asked, squinting at me the way she always did when I made her defensive. You can feel again, dear. Oh, she said, her body becoming more relaxed. You're right. One person means something. Well, sometimes. If there aren't too many one persons. There aren't too many one persons? Bongo, thank you for the cheer. One's real. There's the body on the floor. 1 million is just a statistic. No matter how much screaming the professional mourner does. She punched the air back at me, and she smiled. We didn't talk for a little while. We continued gathering goodies en route to the shed. It didn't take long to locate. The good news was that it was large and apparently well stocked. It would take days to go through all the crates and boxes. I just realized that story didn't go anywhere. So Flynn had a friend that died, and that was it. And he told that story just to get her to feel again? After everyone she knows is dead? Okay. It would take days to go through all the crates and boxes, but if the labels on the outside were accurate, we discovered a much larger inventory of parts than I would have imagined necessary for Deimos base. The bad news was a complete absence of ships in any state of assembly. There was nothing to fly. Hey, fly. Well, geez, I thought this was a great idea, said Arlene. Too bad it flopped. Somehow it seemed immoral to give up hope while standing inside Santa's workshop. I began examining some of the boxes while Arlene kicked one across the room, but that didn't bother me. She was never meant for the modern age she was born into. She'd have been more homey as a freebooter in the days of blood and iron, when one physically competent woman did enough in her lifetime to breed legends of lost Amazonian races of warrior queens. Yeah, there it is. There it is. It didn't take... We're on page 8! Like shitty Warhammer? Yeah. Excuse men? Yeah. On behalf of men, sorry. Sorry. Things have gotten better, right? Dudes like this don't get to write novels anymore. Or do they? Maybe they do. But probably not licensed novels. Anyway. She had guts. She had cold steel will. She didn't have patience. But what the hell? I didn't think I would face death as well as she. I'd go down in a very non-stoic way, kicking death in the groin if I could only line up my shot. I looked inside those boxes, big ones, little ones, all kinds of in-between ones, and an idea grew in my head, a few words slipping out. I wonder if it might still be possible to seize the objective, I muttered. Arlene heard too. Huh? What do you mean, seize the objective? I was only half listening. The little voice in the back of my head drowned her out with some really crazy stuff. It seems ridiculous, AS, but it could work. That's the end of chapter 2. These are really short chapters. These are like even shorter than the original novel. I think they get a little bit longer. Yeah, they get a little bit longer as the book gets into steam. All right, great. Chapter 2. Could not make it 10 pages. Was the print pretty big? It's okay. I mean, it is very like... Here, let me see if I can... It is very sort of like... kind of like schlocky novel type. So... Not the biggest, not the smallest. The cyberpunk novel I have does have very large text and wide margins. Time to light that candle. Actually didn't blow it out last time. You planning on doing any Lost Ark? Yeah, actually, I streamed it on Tuesday, and I really enjoyed it. Definitely going to go back to it. What's the book? This is Doom. Hell on Earth. The second novel in the Doom series. Can we get a quick recap so far? Of course. There's not much to recap, really. They've just been standing there. So, our two characters are Flynn Fly Taggart and Arlene Sanders. They went to Mars. The UAC opened a bunch of portals to hell. Demons came through. They shot a bunch of demons. There were some other things that happened, but they don't matter now. Most things in this book don't matter. In the last chapter, Flynn was musing that Arlene Sanders could have birthed an entire progeny of Amazon warrior queens. Yeah, Fly talked a little bit about breeding. Again, we're going to get a 14-year-old female hacker at some point in this book, which I'm terrified of. And chapter 3 is starting off with a bang. But not that kind of bang, because they're friends. They're friends, you see. Friends. Yes, Yondo, a hacker. According to the back of the book, there will be a 14-year-old female hacker, which is going to be a ride. Okay. All right, Chapter 3. The stoic qualities of Arlene Sanders were better suited to facing death than being irritated by her old buddy. Fly, what the hell are you talking about? She stomped to where I was going through a box of thin metal cylinders, perfect for the project growing inside my head. Yes, I said, it could really work. Using the special tone of voice normally reserved for dealing with mentally deficient children and drunken sailors, she said, Tell me what in God's name you're on about, Fly. I lifted my head from the box. When I was a kid, I wanted a car real bad. I mean real bad. Real bad. Here we go down memory lane, she said with a shrug. See, I couldn't afford the car, I said, but I wanted one. Real bad? I mean, I'd have taken anything with wheels and a transmission, but I couldn't have a 6. Wait, hold on. If I couldn't have a 6, I'd settle for 4, 3, anything. But no matter how much I lowered expectations, I still couldn't afford a vehicle. Is this going somewhere, Fly, or do I need to hitchhike? Do I need to hitchhike back home to Mother? That's exactly right, I said. I'm talking about transportation. I couldn't afford a car, but I could afford a spare part now and then. And you know how this ended up? She put her hands on her hips, head tilted to the side, and said, Let me guess. You collected spare parts, and collected, and finally you were able to build your own F-20. Or was it an aircraft carrier? Amphibious landing craft? I ignored her. I built myself a car! Had a few problems, no brakes exactly, but it ran. And what a powerful sound that baby made when she turned over. I don't believe Lynn Fly Taggart could build an internal combustion engine out of spare parts. I don't believe it. But that's okay. Okay. Arlene finally saw where I was headed. Memory lane dead-ended right here on Deimos. Fly, you're BSing me. No, I really built an auto. You are insane if you think you can build a frickin' spaceship out of spare parts. I literally jumped up and down. You thought of it too, I said. Great idea, isn't it? We can build a rocket and get off this rock. She was very tolerant. Fly, an automobile is one thing, you're talking about a spaceship. I looked her straight in the eye. Okay. I looked her straight in the eye. After all we've been through, you're going to tell me we can't do this? She looked straight back. Read my lips, she said. We cannot do this. We have nothing to lose, AS. If I can't be... It can't be any harder than taking down the spider mind, can it? You have a point there, she said grudgingly. So how do you propose we start? She was always annoyed when I used reality to win an argument. I knew it was possible, but not without a manual. Dominated with facts and logic. Oh my god. We need some tech, I said. Tech? Plans. Plans. Then we can give it to our design department. Don't tell me I'm the design department. I smiled. You're the design department. And what are you, Fly Taggart? Everything else. We went looking for a manual. 10 minutes later, we found one in the most logical place, which was the last place we looked, naturally. Next to the coffee maker. I tried to get Arlene to make us a pot of coffee, but she stared at me as if I'd grown a third head. Hey, can you build us a rocket and also make me some coffee? Please? Jeez. Arlene needs to make herself useful. So I made it myself. I'd forgotten that Arlene didn't indulge, but that was alright with me. I figured since I was the production line, I needed all the caffeine I could survive. Next, we inventoried everything we had to work with. Our best choice was to make a small mail rocket, M-A-I-L. Mail rocket intended for one person, but capable of seating two, if they were really chummy. I wrote a list of parts needed and found almost everything within 3 hours, except for a thingamabob. I knew what it was really called, but I couldn't think of it. We spent another hour searching, and though we didn't come across it, we located more tools that would be of immeasurable value. A screwdriver, a drill bit, a magnifying glass, and a paper punch. Enough for now, said Arlene. I'm sure the thingamabob will show up before we finish. We better get started. I have no idea how fast the air is leaking from the dome. We might have a month, we might have a couple of days. Yeah, everything you need to build a rocket, I guess. You just throw it all in a pile. Start taping it together. Oy. I wasn't going to argue with an optimistic Arlene. Hell, I hardly ever argued with a pessimistic one. He just got done saying how he won an argument with reality. And all he does is argue with her. Even when she's, like, not arguing with him. Whatever. I can't argue with Flynn Fly Taggart's internal monologue. We haven't looked under all the tarps, I said. And there are other rooms to check too. But there is one more shopping expedition required before we start work. We need enough food and water to hold us through the job. And all the spare liquid oxygen tanks and hydrogen tanks we can find. Arlene nodded. We were in a race with a bunch of air molecules, and they had a head start. There's a crack in the dome over Mars, by the way, and so air's getting out. Just in case you were curious what that was all about. In addition to oxygen for fuel, we actually needed to breathe now and again over the next few days, weeks, whatever. It would be cruel fate indeed if I screwed the last bolt and hammered the final wing nut. You don't hammer a wing nut. Only to kneel over from oxygen deprivation. My brain was working overtime now. The pressure is dropping so slowly, we're not going to notice when it gets dangerous. Can you rig up something to warn us when it starts taking a hit of pure oxygen? And regulate how much we should take, yeah. It's a space station. I don't think I'll have much trouble finding an air pressure sensor and rebreather kit. Sure. She pulled a gouge pad out of her shirt pocket and started taking notes. She thought of something I'd missed. I'll look for warm clothes too, Fly. The temperature will drop as we lose pressure. Won't the sun warm us? We're no farther away than Earth itself. No atmosphere, you idiot. We're underground. All this dirt makes a great insulator, unfortunately. Okay. First day, we were good scouts, gathering supplies for our merit badge in survival. I regretted that we couldn't move what we needed to a lower level and seal off one compartment. That would stretch survival by another month. But hauling the tons of material we'd need to build a rocket was impossible. Arlene scrounged a generous supply of food, most of it produced under the dome with considerable help from genetics department. After watching the monsters produced assembly line out of the vat, I hesitated to even eat our own human experiments in recombinant DNA veggies and lab-grown meat. But it's M-E-E-T for some reason. But it's also capitalized. I don't know, whatever. But Arlene wasn't queasy. She preferred the Deimos-grown peas and carrots to the real delicacy, frozen asparagus from Earth. I despise asparagus, she insisted. All right, so I hate okra. The slimy stuff was one of my childhood loathings. On the second day, we ran head-on into our first lesson in Spaceship Construction 101. Namely, translating the manual from Techie Talk into English. Here, what should we make of this? And then we got some, like, indented text, as though it's from the manual. The ZDS protocol provides reliable, flow-controlled two-way transmission of unenriched fuel cell packet deliverables from nozzle to socket. It is a plasm stream, or packet stream, SOX Seek Fuel Packet protocol. ZDS uses the Union Aerospace Corporation double sequencing directed stream format. The format provides for nozzle, spray, and extern spray socket specification. Note, see the definition for ZDS redirect in section 38.12. Active or passive. Sockets utilizing the ZDS protocol are either active or passive. Nozzle processes must be directed into passive external spray sockets. They detect for connection results or requests They detect for connection requests from deliverable processes residing on the same or other nodes of the fuel cell packet path. Socket processes broadcast requests for active directed spray nozzles. They sidestep nominal delivery in favor of reverse-directed acknowledging packet streams. This is in all caps here. All connections between nozzles and sockets must be set to default active or passive protocol depending on the anticipated fuel cell path delivery process. Warning: failure to follow UAC active-passive nozzle socket connection protocols may result in unanticipated fuel path combustion with undesirable results. I could translate the warning pretty well if we didn't figure out what the hell they meant by active-passive nozzle socket connection protocols. Arlene and I would become a rather spectacular fireworks display. Arlene was better at figuring it out than I was. She had actually taken engineering night courses during her shore tours. I volunteered the use of my hands and a strong back if she turned the technical gobbledygook into the kind of instructions a Marine can follow. Put this part here. Tighten that bolt, Marine. Yeah, just like you to have the woman do all the hard work, she said. Just remind me to clean the carburetor before I work on the piston valves. It's not a car, you moron. Huh. I guess in space no one can hear you make metaphors. Amazingly, she didn't shoot me. It's not a metaphor. Not a metaphor. Fly. She should have shot him, though. Unfortunately, the rockets used by the Deimos facility, hence all the spare parts, were short-hop, lightweight supply rockets, never intended to carry a single human being, let alone two of us, never intended to fight a gravity well like Earth's. There were a couple of large-bore rocket casings left over from God knows when, back before we had the MDM-44 plasma motors developed by Union Aerospace. And this was the key. I figured I could hot rod a 44 into a bigger cousin, cram it inside one of the old casings, and have just enough juice to fling us off Deimos, burn into the atmosphere, and break to a messy landing somewhere on Earth. My main goal was to keep from blowing us up. After frying our Spider Baby in JP9 jet fuel, I had a new respect for the stuff, and beat the hell out of salad oil. Arlene squatted on an uncomfortable stool translating technical paragraphs into something I could understand. My optimist projection was to finish the task in 10 days. Reality dragged ass. Starting our third week, we ran into the first serious problem. Trying to jerry-rig parts we couldn't find into configurations we couldn't figure out was a bitch, and I insisted we needed to test-fire the motor when I'd finally got a working model. We didn't have much time, but the motor was life and death, a must-test. We'd spent 2 days painfully assembling it, and I do mean we. Arlene enjoyed an excuse to get off her stool, besides it was a two-man job. Two-man. We finally ended up with a sleek beauty 2 meters long and 1 meter in diameter, almost small enough to fit inside the old model rocket skin. Just a few odd pieces here and there where I thought I could supercharge the system, or where I couldn't find the correct part and had to substitute butter for eggs. A pair of start cables snaked into the machine from 10 feet away, where a switch box was connected to 27 50-volt NiCad batteries. I spent half a day welding steel bars together into a framework, sort of, kind of approximating the interior scaffolding in the mail tube. We bolted the motor inside, mooring it securely to the deck plates. Last, I attached a highly sensitive pressure sensor to the forward edge to measure the thrust. I'd trust Arlene to make the calculations and tell me whether or not we would make it into orbit. Or not. Want to say a prayer? She asked before I switched it on. Yeah, I wasn't always in trouble with the nuns. Maybe I can collect on a few good deeds. Arlene stationed herself behind a bulkhead. I reached over and flipped the switch, then dived behind cover. Superheated gases rushed out the back with a tremendous roar, and I could tell immediately it was too much force. I tweaked my rocket engine too good. But I couldn't switch it off. It was just a model designed to burn until the fuel was gone, no cutoff valve. The scaffolding strained, groaning like a dying steam demon. Whoops, remind me later. And I knew what was about to happen. That's the whole sentence. There's actually a whoops, remind me later in the middle of it. He's talking to us again. Get your head down, I screamed. No use, she couldn't hear anything over the roar of the engine and the scream of steel twisting and ripping free. The mooring tore loose with a horrible grinding noise that for an instant even drowned out the 44. 44? I don't know what that means. My beautiful working rocket engine broke free, ate the pressure sensor with one gulp, and smashed through a dozen boxes of precious parts before making a smoking hole against the nearby bulkhead, leaving a perfectly straight series of holes like a cartoon. And that is the end of chapter 3. So they built a rocket, somehow, and test fired it, and shot it through the base, blowing up all their parts. Because Flynn juiced it up for no reason. All in one chapter, yeah. With like 4 pages. This was 3 weeks of work, and he fucked it up. How will they get out of this one? How will they get out of this one? So many weeks of peas and carrots and fried asparagus. Jeez. Yeah, they already broke the rocket. Well, I don't know if they broke it, but they definitely lost it. It's definitely lost. That's the wrong... Wait, what am I doing? Wrong screen. There we go. All right. Last we left off, Fly and Arlene were building a rocket. Because Deimos... Oh, the time didn't change. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me to do that. Actually forgot. Flynn Fly Taggart and Arlene Sanders were building a rocket ship so that they could fly from Deimos, which is currently orbiting Earth, to fight the demon invasion out of spare parts. Yes, Cjo is correct. Using a manual they found next to the coffee maker. Has Flynn Fly Taggart confessed to her yet? No, because they're just friends. That is true. Lost already, missed a lot of lore. You actually didn't, Sweeper. We can catch you up pretty quick. There's really not a whole lot going on in this book. So they built a rocket out of spare parts. They were doing a test fire for the engine, but Fly was too good. He had juiced up the rocket too much. It was too strong. So it broke from the mooring and, like, I guess fell on its side and shot through the entire base, leaving a series of cartoon holes in the wall. They're building a rocket in a cave with a bunch of scraps. God, that's why you get banner talent in your movie, so that you can get that line read from Scraps. Such a good one that Jeff Bridges dropped. Jeff Bridges looks weird bald. Chapter 4. All caught up, yep. Chapter 4. Destroying a bulkhead on a doomed base or even some spare parts was no cause for alarm. Destroying the motor was something else again. Arlene screamed something obscene, but I couldn't hear her over the ringing in my ears. We got off lucky. It could have struck the JP-9 and ended everything. After we extinguished the fire and salvaged what we could of the motor, Arlene looked at me humorlessly. Flynn Taggart, what devilry did you do to those poor nuns? Oh yeah, because he was saying he needed to pull some favors. And that he was saying he needed some good favors and that he had done some nice things for nuns at some point. So now that it went bad, she's like, what did you do to those nuns to make it turn out so bad? That's a really bad joke. Anyway. Can you rephrase that after what we've been through? Said Fly. We were both a little punchy, getting by on shifts of 4 hours sleep. But no spider mines were trying to kill us, no imps throwing a wrench into the machinery, no hell princes setting fires worse than the one we'd just put out. It felt like we were on vacation. Alright, time to fill in a bit. An imp is what we dubbed the brown, spiny, leathery alien that throws flaming balls of mucus. Hell princes looked like the typical devil from my troubled youth in Catholic school. Red body, goat legs, horns, and they too threw something noxious that killed you real dead. We were pretty much decided that it had to be an example of genetic engineering, since it was too close to a human conception of evil. Okay. I don't know why he's recapping all this. We had also killed demons, which I privately called pinkies, that were huge, pink, hairy critters with no brains, but an awful lot of teeth, flying metallic skulls, with little rocket motors, invisible ghosts, and an unbelievable horde of zombies. Spiritually, they were the worst. For oftener than not. For oftener than not. Oftener. For oftener than not, they were our buddies and comrades at arms reworked into the living dead. But the granddaddy monster of them all was the Steam Demon, so called because it was a 5-meter tall mechanical monstrosity with a back rack full of rockets and a launcher where its hand should have been. When it moved, it sounded like a steam locomotive and shook the ground. None of that was important compared to one fact. Arlene had completely changed her mind about building the rocket. "I'm sorry I ever doubted you," she said. "I guess it is possible." I don't know that this proves that it's possible. They just threw a bunch of shit into a metal pile and set it on fire. Oh god, whatever. She was humbled, though. She shouldn't have doubted Fly, who was smart and right. I guess it is possible. But now I was the contrarian. "We did all the calculations right, AS. We checked and triple-checked everything. How could the engine be so much more powerful than we thought?" She smiled, because they obviously understated the capabilities in the technical literature. Probably for security reasons. "So all our calculations are worthless crap. How are you going to fly this thing?" She didn't seem overly concerned. "Fly. The vehicle hasn't been built that I can't pilot." Well, this rocket hasn't been built, has it?" "You know what I mean. If you build it, I will fly, I swear." I didn't know what else to say. I had no idea whether she was or wasn't a hotshot rocket pilot. We don't get much call for that in the light drop infantry, but now that she believed in the rocket, nothing was going to stop us. There were other motor parts, and we patched together something I figured was 80% ready. Okay, I guess it's back. It's fine. Which Doom book is this? This is the second book, Hell on Earth. There was no time for better. The air was growing thinner and the temperature was dropping. The crack in the dome was finally taking its toll. The pressure dropped so gradually we didn't even notice. After a while, I found myself panting for air after climbing a ladder, and Arlene had to rest after every heavy part she handed me. And then a couple of days later, I realized my mind was wandering in the middle of a task. I focused, then wandered again. Arlene was able to maintain her concentration, maybe being smaller. She didn't need as high a partial pressure of oxygen. Both of us were getting mighty cold. When I saw Arlene shivering while working, I made her throw on a couple of sweaters and did the same. We wore gloves, except that I kept removing mine because it interfered with the work. Then my hands would turn to ice, and I'd put them back on to warm up before taking another stab at attaching the fine filaments that ran microvolts to the plasma globules. Alright. Suddenly the air pressure sensor started screaming its full head off. Arlene and I had exchanged a worried glance, but we didn't need to be told twice. It was time to start hitting the raw stuff. O2, neat. We took hits off the same oxygen bottle, trying to limit ourselves to a few breaths every hour or so when we started to get dizzy or goofy. But we didn't have that much bottled oxygen. Uncle Sugar packed a lot of air into a single bottle. Is that another way of saying Uncle Sam? Okay, weird. Uncle Sugar packed a lot of air into a single bottle, but even so, even at the slow pace we used it, We'd run out of breathing oxygen in just a few more days. We had more bottles, but we needed them for fuel mixing. And of course, we need to breathe more frequently as the pressure dropped. Paradoxically, it was dropping slower now, since there was less pressure in the dome to push the air out. Uncle Sugar is a combination of Uncle Sam and Sugar Daddy. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty clear this author has some military experience, and that's the major thing they're working into this book. We stretched the bottles as long as we could, but they ran out while there was still plenty of work left. I'd done mountain climbing in my native Colorado before joining the Corps. As the air grew thinner, I tried to help Arlene deal with it. "Breathe shallowly," I said. "Rest, and don't talk except for the job." I'm cracking a little bit. Gonna push it low. The physical exertion wasn't any less, though. We'd have to stop frequently, gasping and panting. We tired easily and needed more sleep, but stayed on the 4-hour rotations, creating a cycle of exhaustion we couldn't break. But sleeping longer would just make the job take longer, and the pressure would drop lower in the meantime. Low pressure is insidious. There are obvious effects: exhaustion, trouble breathing, and cold. But there are other symptoms people don't often think about. Your ears ring. It's hard to hear sounds. Thinner air makes everything around you sound muffled and tinny. And worst of all, your mind can start to go. Our brains are built for a certain barometric pressure, and if it's too high or too low, we start getting strange. Or in Arlene's case, hallucinogenic. "Pumpkin!" she suddenly screamed, waking me after 2 hours of my allotted 4. She grabbed my bump-action riot gun and pounded a shot over my head, so close it made my skull vibrate. Pumpkin was our name for the horrible, floating alien heads, mechanical, I think, that vomited ball lightning capable of frying you at 50 paces. I threw myself off the table we used as a bed, figuring the vacation was over. The aliens had found us at last. But when I dropped to my knees, Sig Cow rifle at the ready, all I saw was the dark hole in the wall left by my overly enthusiastic motor test a week ago. Arlene ran down the passageway ahead of me, firing wildly, firing at nothing. But those bastard alien demons could be fast. I had no reason to doubt my buddy as I joined her, ready to do what we'd done countless times during our assault on Phobos, Deimos, and the tunnel. Then she ran straight into the bulkhead like it wasn't there, and suddenly I realized something was seriously wrong with her. She'd knocked herself out. I couldn't look after her then. I had to make sure about the pumpkin. Knuckling the residue of sleep from my bloodshot eyes, I ran like a mother down the corridor, eyes left, right, not wasting a shot, but ready for the enemy. For an instant, I thought I saw a flying globe and almost squeezed off a shot, but it was a trick of peripheral vision, just a flash of my own shadow. A cul-de-sac at the end of the corridor finally convinced me that there was no freaking pumpkin. I stood for a moment, desperately trying to get non-existent air into my burning lungs. Then I turned to Arlene, who groaned and panted as she started coming to. "Pal, honey, I hate to do this, but I've got to relieve you of your weapon." She stared uncomprehendingly. "There was no pumpkin," I explained. "You're suffering from low-pressure psychosis." "Oh, Jesus," she said quietly. She understood. Sadly, she handed over the scattergun and her AB-10 machine pistol. I felt like the bottom of my boots after walking through the green sludge. You don't relieve a Marine of his weapon, not ever. By doing so, I just effectively demoted her to civilian. And the worst part was, even she realized now that she'd been hallucinating. She was crying when we walked slowly back to the vehicle assembly room, aka the hangar. I'd never seen Arlene cry before, except when she had to kill the reworked, reanimated body of her former lover, Dodd. "Hey," I said a few hours later, "can't we electrolyze water and get oxygen?" Arlene was silent for a moment, her lips moving. "Yes," she said, "but we'd only get a few breaths per liter, and we need the water too, Fly." "Oh." Not for the first time I wish I knew more engineering. I vowed to take classes when we made it back home, if there even was a back home anymore. I started having unpleasant dreams, so I didn't mind giving up more of my sleep allotment. It was always the same dream, actually. I loved roller coasters as a kid. They were the closest I could get to flying in those days. I lived only 5 miles away from a freestanding wood frame monster. I thought I would love nothing better until they built a tubular steel 8-loop supercoaster. I'd never been afraid on the old roller coaster. With all the courage of an experienced 10-year-old, I'd sit in the car as it slowly reached the top, the horizon slanting off to my left, and pretend it was the rim of a planet and I was an astronaut. As it went over the top, plunging down a cliff of wood and metal, I made it a point of honor not to hold on to the crash bar. I was too grown up for that. I was always interested in how things were put together and how they worked, so I asked about the new roller coaster. A man who worked at the amusement park told me stuff he wasn't supposed to say, stuff he knew nothing about how the forces generated could snap a human neck like rotten cordwood, how the auxiliary chain that gave the car acceleration had a lot of extra strain on it for an 8-loop ride. Yeah, Brandon, who cares, in all caps, is the right question to ask right now. What is the point of any of this? He's just talking about his dreams now. As I started up the first hill of the new ride, I thought about what I'd learned. I didn't know it was all bogus crap made up to impress a 10-year-old. The first loop, I worried about centrifugal force snapping my neck. The second loop, I sweated over velocity tearing me out of my seat. The third loop, I fixated on the damn chain coming loose, and the fourth loop was reserved for a 10-year-old having ulcers over the gear stripping. And then I threw up. Not a good thing to do when you're upside down. I wonder if that bastard ever knew what damage his misinformation caused. As I grew up, I learned how real knowledge could banish fear. You play the odds. You focus on the job at hand. You don't want to mess up. The childhood trauma was behind me. Until it came back, now on Deimos, as I tried to grab a little sleep. Instead of rest, I was back on that 8-loop metal monster, and now it turned into the arms and legs of a steam demon. When the creature screamed at me and raised its missile arm, I would always wake up, so I didn't even have the pleasure of fighting or dying. I didn't worry about my stupid dreams, though. It sure beat fighting the real thing, and besides, I was getting off easy compared to Arlene. I knew things were bad when I tried to wake her up and she stared with unblinking eyes, not seeing a damned thing. I realized she was still asleep. I'd read somewhere that it's risky to wake a person from a trance state, and I didn't require medical training to know Arlene was Somnambulist City. Somnambulist City. So proud of himself for knowing that. There wasn't a time to go hunting for a medical library. A quick check of medical supplies produced a law book wedged between the surgical bandages and antibiotics. Biotics. I had to laugh. A text on medical malpractice had made it all the way to a Martian moon, and now, by way of a hyperspace tunnel, had almost returned to Earth. I wasn't laughing as I returned to Arlene. She walked in her sleep, striking at the air in front of her. "Get away," she said to phantoms only she could see. "I won't leave you. I'll stay, said Flynn Flytaggart. And that, unfortunately, is the end of Chapter 4, which was mostly him talking about roller coasters he rode as a kid. What is going on? Now's the time for the story to start. Yeah, somnambulism is sleepwalking. Somn for sleep. Ambulance for something that moves. Somnambulist. Let's say stupor. What's going on, man? Somehow this book continues to surprise. I think I've got it figured out, but he's BSing this essay. Yeah, he does a lot of filler. He does a lot of just stream of consciousness writing, where it's just it comes into his head and he writes it. This is what the characters do now. Jeez. All right, back to Madden.
Bunch of pretentious old men playing at running the world.
That was eventful. I don't know what happened, but thank you very much for your patience. Sorry about all the tech problems. Yeah, I was seeing a little bit of it. Like, I was seeing the video skip, but I had no idea the audio was going insane. Because rebooting my PC seemed to fix it, maybe it actually was just a mathematical problem on my end. Maybe my CPU slipped or something. Encoding video. I've never seen that before. I have no idea what caused it. And man, sometimes computers are just haunted, you know? Sometimes they're just haunted. So I was gone for a while. I apologize about that. But I think my compensation system is going to be when I'm gone, I will just cram an arbitrary amount of subs into the goal. So what I'm going to say is not only do we get the next objective, but we're halfway to the next one. So I'm going to put us at... Trust that number being different. Why is that? Whatever. Put that there. And I'm going to add an hour to the clock. And that means we're going to read another hour of Doom. Doom Book 2. Hell on Earth. All right, let's click it over here. So where we last left, our heroes, Arlene Sanders and Flynn Peter Taggart. Never even knew there was a book getting read. Yeah, Scoot. I've done this a couple times on stream. It's something I do to sort of sweeten the experience, I guess. But also it puts a nice incentive on meeting a sub goal. Okay. God. We've only read 4 chapters, and it's been a wild ride. Somehow everything has happened and absolutely nothing has happened at the same time. So they're on Deimos. Deimos has been teleported over Earth. There's a crack in the atmospheric dome. Their air is leaking out and has been over the past month about. And this entire time, they're trying to build a spaceship with spare parts. That's what they're doing. And it's somehow working, I guess, because this book is unhinged. They're just basically throwing a bunch of shit together. They found, no joke, they found the diagram of a spaceship next to a coffee maker. So that's what they're using to build a rocket. Their first rocket test flight was too awesome. I guess part of the ship fired off through the base, leaving holes in the wall, but the engine seemed to stay behind, so I have no clue what's going on there. They describe it as though like the engine just fell off. Like they don't even say how these things are separate. They did a test fire of the engine, and somehow the ship that they had built fired through the base, but the engine stayed behind and is still working. So they continued to work on the rocket. They're starting to get loopy because oxygen's running out. Arlene hallucinated a cacodemon, so Flynn took her guns, and then Flynn had the last chapter was all Flynn describing his dream in which he was riding a roller coaster when he was a kid. I'm not making any of that up. That's actually what the entire last chapter was about. So we're in peak, like, wasting time territory, it seems, even though it's chapter 4, and it seems like a whole lot more plot could be happening. Pop-Tart, you want to know about Arlene and Fly. So it's weird. The first chapter was from Arlene's perspective. Very daring for the Doom novel. She didn't really express a whole lot of... The best I could describe it is she probably thinks about him like an overenthusiastic dog. It's like, oh, you're cute. But that's about where it ends. Fly keeps reminding the reader that they're friends for no reason, which is suspicious, I think. But he keeps cramming that in there. He keeps reminding us and himself that he is in fact friends with Arlene. Yeah, always just friends. And there's always an unsaid unless after it nearly every time. All right. So let's see. Flynn was having some dreams, and Arlene hallucinated a cacodemon. That's what happened most recently. Oh, another thing that's terrifying. The back of the book says that they eventually meet up with a 14-year-old female hacker. So I'm terrified for that character to arrive in the book. But who knows, maybe they'll be unintentionally awesome? Chapter 5. Oh yeah, Arlene was sleepwalking. That's right. She was, Oh, hold on a minute. I found a book by the Doom author. It's as if the protagonist were Arlene. Heroing? When Jaina of the city of Bay Bay talks, nobody listens. Wait, Jaina is a name from Warcraft. You can't do that. As far as Prince Alanai is concerned, she has 3 strikes against her. She's foreign. She employs outlandish fighting techniques from the Flower Empire, and worst of all, she's a woman. That's awesome. I like how it says she's foreign, but she is very white on the cover. Anyway. Time to continue the saga. I might look into that, actually. That book. Heroing. Let's see some of these ratings here. This is a 1-star Dorothy Parker review. 5 chapters, that's all it took. And this was a physical book. Hold on. Not a good book, but I admire it, particularly for its time on having a strong female hero. Cool. Sounds tough. Anyway. Sorry, I'm getting real distracted. Oh yeah. So there's an unapologetically Mormon sniper? Unrepentantly Mormon sniper, yeah. And a computer genius. Okay, let's go. Chapter 5. If I shouldn't wake her, there seemed no reason I shouldn't try to communicate. Arlene, can you hear me? Quiet, she said. I don't want Fly to hear you. He's depending on me. Why don't you want him to know about me? I asked. Because you're evil, she said with conviction. You're all evil, you bastards. She walked slowly down the corridor. So long as she wasn't in danger of hurting herself, I saw no reason to shock her out of it. Why are we bad? Instead, he's gonna try to, interrogate her? Well, that's not cool. You scare me. You make my brother do bad things. Up to that point, I did not know that Arlene even had a brother. It was weird. I thought we'd known everything about each other's family life. She talked about her parents and growing up in Los Angeles all the time. I was uncomfortable pursuing the matter, but I rationalized away my moral qualms and decided to play out the hand. I felt bad interrogating her while she was sleepwalking, but I got over it and did it anyway. It's bad, it is wrong, it is badong. Yeah, this is deep badong. She is sleepwalking, yeah. Who are we? I asked again. She swayed drunkenly, delivering a monologue like those weird old plays from previous centuries. Bad things in the air, in the night, making my brother crazy. He'd never do bad things except for you. I never thought I'd see you again. Why do you follow me into space, to Mars, to Deimos? When I grew up, I thought you weren't real, but now I know better. You followed me. But I won't let you get inside me, not inside. Little Peepo, thank you for the sub. When Arlene had kidded me about going down memory lane, I took it in good humor. But if we were going to have to relive all the bad stuff from our childhood as the air leaked away, I was good and ready to say goodbye to Deimos now. Rocket or no rocket instead of the latter. In the meantime, what was I going to do about Arlene? I couldn't let her wander the corridors arguing with ghosts from her childhood. With time short and no way to send to Earth for a correspondence course in psychology, I went with common sense. Arlene, we'll make a deal with you, I said. We'll stop bothering you and let you get back to Fly. In exchange for what? She wanted to know, quite reasonably. Because we've moved back to Earth and you can't touch us there. Fly and I are building a ship to take us to Earth. We don't believe you two will get anywhere near us. You'll be stuck on Deimos forever. That's a lie, she snapped and stopped walking. We'll fight you again. She stared right at me. We're not afraid of your little genetic stupid men. Big words, I said. She came right at me, fists raised, and started hitting me. As I fended off her blows, not too difficult considering the difference in reach, I yelled, Hang on, Arlene, I'm coming to help you. This is Fly. Fly! As I say, I never took any courses in psychology, but I acted in school plays. And to steal a phrase, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to go with the flow. Whose phrase is that? That's no one's... Futura Antonio. Thanks for the prime. What in... Alright. Okay, doesn't take a rocket scientist to go with the flow. I gave myself a magna cum laude graduation as her eyes came into focus, and she recognized me. Why? What happened? We've been fighting monsters again. She looked around the empty corridor and then back to me. I didn't have to spell it out. How much longer can we take this? Not a second longer than we have to. Arlene started seeing weird colors after that. Auras, shadows, and things she wouldn't tell at first. Sometimes she would put the tech documents down, sitting quietly with her eyes shut until the colors went away. It scared me plenty, but it terrified her. She was losing her mind, and she knew it. So when I told her the engine was 80% finished, Arlene urged, "I forget about the other 20%, it's done. Let's blow this popsicle stand." I had to be honest. Yes, there are still a few systems that I don't think are in really good shape. We can't wait. We've taken chances with worse odds than the whole time we've been on this rock. Fly, I stopped being able to see color vision this morning. Stopped being able to see color vision. Okay. I stopped being able to see color vision this morning. All I can see is gray, except when I hallucinate a rainbow-colored aura. And my peripheral vision is shot. She paused, licking her lips. And Fly, there's something else. She came close and spoke softly. Seriously. I want to confess something to you, Fly. What would your nuns think of that? For the first time, I'm really afraid. I'm afraid I might kill you. Thinking you're one of the monsters, I couldn't stand that. The little voice in the back of my head had whispered that possibility. Here we go. Completely misunderstood that. The little voice in the back of my head whispered that possibility when she first imagined the pumpkin. It was a chance I was willing to take. Even so, I was glad she, not I, stated the danger loud and clear. I sped up preparations, insisting that Arlene sleep whenever possible. The air and pressure problems were getting to me as well, but I handled them better than Arlene. Sweet. I'm glad to know that he did it better. Fila Yank, thank you for the sub. Oh man. Of course, the problem with oxygen starvation is that you are not the best judge of your own reason. But the best chance for both of us was to finish the rocket. And we were close, tantalizingly close. I actually kind of do like the stakes of a very slow bleed out of air. Like a crazy slow. That's really terrifying. Like it's slowly creeping up on you like that. That is probably the coolest idea in any of these books so far. Because I think out of all of it, that actually kind of works. Told you it would get good? Hey, you were right. You were right. Okay. I suddenly got the creepy crawlies. I recognized the symptom. I was picking up the same psychosis as Arlene. All right, I acquiesced. We go in the next few hours. We have a chance, I guess. 80% is 80 points better than 0. So as soon as he started feeling as bad as her, he was like, okay, let's do it. Let's go. Yeah, that's what a jerk move. I guess if one person can stand it and the other person won't die, and that person can do work to improve your chances, then it's a fine play, but Jesus. Okay. We got busy. We drank water. We ate a last good meal of biscuits, cheese, fruit, nuts. The Eskimos say that food is sleep, by which I guess they mean if your body can't get one kind of recharge, you might as well take the other. Okay. I was prepared to be really offended by the end of that, but actually I think I get it. Arlene abandoned me to work out the telemetry program that would, God willing, launch us, kill Deimos' orbital velocity, dropping us into the atmosphere, then take us down, at which point she'd hand over the controls to me to find a suitable spot to touch down. Wait, what's this about killing Deimos's orbital velocity? Oh, because they have it going... Okay, they have it when they're going down to the planet. I understand. I thought they were going to, like, slow the planet down. I get it now. Okay. Fortunately, it was basically cut and paste. I doubt she could have written it from scratch, not in the condition she was in. The hand of God must have graced her, though she'd never admit it, for her to keep it together long enough to patch it together. Weird. As we were prepared to leave, I kept running the basic worries through my mind. The mail tubes were designed for Mars, which has only a fraction of the atmosphere of Earth and a much lower gravity. The specific impulse developed by the rocket the specific impulse developed by the rockets might not be enough to overcome Earth's gravity as we spilled velocity and tried to land. On the other hand, the thick atmosphere might cause so much friction that our little ship would burn up. The launcher was a superconducting railgun. Reminded me of the 8-loop wonder at the amusement park back in the Midwest. This time I hoped I wouldn't throw up. At least this piece of equipment didn't have an auxiliary chain, so what was there to worry about? He's referring to the roller coaster. Do you think Doom Eternal had a sequence where the Doomslayer fires himself out of a railgun? Do you think it's straight up an homage to this? Because they had his name in the game. Flynn Taggart unlocks Doom 2 in the Doom Guy's warehouse, so it's a metal idea. This is Doom lore. Yeah, this is the Doom novel that came out in like 96. I was wondering about that. That is a pretty good book cover. Surfing samurai robots. It's got everything you could want. I thought it was fanfic. No. This is a published novel. Book 2 of 4. Yes, this was an official book. Yep, right at the beginning of book 2. This is official Doom lore. Honestly, I could totally see these books being canon in the sense that some asshole from the UAC survived and made this shit up as their own story. Yeah, I think that works too. That's totally fine. Maybe this is interns fanfic from current Doom universe. Okay, so he's thinking about the railgun. He's remembering the roller coaster from his dreams. I grunted the launcher around to point opposite Deimos's orbital path. The rocket controls were simple to operate, thank God. Throttle, stick, various navigational gear that I didn't really understand, and environmental controls, all ranged around my face in a tremendously uncomfortable position. Then suddenly, a few hours before our scheduled departure, Arlene totally freaked out. At first I thought she was joking. She strolled up to me and said, "Don't try to fool me, I know what you really are." "Yeah, a prize SOB, I said distractedly. A moment later I was on my butt with Arlene's boot on my chest and a shiv, a sharpened piece of metal, against my throat. Looking into her eyes, I saw the blank look of a zombie, and for a moment, Jesus, I thought they'd somehow gotten her, or reworked her. But it was just the low pressure or maybe the slow oxygen deprivation. I talked to her for 5 minutes from my supine position, saying nothing. God knows what, anything, to snap her back to some semblance of herself. After a while, she dropped the shiv and started crying, saying she had murdered God or some such silly nonsense. I wasn't going to abandon her, no matter what, but there was nothing in my personal rulebook that said I had to make it any more difficult. We had medikits in the shed. I gave her a shot. She struggled, coughed, and turned to me. "Why can't we eat our brothers?" she asked. Then the drug took effect. She'd be okay. In the mail tube rocket, we'd have more pressure, and she'd be more important, more pressure of O2. Oh, more partial pressure of O2. Sorry. She'd be alright, I hoped. So wow. It was his decision to stay there long enough that she was actually losing her mind, so he drugged her. Yeah, that's not okay. A mental hell, thanks for the prime. Love to you as well. Don't treat the people in your life like Doom Guy treats Arlene, excuse me. I put her aboard the rocket, threw in a bag of supplies, and squeezed in next to her. It was like being in a sleeping bag together. Or a coffin. I positioned myself so I could reach all the controls, took a deep breath, and got serious. Just before lighting the cigar, I remembered the stark terror of riding in the E7 seat of an S8 Sub Hunter Snark jet and coming in for my virgin landing on an aircraft carrier. Trusting entirely to the guy on the other end made me more nervous than the idea of landing on a postage stamp. Well, this time, for better or worse, I was the guy with a stick. Considering that I'd never flown anything but a troop shimmy over some mountains, I'd almost wish I were back in the S8. I threw the switches, pushed forward on the throttle, oddly similar to a passenger airliner, and the rocket slid along the tube, launching at 10 Gs. Trickfa, thank you for the sub. Arlene was already out, of course, and she missed the pleasure of blacking out with me. Suddenly, I discovered myself in a strange room. A faint hissing catching my attention. Black and white, no color. I knew I should know where I was, what all these things, this equipment around me was. I should know my name, too, I guess. Then the sound cut back in. Fly, someone said. Command? Fly. It was me, my lips, saying the little word, fly. The name, fly, me, my name. Then I saw color and recognized the jerry-rigged blinking lights and the liquid crystal displays of the mail tube. I'd installed them myself, but the mail didn't need to see where it's going. But we did. Through the slit of a view screen, I saw the deepest blue with faint cotton candy wisps. Strings flashing past. I glanced at the altimeter, much too high for clouds. Ionized gases? Then something socked me in the face like a 10mm shell, and agony exploded across my face. At first it was bilateral, then it focused right behind my eyeballs like God's own worst migraine. For a few seconds I thought my head literally was going to detonate. Then it faded, as the blood finally repressurized my cranial arteries and rebooted my brain. I looked at the chronometer. The entire blackout lasted only 45 seconds. It could have been 45 years. A low groan announced Arlene's return to consciousness. Why, she moaned. Good luck. I was too busy to say anything, but it was good having her back again. The calculations she'd already worked out for our glide path were okay, and I used the retros to get us on her highway. As we came in, the ride got bumpier and rougher. The interior of the little craft started heating up. Being so close together made us sweat all the faster. When it got over 50 degrees centigrade, beads of perspiration poured into my eyes, interfering with vision. But the temp continued to rise. Mail tubes are supposed to be insulated, but the skin on this one was built for Mars. At Earth temperature, we were being baked. The temperature boiled up past 70 degrees, and I was gasping for air, every breath searing my lungs. My skin turned red, and I could barely hold the controls. Another minute, and we'd be dead. And that ends chapter 5. All right. Okay, this shit is finally going somewhere. They are re-entering Earth's atmosphere in a pile of trash cans that they welded together and duct taped a car battery to. Is this music from Doom? Sort of. It is Doom. It is a remix album mixing Quake Champions music remixed in Doom style. So it's Quake music in like new Doom production method. That kind of really thumpy bass. So good. How many chapters are there? Good question. I can link it in chat if you want. There are 33 chapters. Here, I'll just link it in chat. Somebody posted this in a media share once, and the whole thing is great. So good. All right. Right. The other thing we're doing. It's a subathon. Oh my god, it's a subathon. Let's get back to it. Well, that's right. This is Descended to Cerberon. Quake 2 track that is the best. Oh, okay, we're back. We're back to the Doom novel. It's going crazy. Let me readjust my mic here. It's going crazy. Doom Guy and Arlene are hurtling towards Earth from Deimos. Their man-made spaceship is shaking to pieces. They are cooking alive inside of it. But maybe they'll make it through. Maybe. Fly! Arlene screamed. Blow the oxygen! We'll lose it, but it'll heat up and blow out the exhaust, cooling the interior. Not again, I said. Huh? We'll be low on air again. Do it, Flyer, we'll fry. We took turns making the other face unpleasant facts. It was something like being married. To your friend. I added that last part. I feel like I gotta be explicit about my asides. Definitely to your friend. I did as she commanded. The cooling effect made a real difference. My brain was still on fire, but at least I could think again. So what systems still aren't working? She asked next, still gasping from each searing breath. This seemed like an opportune moment to be completely honest. Now that you mention it. I mentioned? The only one I'm worried about is the landing system. What? The thingamabob would have come in useful for landing. What do they call it? Oh yes, the aerial braking system. She sighed. If there'd been more room in our little cocoon, she might have shrugged as well. Bygones, she said. Sorry for the trouble I caused. Arlene, don't be ridiculous. I was having crazy dreams and was about to go off the deep end myself. You just went first because you're smaller. It occurred to me that we were having more of a discussion than was wise under the circumstances. So how the hell did we land this puppy? No sooner were those words out of her mouth than Arlene started yawning. I figured we should try and set it down anywhere on dry land. Live or die, I wasn't in the mood for a swim. If we survived, we could get our bearings anywhere on Earth, pick a destination, and then haul butt. We didn't have any time to waste. Thanks to our stunt with the oxygen, the O2 to CO2 ratio was dropping. I was in even less mood for us to become goofy from oxygen deprivation after watching Arlene go nuts before. Thanks, Mr. Disney, but I'm not going back on that ride. Alright. I had to explain this to Arlene, but she was asleep again. So I explained it to the Martian instead. He was a little green guy about 3 foot high, and I was glad to see him. About time one of you showed up, I said. We always expected to see you guys like you up here, but instead of all it... Hold on, I fucked it up. Hold on. We always expected to see guys like you up here instead of all this medieval stuff. Perfectly understandable, said the voice in... He said in the voice of W.C. Fields. I don't know what that is. Hold on, let me look that up. I gotta look up the Martian voice here. This is a deep reference. W.C. Fields.
You miss me.
Put that down.
What's the matter, Pop? Don't you love me anymore?
Certainly I love you.
Don't you strike that child.
Well, he's not going to tell me I don't love him.
Do you know a man by the name of Lafong?
Okay, so he's just like a meow kind of guy.
Thank you, dear.
He was about to backhand a kid, by the way.
Really?
Oh, Albert, now you shouldn't have done that. Whatever possessed you? Oh, Mr. McGonagall, I'm so sorry.
Very well done.
Okay, he's just got like kind of an old-timey radio voice. Yeah, see, not quite like full like Chicago mook goon guy. Dirt Farmer, thank you for the sub. But something like that, I think. Bugs Bunny? I don't know if it's like full Bugs Malone, which is what that goes back to. No offense, some kids deserve it. Yeah, from the sounds of it, this whole bit that I was looking up was W.C. Fields just getting annoyed by a child. That's the whole thing. Okay, let's see here. I guess I'll come up with some voice on that line. Those demons are a pain, but they're welcome to Deimos. Why is that? I asked. Confidentially, it's an ugly moon, don't you think? Not at all a work of beauty like Phobos, a drinking man's moon. Speaking of which, you wouldn't have some whiskey on you? Sorry, only water. He was very offended. You mean that liquid fish fornicate in? We Martians don't care for the stuff. You can drown in it, you know. Now ours is a nice dry planet, rusty brown, like that car of yours after you abandon it to the elements. Mars is nice and cold, good practice for the grave. Are you sure you don't have any booze? I figured he was bringing up drowning just to scare me. If Arlene and I didn't burn up in the atmosphere, there was always a good chance of winding up in the drink and drowning like the shuttle pioneers had in the 1980s. All right. Besides, he'd raised a certain issue and I wanted to answer. Why does Phobos look better to you than Deimos? I asked. My dear fellow, Phobos is the inner moon of Mars. Deimos was always on the outs, even before those hobgoblins hijacked it. The outs is a bad place to be, and if you're out of time and going to die and betray Arlene and betray the Earth, you puny little man with your delusions. What? Okay. While he was talking, he was growing in size, and the sharp teeth protruded beyond his sneering lips. The eyes flamed red, as the rockets flamed red, as the sky was underneath and overhead all at the same time. And I was screaming. You're one of them! You're a demon imp specter thing, you tricked me! Fly! Oh wait, no, hold on. Fly! Said a comforting voice from behind the Martian. Fly, you're hallucinating. I knew that, I told her as the Martian faded from view. I knew it all along. You can't even... Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot to turn the Doom music back on. Oops. Sure you did, Fly. I was just pretending. My little brother must have got in the rocket ship and pretended to be me for a little bit. Stupid brother. I'll tell him not to do that again. Oh my god. Okay. I knew it all along. A quick check of the cabin gave me a head count of 1, myself, 2, Arlene, 3, no Martians. I checked again to make sure. Yup, just 2 humans, no monsters, no Martians, not much air, definitely not much air. We've got to land this quickly, I said. If it's all the same to you, Fly, I can wait until we can land it safely. The atmosphere got thick enough that I pulled the cord to extend our mini wings. Instantly we started buffeting like mad, shaking so hard I thought my innards would become outards. We rolled, pitched, yawed, triple threat, and it was all I could do to hang on to the ragged edge of Arlene's computer-projected glide path. The screen displayed a series of concentric squares that gave the illusion of flying through an infinite succession of square wire hoops. So long as I kept inside them, I should go where she projected, somewhere in North America, she said. Even she wasn't sure where. But I kept cutting through the path, coloring outside the lines. I couldn't hold it! I'd yank on the stick and physically wrench us back through the wire frames, and out the other side. They turned from red to black when I was briefly on the meatball. They turned from red to black when I was briefly on the meatball. Okay. The best I could do was stay within spitting distance of my proper course, and naturally we were running too hot, much too fast. We were going to overshoot our mark, possibly straight into the Pacific Ocean. I barely hung on, abandoning retros to guide our 2-man cruise missile by fins, air braking to spill as much excess velocity as possible. The ship started shaking. An old silver tooth filling started to ache. Arlene leaned back against the seat, muscles in her jaw tightening, eyes getting wider and wider. I think she was starting to appreciate the gravity of our situation. She said she was going to fly, though. That was the arrangement, that she would fly. North America unwound beneath the window like a quilt airing out on a sunny day. We were over the Mississippi, sinking lower and falling fast, descending fast. Then we entered a cloud bank. We weren't there very long. Oh, sharing, thank you for the prime. I know where we are, shouted Arlene, voice starting to sound funny from the breathing problem. I placed it too. We popped out of the cloud bank about 150 kilometers due west of Salt Lake City. The Bonneville Salt Flats were ideal for landing, a vast dry lake bed, nothing to hit but dirt. Very hard dirt, but we had a chance. Spill the fuel! She screamed right in my ear, straining against the buffeting. At least I knew we were low enough that we could breathe. I yanked the lever, dumping what little JP9 remained in the tanks. The cabin was getting hot again. The mixture of the rocket shaking like we were in a Mixmaster, and it was now or never. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Brooke has an explanation here. The meatball is a set of lights used by pilots so they can line it up. There's a stationary light, and to its right, 5 separate rows. You can only see one depending on your angle. So the pilot lines up the stationary light with the light row next to it, and that's how you know you're coming in too steep or not too steep. Okay. Thank you, Grook. I see. Okay. More old military jargon. Hold on, I shouted, thinking how stupid it sounded, but needing to say something. Arlene screamed like a banshee. A much more insightful comment. We came down fast and hard, finally striking the ground at Mach 0.5. The ship shredded on impact, skipping like a rock on the waters of a salt white lake. Then it rolled, and Arlene's elbow jammed into my side so hard it knocked the breath out of me. End over end, we tumbled, and my brains, already fried, scrambled so I didn't know dirt from sky. We shed bits and pieces from the ship, only the titanium frame was left, but still we kept rolling. The ship finally skidded to a stop, on its side, with me underneath Arlene. For a good 5 minutes, felt like 5 hours, we lay silently, dazed, wondering if we had made it or not, waiting for the world to stop spinning. Are we all right? Arlene managed to ask. I think we're alive, I said. The fuel was completely spent, which was just fine with me. No risk of fire or explosion. Now, if we could just get out of the thing. Fortunately, the door on Arlene's side wasn't jammed. In fact, it wasn't even with us anymore. Arlene stumbled out, falling heavily with a grunt. I followed somewhat more gracefully, which was a switch. We'd suffered no injuries, thank God. I didn't want us to wind up sitting ducks. If aliens had taken over Utah, a belief held by one of my old nuns many years before the invasion, then we must be on our guard. Someone or something would come to find out what had just made a smoking hole in the salt lick. We took a moment to enjoy being alive and in one piece, enjoying the dusk in Utah, breathing the best air we'd tasted in months. Then we took inventory. The food and water came through, but the weapons were trashed. You said we couldn't do it, she teased me. Never listen to a pessimist, I answered, adding, and the world was only so full of them you might as well give up. She laughed as she playfully punched my arm, numbing me. Ow, ow. Why you hit so hard? Astonishingly, Arlene's GPS wrist locator was still working. That was one tough piece of equipment. I thought maybe I should buy stock in the company, and I wondered whether any company still existed. Maybe the monsters had done what no government was able to do, end all commerce and starve the survivors. Is that what governments try to do? Good to know. She sat cross-legged and fiddled with the thing, trying to get a fix on our exact position. The satellite should have responded immediately, spotting us within a meter or two. Getting anything? I asked, listening to the symphony of white noise coming off her arm. Nada, she said. I'll bet the sat is still up there, but the bad guys must have encrypted the signal. Maybe so humans can't use them in combat. I wish they were all as dumb as the demons, I said. Yeah, one Spider-Man goes a long way. But who cares, Fly? We've beaten the odds again. We're alive, damn it. She ran across the sand like a kid loose at the beach. Then she gestured for me to join her. I ran over and grabbed her. She threw me off balance, and I took a tumble in the sand. It sounds like he tried to hug her and she threw him off. That's what it sounds like. Huh. Clumsy, she said, sounding as young as she had when sleepwalking through her waking nightmare on Deimos, but now it was a lot more pleasant. We don't have time for this, you know, I said, but my heart wasn't in it. We don't have time to be alive or to breathe air, but here we are, still in one piece. God, I didn't think we were going to make it. We got down from orbit with nothing but spare parts, spit and duct tape in our bare hands. Ha! Frankly, my dear, I had my doubts. I admitted. I couldn't help running after her. She was right. We kept coming through stuff that should have killed us 20 times over. We weren't indestructible, but I was beginning to believe something I was beginning to believe in something I'd always hated. Luck. People who accomplish nothing in their lives always attribute the success of everybody else to good luck or knavery. I believe you make your own luck. Chance favors the prepared mind. But in combat, there were too many random factors to calculate. Arlene and I were feeling cocky. We had plenty of reason to be thankful. I wonder what the radiation level here is. I wonder what the radiation level is here, I said. Do we have to know? She asked, skipping. Didn't look like any bombs were going off in this area. Not while we were watching, I pointed out. There's no reason to nuke a desert. It's already a wasteland. You nuke military bases, Arlene, and don't forget the nuclear testing facility that's gone on in areas like this. Human wars fly, and human preparation for war. Besides, we don't know for certain we were seeing nuclear weapons going off. They could be some other kind of weapon without fallout. Makes it easier to take over later. Some of these beasties seem to thrive on radiation. She stopped playing in the sand and sat down. She didn't say anything first as she poured sand out of her right boot, then had an answer for me as she began unlacing her left one. The radiation levels on the base weren't healthy for humans, but they weren't anywhere near what you get from a full-scale nuclear exchange. The lady had a point. You're probably right. You can thank me for going to such lengths to bring us down in this location. Ha, she said. Pure luck. You brought us down where you could. Skill and perseverance, dear lady. One of these days I'll explain my theory of luck to you. If you're lucky, I might mansplain luck. So first he was talking shit about where they were, and then once she pointed out it was actually a pretty good location, he was like, yeah, I did that. That was me. God damn it. Okay, that's chapter 6. Fly and Arlene are now on Earth. They've been on many moons of Mars. They've traveled through a dimensional tube, and now they flew a used car from Deimos to Earth. Get the jams going. Read 6 chapters. 6 so far. About to read number 7. Flynn and Arlene have crashed on Earth, and Flynn just had to be a tool about it, basically. Couldn't not be a douche. Tried to convince Arlene that she shouldn't be happy about it, and then she dealt with him. This is the second book, Geronimo, yeah. They got off Deimos. Now they're on Earth. After, apparently, the Earth being taken over, conquered by the demons. From their space station, they saw little flecks of light all over the planet Earth. Or from Deimos specifically, teleported to Earth's orbit, where it is now. For a moment, I was glad to join her, sitting in the sandbox. I ignored the little voice in the back of my head that worked overtime to keep us alive. It said we didn't have a moment to waste. The monsters of doom could be upon us any second, burning away our little victory faster than the setting sun. That's the thing, the titular line. Comes a time when you have to say hell with it, if only for a moment. Arlene and I recently faced the worst thing anyone can face. Worse than the monsters or dying in space. We knew what it meant to lose your sanity and come back to yourself again. Arlene started whistling Molly Malone. She'd picked one of the few songs which I knew the words. I sang along. All that was missing was a bottle of Tullamore Dew and the world's All that was missing was a bottle of Tullamore Dew, the world's finest sipping whiskey. As it was, our duet seemed to transform the lengthening shadows of dusk in Utah into the cool glades of Ireland. I wondered if doom had come there. Were there demons in Dublin? Did the men there see little green leprechauns instead of Martians in their moment of madness? I wondered about the whole world, and it was too much for me. There's our guy. There's Fly. Being sensitive to global culture as usual. Right now, the world was a stretch of desert in Utah. What we could do for ourselves, for the human race, for the world, would be determined here, as it had been on Deimos, and before that, Phobos. We take it one world at a time. I lay back happily for a few moments, watching the stars wink into existence in the darkening sky. As night fell, we spotted a glow due east. That was the way to bet. Salt Lake City, I guessed. We gathered towards what we had survived. We gathered together what had survived the crash and followed the light. We took a break at 9 p.m., another at midnight. How long do you think this is going to take? She asked. Not sure, but I'm glad we brought the provisions. The bag survived the crash just as nicely as we did. We had water, we had biscuits and granola bars, we had flashlights, which we wisely didn't use. But I sure as hell wished we had some weapons, other than the one puny knife in the provisions bag. We trekked at night and slept by day. Hell, I saw Lawrence of Arabia. After Phobos and Deimos and nearly splattering ourselves over old terra firma, after all we'd survived, I'd be damned if we were going to cash in our chips here. Hell, we could go to Nevada to do that. The water held up better than the food. We huddled together in the cold during the day when we slept. We could have made a fire, but no point in giving away our location with unnecessary light. And there was one thing about the situation creepy enough to encourage caution, even though we hadn't run into any trouble yet. Arlene was the first to notice it. Why, there are no sounds. What do you mean? I asked. We crunched along in the night, heading toward a glow that seemed barely bigger than it was 3 days ago. The night creatures, no owls. Are there owls in the desert? I don't know, maybe not. But there should be something. No bugs, no lizards, no nothing. I thought about it. If we've seen the collapse of civilization, you'd expect wild dogs. There's no coyotes, nothing. Even out here, there ought to be something, unless everything was killed by the weapons. No, that can't be right. We'd be puking up our guts by now from poison or radiation. That light suggests somebody's still in business. I hope so, she said. So do you think that's Salt Lake City? Should be. Salt Lake City, Utah? Unless it's wintering in Florida. She was silent for 100 paces, then she cleared her throat. Fly, I have something to confess to you. Again. Anytime. I sort of have a problem with the Mormon Church, she said. Making out her face in the dim light wasn't easy. I wish we had a full moon instead of the sliver hanging over us like a scythe. You were a Mormon? I asked. No, but my brother was, briefly. You blame the church for whatever happened? She shook her head. No, I guess not. He had problems before he joined the church. Had problems when he left. Do you think he might be here? I asked. Nah, we lived in North Hollywood. He left for Utah when he became a Mormon. But after he left the church, I don't know what became of him. I don't care if I ever see him again. I'll never bring it up, I said. There's another reason I'm telling you this, she went on. I became obsessed with Mormonism while he was with them. I read books by them and against them. I even read the Book of Mormon. Maybe that could come in useful, I suggested. I doubt it. It just makes me more prejudiced. Look, Fly, if we find living beings at the end of this, we must stand with them and fight with them. I'm promising you right now, I won't discuss religion with any of those patriarchal... She paused long enough for me to jump in. I get the picture. Do you have any opinions about them? She asked, quite fairly. Well, I read an article about them having a strong survivalist streak, that they stockpile a year's supply of food and stuff like that. You'll get a kick out of this. When I visited LA once, I took in the sights. Disneyland, the La Brea Tar Pits, Paramount Studios, the Acker Mansion, and I even found time to go into their big temple at the end of Overland Avenue. There's an angel up top with a trumpet. I mistakenly called him Gabriel. They must have loved that. It's the angel Moroni. Well, now I know. Heh, I used to drop the I off that name when I used it. I took a deep breath. Arlene, I'm gonna hold you to that promise to not talk theology with them. Scout's honor, she said. Were you ever a scout? She didn't answer again. We kept the flashlights off. The glow on the horizon was the only illumination I wanted in that desert. It was easy to follow the direction at night. We made sure that we didn't waste opportunities. Your burning nightlight, Arlene would say when it was her turn to wake me up. Then she'd snicker. Something amused her, but she didn't let me in on it. Turned out that we ran out of food, but we had more water than we needed. It took us 5 days to get to Salt Lake City, the center of what once had been the Mormon world. And by God, it still was. We lay on our bellies in some brush, shielding our eyes from the sun, leaning against a side-paneled truck. They're people, marveled Arlene as we watched hundreds of men in the streets in the early dawn. They relieved other men who had obviously been doing the night shift. Where do you think the women are? I whispered. Home minding the kids. Mormons are so damn patriarchal. Arlene. We were in a good spot to see plenty, behind a wrecked truck on a rise. As the sun crawled up the sky, shafts of light came through the broken windows like laser beams, one blinding me for a second. We positioned ourselves to see more. There was plenty to see. The streets of this garrison town had over 1,000 men with guns, and to my surprise I made out a few women and teenage girls toting heavy artillery. Arlene gave me one of her funny looks. I didn't make her take back anything she said. When a society is threatened, it will do what it must, or go down fast. Wow. That's really generous of Fly to not insist that she take her moderate criticism of Mormonism back. Don't say that shit, Arlene. You know how I feel about Jesus. You don't think they might be working with the aliens? I asked my buddy. I had the same thought, but they didn't act zombified. And when we learned that... Wait. Oh, asked my buddy. Alright, sorry. Damn, it's getting dark in here. It's kind of hard to read. Maybe get a better night light or something. I can just turn on. Hold on. Ruins the ambiance a little bit, but whatever. Let's see. Okay. You don't think they might be working with the aliens? Asked my buddy. I had the same thought, but they didn't act zombified, and we learned the monsters preferred human lackeys in that condition. You always turn the light off when you finish the chapter. Yeah, that's the plan. The spider mind had made only one exception when it needed knowledge in the human brain of poor Bill Rich. We had to make contact with these people, but I preferred doing it in a way that wouldn't get us shot. While I was formulating a plan, Arlene tapped me on the shoulder. I turned and found myself staring down both barrels of a 12-gauge duck gun. It had gorgeous inlaid detail work running all 75 centimeters of the stock and barrel, and it was attached to a beefy hand connected to a large body with a grinning boyish face topping it off. 22, 23 tops. How do? Said the man. His buddy was a lot thinner, and he held an old Rudger Mini 14 pistol at Arlene. He caught my expression and grinned at me as if he could read my mind. Here was proof positive we were facing honest-to-God living humans. They had pride in a good weapon. Aye, I said, moving my eyes from man to man. Good morning, said Arlene. Hey, said the other man by way of greeting, noticing how my eyes kept drifting to his piece. Took me quite a while to get one of these, he said conversationally. Beautiful weapon, I said, noticing that the beefy guy was still calm. The Then one nodded and said, "They're compact, easy handling, fast shooting, and hard hitting." He paused, then added, "Don't you agree?" Thunk. The penny dropped. They were testing us. "Oh yes," said Arlene, jumping in. The thin guy looked at her a little funny and waited for me to say something. "One of my favorite weapons," I said. "Hardly any kick, not like the bigger calibers." Finally, the big guy spoke again. "Jerry, these people don't want a lecture." I don't know if that's a Utah accent. I don't think it is. What is Utah accent? Jeez. Jerry squinted at him. "They're military. Look at their clothes. We weren't asked to confirm or deny anything, so we kept our mouths shut." Jerry had plenty of words left in him. "They're interested in a good weapon, aren't you?" He looked straight at me, and I answered right away. "I sure am, especially that one you've got." Jerry smiled and went on. "Albert gets kind of tired of hearing me go on about what a good model this is. They were even reasonably priced until they were outlawed." Utah lingo speaks in soaking. It's just stripping every sexual word from the language. God. "Not a problem now," said Arlene. "I'm sure there's plenty of squashed zombies you can take one often." Often? Okay. Whenever she spoke, the men seemed a bit uncomfortable. I had the impression she was getting off on it. Arlene looked over at me and winked. We'd fought enough battles to read each other's expressions and body language. Her expression told me things were looking up as far as she was concerned, but she couldn't resist getting in the act. "I like an M14, she said. Jesus, it was like going shooting with Gunnery Sergeant Goforth and his redneck buddies. The men started to warm to her a little. "Good choice for a military gal," said Albert. Oh, I guess Albert's the big guy. We all just kind of stood there for a moment, smiling at each other, and then Albert broke the ice by changing the subject. He asked in the same friendly tone of voice, "You wouldn't happen to be in league with those ministers of Satan invading our world?" We were wondering the same thing about you," said Arlene. I gave her a dirty look for that. The beefy kid with the double-barreled duck gun chuckled. "Don't mind her saying that, mister. It just shows a proper godly attitude. I hope you both check out. I like you. We talk the same language, but we can't take any chances." They searched us both thoroughly, found the knife, and impounded it. We were weaponless. In a way, I was glad. These guys weren't acting like amateurs, which meant they had a chance against the invaders. "Okay," said the man with the bird gun. "We'll take you to the president of the council at 12. Arlene grimaced, which told me she knew what he was talking about, but she kept her promise. Not a word came out of her mouth about the religious stuff. The title sounded impressive enough to tell me that the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints was still in business, a big time. Big time is italicized, by the way. A big time. President Mormon himself, yeah. Jesus Q. Mormon. Holy cow. I lived briefly in Utah and I don't recall any accents, maybe frontier gibberish in the mountains. Yeah, it seems to me to be, I say, like neutral American, maybe? I just keep stretching out my back. Okay. Maybe she was right, and they were a cult, but I don't know any difference between a cult and a religion, except as a popularity contest. Whoa! Man. Fly is Jokerized for sure. Yeah, hot take. I love it. I love it. Fly's such an edgy little boy. They had survived, and we needed allies against the monsters. I knew one more thing about the Mormons that I hadn't mentioned to Arlene during our little chat in the desert. A friend I trusted with Washington connections told me that a good part of Mormon self-reliance was to really prepare for every eventuality. After their tumultuous history, extreme caution was understandable. Result, there were a lot of Mormons in the government, in the FBI, in the various services, in the CIA, even in NASA. God help anyone who tried to play Hitler with the Mormons as the Jews. The Mormons should be ideal allies against a literal demonic invasion. Oh. Arlene and I would find out soon enough. And thus ends Chapter 7. Oh boy. Yeah. I didn't... If you had told me that Doom 2 would be about Mormons... You know, after reading the first book, there's really no reason I wouldn't expect that. Or that seems out of lane, but holy cow. What the hell, man? The first book did have penis levers. That's true. I'm still just a little speechless at the weird turn this book is taking. The writer wants us to believe Mormons would be prepared for hell breaking loose on Earth. Yeah, but the writer clearly has no agenda because Arlene is there being upset. Outrageous. What the hell? Alright, back to video games. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Move this over here. We're back to Doom. Arlene and Flynn have crash landed on the Earth. I need to get more water. Shucks. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Supposed to be ready when I came back. All right, Flynn and Arlene crashed on the planet Earth, have started skulking up on a Mormon base. They've made contact. Church, thank you for the resub. How's the 24-hour stream? It's going really well so far. I have one singular job in Final Fantasy 14 under level 70. Maybe I should take a break. Hey, if you like it, go for it. You got nothing else going on? What's the song? Here, it's part of a whole thing. This is called Ballet, but it's part of a whole remix album. There. And this song is at 1 hour 30, basically. Yeah, the Doom novel, Doctor. We're about to get integrated into post-apocalyptic Mormon society. Chapter 8. As we were led through the streets of SLC, I allowed myself to hope that Arlene and I had lucked out by landing here. If I were still a praying man, I'd burn candles and say a few Ave Marias that we wouldn't find a spider mind sitting in the Mormon tabernacle, which loomed closer and closer, obviously our destination. That's right, he's going to go see the Mormon president. The people in the street gave us a wide berth as we passed, but they didn't act unfriendly, just cautious. Suddenly, a man on a big motorcycle roared over to us and stopped a few inches away, kicking up dust. He wore a business suit. "Hey, Jerry," he said. "Hey, Nate," said Jerry. "Folks, this is my brother Nate. I'd introduce you, but I don't know your names." "Now, Jerry," said Albert, "you know better than that. The president of the 12 hasn't interviewed them yet. They should give their names to him." Oh, they should give their names to him. There we go. Okay, I got it. "Sorry. Sounds like they don't know your names already," said the man on the cycle, taking off his helmet. These guys were twins. Although Arlene kept her promise about not discussing theological matters, she leapt into any other waters that gurgled up around us. "That's a bad machine," she said. Nate proved to be his brother's brother. "You like this?" he asked with a big grin. "They have good taste in guns," said Jerry, spurring them on. Albert groaned. Nate was on a roll. "BMW Paris-Dakar, 1000 cc's. He and Arlene went on about the bike for a few minutes. Part of me wanted to strangle the girl, but another part appreciated what she was doing. Putting the other guys at ease is a critical strategy. There were a lot more men in the street than women, but our captors, our hosts, remained respectful and polite in Arlene's presence. A very civilized society. And the glove compartment can hold 5 grenades, announced Nate, topping off his presentation. Well, that does it. That does it, said Albert. If these nice people are spies, why don't you just give them mimeographed reports? In the short time we'd been prisoners, I'd learned that there was no genuine military discipline here. I had mixed feelings about this. The good thing was that I couldn't believe these casual people had been co-opted by the invaders. They still talked and acted like free men. Very loquacious free men. As far as getting their president to cooperate with us, it could go either way. In the land of the civilians, the Marine is king, or a fall guy. I was impatient to find out which. Oh, I almost forgot, said Nate. I have a message for you. The president hasn't returned yet. Well, you should have told us that right off, said Albert peevishly. We'll take them to holding. We entered the tabernacle. It was nice and cool, with a fresh wood smell that was clean and bracing. The floors were highly polished. You wouldn't notice anything different from the world I'd left on a court-martial charge that now seemed to belong to a different universe. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Oh no, my Texas accent is different than that. It's more satire. I read every voice in this book dumb, because it's a dumb book. If that makes sense. Let's see here. They all exist in a dumb universe, I guess. Hey, what's up, you Spicy? +1 server for Lost Ark? OC server. Well, that's good. Yeah, are people able to log in yet? I'm curious how the launch is going. Let's see. Arlene wasn't the only one with a lot of reading under her belt. I didn't know a whole lot about the Mormons, although I knew a bit more than I told her. But I'd read the Bible all the way through. Enough to recognize things the Mormons took inspiration from from what they accepted as the earlier revealed word. Oh. In addition, the nuns taught a little about comparative religion, probably so we'd be better missionaries. I remember that God was supposed to have given Moses directions for the construction of the tabernacle. The structure was to be a house constructed of a series of boards of a special wood overlaid with gold, set on end into sockets of silver. In other words, it wasn't St. Pete's, but it was no Alabama revival tent either. The Mormons adapted the idea for a permanent standing structure. Weird. Oh, the cues are good? Good to hear it. Let me hear you speak naturally Texan sometimes. If I get drunk enough. Yes. Maybe during Drunk Elden Ring, who's to say? If there's a Texan character in Elden Ring, then it's probably a given. Right outside the tabernacle were some more conventional office buildings. We entered one and were led into an office by Albert. I'll bring you something to eat and drink, he said. I was hungry and thirsty enough to settle for bread and water. A minute later, Albert returned with bread and water, then left us alone. Damn, I said. I was hoping for a more splendorous galley. I walked over to a small table and picked up the sole object on it, the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ. I felt puckish and decided to tease Arlene a bit. Is that a good idea, Flynnfly Taggart? God. I thought she'd pushed the envelope too much, encouraging the more talkative of our captors. Bet you can't remember all the books in here, Arlene. She gave me that look of hers. Will you bet me the next decent weapon we find? Deal, I said. Okay, she replied and rattled them off. First and second books of Nephi, Jacob, Enos, Jerome, Omni, the Words of Mormon, Book of Mosiah, Alma, Helamon, third and fourth Nephi, Book of Mormon, Ether, Moroni. You're not getting out of this, Fly. I get to pick first on the next piece. Damn, I said, thoroughly impressed. Watch what you say near a holy place. Don't worry about it. Oh wait, hold on. Don't worry about it, came a third voice. Albert had rejoined us without knocking. Don't you knock? Asked Arlene. As soon as you're no longer prisoners, he said, closing the door behind him. I just wanted you to know that I don't think you're spies for the demons. We call them aliens, I said. The medieval terminology didn't bother me when Arlene and I were using it to distinguish the different kinds of monsters. It seemed very different when talking to a deeply religious person. These things from space could be killed. They were created by scientific means. In no way should they be confused with immortal spirits against which all the firepower in the galaxy would mean nothing. I understand, said Albert. Would you mind telling me who you are and how you came to be here? I don't know why Albert is getting more twangy. This is fun. It's fun to read like that. Won't the president ask us that? I asked. Yes. Then why should we tell you? Asked Arlene. Because I don't have to be as cautious and I'm a fellow soldier. So you should tell us about yourself, I said. In time. You don't have to tell me anything either, but you should consider it. Well, I said, thinking on my feet. If we talk to one Mormon, we should probably talk to the leader. Albert laughed. We're not all Mormons here, he said. Just most of us. Oh, I said, unconvinced. I am, he cautioned. Think about it. We're fighting the common enemy of mankind. We don't care if you're Mormons. We care that you can be trusted. Makes sense, admitted Arlene in a tone of voice so natural that I realized she's been subtly mocking them before. I'm of the church, continued Albert. But Jerry and Nate are Jehovah's Witnesses. I thought they didn't fight, said Arlene, surprised. Well, they are not pacifists, but neither are they of the latter-day dispensations, he said as warning bells went off in my head. I prayed I could count on Arlene's promise to keep her trap shut, but she pressed her lips pretty tight. Latter-day... what? Albert was more succinct than his friends. They believe all the world's governments are works of the devil. They won't fight their fellow men at the command of a state, but they can fight unhuman monsters until Judgment Day. I get it, I said. Draft protesters in World War II. But volunteers for this, Albert finished. What do you mean by, dispensation? He laughed. Apparently we'd fallen into the hands of someone lacking in missionary zeal, for which I was grateful. This is gonna get weird. The United States Constitution was ordained by God. That's why we didn't like seeing it subverted. We never knew if a governmental person is good or bad until we see where his loyalty lies. But you two made a wonderful impression on the witnesses. I think you'll do just fine with the president. If you change your mind about chatting with me, you will find me easy enough. He left us with a promise we would see the president soon. Jesus wrote that. Yeah, that's a whole thing in the United States. Thinking that the U.S. Constitution is a holy document from white Christian God. It took me a minute to understand that. Because even growing up in really conservative Christianity, that was never a part of it. They actually did manage to keep state pretty much separate, but I think that's just because the local culture and government was all about it. So it's like it was never in question. It's a little slurp. Do people actually believe that? Oh yeah. Yes, very much so. That's a big thing in the United States. There's a whole culture, and God, a lot of the Christian zealotry comes from this, is believing that the United States is ordained by Christian God as being a holy nation. They actually believe that the United States is a white Christian nation. They would probably just say Christian nation, but let's be real. They believe that this is where it comes from, by the way. When people get really freaked out about the Second Amendment, it's because they straight up believe that the Constitution is a holy document. So you shouldn't alter it because that's kind of like changing the Bible. So when you talk about like taking away the Second Amendment, granted it's no other amendment that they really give a shit about, because a lot of the other ones are actually pretty decent. But yeah, when it comes to like changing or altering the Constitution, they flip out. And that also is kind of like self-validating because they think where we are now is because of this holy document. So we shouldn't question it because everything is right because we've been guided by God, basically. The Bible's been changed lots of times. Well, the rationale there is that every time it was translated or altered, God was influencing the people doing the translations, so it's still the holy word of God because he was guiding it every step of the way. That makes sense. They don't know what amendment means? Yeah. That the Constitution has been amended and there's actually a documented process to do it? Yeah. Yes, yes. Those kind of fall outside the belief system. Define amend? I guess, wait. I guess we haven't really amended the Constitution. Just, past add-ons, DLC. Do you have any guns? I'm not gonna say. My answer to that is always fuck around and find out. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. 3 hours later, we were led to the office of the President of the 12. A clean-shaven elderly man with pure white hair, a dark tan, and a tailored suit got up from behind a walnut desk and rested his hands on his blotter. He kept his distance. He had a judge's face carved in stone. If we were assassins, he was giving us a clear shot at him. But Albert and Jerry continued to babysit, fingers on triggers. Mexican standoff. He sized us up, we did the same to him. He reminded me of a senior colonel in the Corps, a man used to giving orders. Finally, he coughed. "I'm the president here," he said. "You make it sound like President of the United States," I said. He didn't seem to mind. Might as well be. Wait, hold on. What's a good old man voice? What's a good president voice? Might as well be, he said, under the circumstances. Who are you? Who are you? We gave him name, rank, and serial number. Being a gentleman, I let Arlene go first. Then he asked the $64 trillion question, "How is it you came to be here?" Arlene laughed and let him have it. Fly here, that's his nickname. Fly and I single-handedly kicked the spit out of the entire Deimos division of the alien demons. They moved the Martian moon into orbit around Earth, but we cleaned their clocks. The leader of the Mormons said, "This is a time for mighty warriors. We have many prophecies to this effect. In the Book of Alma there is a verse that I find indispensable for morale. Behold, I am in my anger and also my people. Ye have sought to murder us, and we have only sought to defend ourselves." He smiled, pausing before continuing. Give us a Reagan? Oh, jeez. "But behold, if you seek to destroy us, more will seek to destroy you. Yea, and we will seek our land, the land of our first inheritance." I don't know if that's remotely close. I haven't listened to much Reagan. He has like a weird nasally thing and kind of talks like a grandpa. I'll continue with that. Sure, that can be this guy's voice. Bad Reagan. "Those words were spoken by Moroni. We must gird our loins for battle against the ultimate enemy. At such times as this, even women must be used in a manner unnatural to them. Do you know how much Delta V is required to move a moon? Even one as small as Deimos? Why should I believe you?" I blinked, nonplussed by the change in subject. Glancing quickly at Arlene, I saw she was controlling her reaction to the unnatural crack, her face impassive. This is italicized. Good girl. We fight the same enemy," I said. "This is what you purport. You also claim to have hopped out of orbit and landed on your feet. Pray that we may prove both to our satisfaction. Until such time, we must be careful. If what you say is true, you will be able to demonstrate this to us on a mission. Only then, if you earn our trust, will you..." He pointedly stared at me, ignoring Arlene. "Be allowed access to our special wisdom. The audience is over, and good luck to you." I worried that Arlene might say something stupid when I saw her mouth open and the danger sign of her eyebrows rising faster than any rocket. Hell, I was worried about myself. but we were ushered out of there without any disasters. As far as I'm concerned, said Albert, leading us back to our room, accompanied by Jerry, you just flunked spy school. Huh? I don't imagine a spy would concoct so ridiculous a story and annoy the president so thoroughly. I said nothing. Privately, I thought that was exactly what a spy might do. It worked, didn't it? We felt tension leaking from the corridor, like air escaping from the dome on Deimos. What does that even mean? Like it was leaking out? At least the president was taking some kind of chance on us. He didn't realize how big a chance he'd taken talking that way to Arlene. We belong to the Brotherhood of Man, Albert said. If you think you have problems now, just wait until people begin believing your story. Then we'll start treating you like angels. And thus concludes Chapter 8. We have met the President of Mormons. And he was Ronald Reagan, which was a really good call. I like developing that voice for him. It's funny, like doing voices reminds me so much of what Hank Azaria said about his work on The Simpsons. How all of his voices were just really bad celebrity impersonations. But I do like that kind of idea artistically of picking a foggy target in your mind, throwing a dart at it, and seeing where you land, and just kind of triangulating from there. And you don't have to land where you thought about. It's just a way to find something new. Cool stuff. All right, let's get back to some video games. Gosh, I love these video games! Jeez, sorry about that. That took me by surprise. Hey everybody, I'm back. Let me get the Doom music rolling. There we go. And I was gone for quite a while there, so I'm going to refund that in the form of progress towards the next sub-extension. I was the Borger. It was delightful. Absolutely delightful. I'm going to throw on 20 subs there. As a weird partial refund / way to encourage people giving more subs to get to the next chapter. I don't know. Anyway, we're on Chapter 9 of Doom, Hell on Earth. A novel by. It was a Cyberger, indeed. A novel by is part of the title. I choose to believe that. Okay, Chapter 9. I guess they wanted to believe our story. Somewhat, at least. Fly and I were left to... Oh, did I switch back to... I guess I'm Arlene now again. Okay. I don't know why... I have no idea why they're, like, switching perspectives. That's very confusing. I guess they believed our story someone at least. Fly and I were left alone at last when that rugged stalwart Albert whatever scurried off on some errand. Oh, snack pack. Thank you for... Wait, hold on. Snack pack and caged money. Thank you both for gifting 5 subs each. That has gotten us significantly closer to another extension. Thank you very much. Fly gestured me close. We really should report in, he whispered in my ear. Report in to whom? A good question. If the country were as devastated as we'd been led to believe, there wasn't much of a military command structure left to report to anybody. If. I saw at once where Fly was coming from. How much do we really know about these guys? Asked Fly, confirming my cognition. Whose side are they on? You'd have a hard time persuading me they're demon lovers, I said. All right, maybe. They're patriots. But are they right? Wasn't much I could say to that. Fly had a point. As patriotic and pro-human as these Mormons might be, they might still be wrong about the extent of the collapse. You're saying they could be deluded by their apocalyptic religion? He raised his brows. Mormons aren't apocalyptic. Where's this going, Fly? Mormons aren't apocalyptic, Arlene. I think you're confusing them with certain branches of Christianity. I'm only saying that they're cut off from information. The whole government might look like it's collapsed from this viewpoint, but maybe if we contacted somebody else...
If we contacted somebody somewhere else in the Pentagon or at least an actual Marine Corps base, maybe we'd get a different picture.
All right, who then?
Chain of command, Arlene. Who do you think we should contact?
I'm always forgetting about the omnipresent chain. Usually all I see are enlisted guys like me, maybe one CO, Weems in our case, who Fly really hated. I'm not used to thinking of the great chain of being rising above my head all the way up to the CNC, the President of the United States. Guess that's why Fly makes the big bucks as a non-com, while I'm just a grunt. Major Boyd, I guess. Or the great grand boss, Colonel Karapetian? It's a weird name.
I'm betting this is a bit above my Lord Boyd's head. I think we should take this up with God himself, the Colonel.
I agree completely. Got the phone number?
Yeah, well, there's the next problem. Surely in a facility this size, there has to be a radio room somewhere, wouldn't you think?
We did a lot of thinking over the next hour. We also did a lot of quiet, careful questioning, staying away from those obviously underarmed, questioning the less suspicious civilians instead. But mostly what we did was a lot of walking. My dogs were barking like Dobermans long before we found anything radio room-like. The compound actually comprised a whole series of buildings, different clumps far away, and included a large portion of downtown Salt Lake City. There were other buildings and residences all around, of course. SLC is big. Well, not compared to my old hometown of LA, of course, but you get the idea. The compound might include 2 buildings and not include the building in between them. It wasn't defined geographically. However, we discovered we were restricted to a small 2-block radius surrounding the tabernacle. An electrified fence cut that central core off from the rest of the facility and the rest of the city. Also, Fly's not from LA. We are reading from the perspective of Arlene now. It has swapped for no reason. It did that with one other chapter earlier in this book. So, I don't know why it's doing that, but it did it. Aw, PKOnet, gifting 20 subs. That's an extension right there. And I guess 2 more, or another chapter, so. I'll finish this chapter and just continue right on to the next one. I think I've blown through the playlist. All right, yeah, I'm gonna click on this Doom Eternal remastered soundtrack. No copyright infringement intended. Always a safe thing to put in a description. PKOnet, thank you very, very much. That's awesome. Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. They found something radio room-like. Okay, here we go. An electrified fence cut that central core off from the rest of the facility and the rest of the city. Guards patrolled the fence like a military base. There were even suspicious pillboxes with tiny bits of what might have been the barrels of crew-served weapons poking out, and piles of camouflage tarps that might conceal tanks or Bradleys. And the guards were as tight about controlling what left of the core as they were about what entered. Oh, the guards were as tight about controlling what left the core as what entered. Okay. I saw a lump that looked suspiciously like an M2A2 tank, state-of-the-art. I turned to point it out to Fly, but he was busy staring at the tall office buildings at our backs.
What's on top of that skyscraper?
He asked. Skyscraper? You've lived in too many small towns, Flyboy.
Yeah, what's that up top there? That metal thing?
A TV aerial.
Are you sure? Look again!
I stared, squinting to clear up my mild astigmatism. Huh, I see what you mean. It could be, but I'm not sure. You think it's a radio antenna, right?
I don't know what they're supposed to look like when they're stationary. Only what they look like on the box we carry with us.
Well, you have an urgent appointment, Fly? Let's check it out.
Sure, hope they have a working elevator.
He said, surprising me. I thought after our experiences on Deimos, he'd never want to look for another lift again. There was an armed guard at the front entrance of the building, which was a mere 15 stories tall, hardly a skyscraper. The rear entrance was barricaded. The guard unshipped the Sig Cow rifle he carried. Wait. Ayrent. I think that's what he means. A-Y-R-E-N-T. That's this word. Apostrophe. A-Y-R-E-N apostrophe T. Aren't you two the unbelievers who claim they stopped the aliens cold on Deimos? That's we, I said. Unbelievers are us. Fly hushed me. He always claims I make things worse in any confrontational situation, but I just don't see it.
The president sent us on an inspection tour, said Fly with a sort of easy, confident lying I admired so much, but could never pull off. Supposed to familiarize ourselves with your SOPs. He rolled his eyes. You could hear the quotation marks around familiarize. As if we hadn't had enough military procedures for a lifetime. The guard shook his head, instantly sympathetic. Ain't it the truth? A few weeks ago, you know what I was? I was a cook at the Elephant Grill, you know, up at 3rd. So what do they make me when the war breaks out? A sentry! You know this... I don't know who's saying this. You know this building well? Well, it should. My fiancé worked here before the war. Who is talking right now? I don't know who's saying this. It's just an open quote. Look. Apparently the guard is Western LGBT tally. Is that how to describe it? Sure. Okay, here's the quote. We'll pretend. Look, can you come along with us? Show us the place. Okay, I guess this is Fly, because he says he comes from a small town. That's all I know. Look, can you come along with us? Show us the place. I come from a small town, and we don't have buildings this size. You're not stuck as the only guard, are you? There were no other guards in sight. I'm sure Fly noticed that as well as I. Afraid so, Corporal. Fly Taggart. Well, I'm afraid so, Fly. I can't leave. Look, you can't get lost. It's just a big, tall square. See the tabernacle there? Anytime you get lost, just talk to the windows and the walls. And walk around until you see the tabernacle. You can't miss it. You sure it'll be okay? You can't miss it. No problemo. Look, if I get in trouble, is there a phone I can call down here on? Sure. Use the black phone near the elevator, the one with no buttons. Just pick it up. It'll ring here. Thanks. This way? The elevator's over here? Sweet talked him into it. The helpful sentries showed us how to get to the elevators. They were actually behind some partitions. We might not have found them for several minutes. We climbed aboard and Fly said in a normal speaking voice, Don't trust these elevators. May as well start at the top and walk down floor by floor, familiarizing ourselves with the procedures. Then we can report back to the president to tell him where we do the most good. What? Who's he talking to? Was that to Arlene? I think so. Turn that down just a smidge. That's awesome, though. Okay. To me, he used hand signals. Start top, find radio, broadcast, report. The antenna was atop the roof, of course, but that didn't mean that's where the Wow. That didn't mean that's where Hatay radio room would be. There's no typo there. We wandered around every floor, trying to look official. Early on, I found a clipboard hanging on a peg in the rooftop janitor's shed, where they kept all the window washing stuff. Well, I took the clipboard and made a point of officiously writing reports down on it. Wait, hold on. Well, I took the clipboard and made a point of officiously writing down reports on everybody in every office, with me trailing along behind looking like his assistant. It worked. People tensed up, stopped talking, worked diligently, and not a one confronted us to ask who the hell we were. It helped that Fly had been inventory control officer for a few months. He stirred them up and made them sweat. Finally, 12 floors down from the top, we found the damned radio room. 2 operators, both civilians. One had a pistol. We were unarmed, of course. Fly strode in like a gunnery sergeant. Damn it. Fly strode in like gunnery sergeant Goforth on the inspection warpath. On your feet, he barked. The startled operators stared for a second, then leapt to their feet and stood at a bad imitation of attention. Classified message traffic from the president, he snarled. Take a hike.
Sir, we're not supposed to.
Sir, do you see these?
He angrily pointed at his stripes.
Do I look like a goddamn penny-waste, gut-sucking, ass-kissing, four-eyed call employee officer to you?
Sir, no, sir, no. Fly leaned close, playing drill instructor.
Try corporal, boy. Next time you Damn
it.
Next time you open that hole of yours, first words better be Corporal Taggart.
Corporal Taggart, sir, I mean Corporal Taggart, we're not supposed to leave.
Did you hear what type of message traffic I said this was?
Classified, sir, Corporal. We're fully cleared for all levels of classification.
Do I know that, boy? You got some paper you can show me?
No, not on me.
Then take a hike, dickhead. Get back and get something from your CEO. We'll wait right here.
The man dithered, looking back and forth at the door, the equipment, and his partner, a small, frail-looking man, was pointedly looking away, saying, "No way, bud. This is your call." All right, you won't touch anything while I'm gone, will you?
Scout's honor,
Sneered Fly. Was he ever a Boy Scout? I couldn't remember. The man slid sideways past Fly and almost backed into me. I glared daggers at him, and he split. After a couple seconds, Fly turned to the mousy companion.
What are you still doing here? Get after your partner.
Meekly, the man turned and darted out of the room. Why, what's going to happen when they get across the street and find out there's no message traffic from the president?
Well, we better hurry, AS. We're done before they get back.
Fortunately, they'd left the equipment on, because I had no idea how to turn it on. It was some new ultra-modern civilian stuff I'd never seen before. I found a keypad next to a small LED display. At the moment, it showed the frequency for a guard channel, plus another freak above that. What? Another freak above that? I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. I typed at the keypad. They hadn't locked it out. Thank God. I typed the freak. Oh, I guess frequency. God. Spelling it F-R-E-A-K. Got it. The freak. Okay. For North Marine Corps Air Base, Office of the Sub-Sync Marscom. Colonel George Karapetian. Oh, see you, Bella. Thanks for dropping in. It was good seeing you again. It was no great trick remembering it. I was the radio man for Major Boyd when we were stationed on Deimos on TDS to the Navy. I wandered all over the band from one side to the other looking for the carrier. Finally, I found it. It was weak and intermittent, as if the repeaters were blown and I was picking up the source itself, but I boosted the gain and we were able to pick out the words from behind the snow. I engaged the standard CD encryptor, digitally adding the signal to a CD of random noise from background radiation. They had an identical disk at North. If we were lucky, they'd figure out that the signal was scrambled and pull their encryption online. What the heck?
Corporal Fly Taggart, commanding officer of Fox Company, 4th Battalion, 223rd Light Drop Division, to Sub-Sync Marscom. Come in, Colonel Karapetian.
Fly broadcast the message over and over, and I started to get nervous, both about the time and the lack of a response. Finally, a voice sputtered into life on the line. I recognized it. It was the colonel himself, not some enlisted puke.
Fox, connect me to
Lieutenant Weems, 4th Battalion, over.
4th Battalion, Weems is dead. I am in command of Fox.
Who is this?
Corporal Taggart, sir.
Corporal, give me a full report, over. Fly gave the colonel the Verbal's cook tour of everything that had happened to us in the past few weeks. When he finished, Karapetian was quiet for so long, I thought we'd lost the carrier. I understand, he said. Now where the hell are you? Can you get back here like yesterday?
We're at a resistance center in Salt Lake City, Fly said.
Suddenly I got an uneasy feeling in my stomach. Could we be spilling this much intel even to the sub-commander-in-chief of Mars Command? Use rail transport, ordered Karapetian. Get your butts to Pendleton as fast as you can. We gotta talk face-to-face about this. Got that, Corporal?
Aye, sir.
Good. Then I'll expect you tomorrow at... With a loud thunk, the entire system died. All the dials, all the diodes, All the cool, flashing lights. I looked over my shoulder. Albert towered over us, his face set in a mask of concrete. On one side stood our friendly guard from the entrance. On the other was the radio tech Fly had bullied, holding a remote-controlled power switch in his hands. I gasped. Framed in the light, Albert looked like he had a halo. I'm afraid you're gonna have to come with me, Albert said. Where? I asked. To the president. Only he can decide cases of high treason against the army of God and man united. Crazy. Crazy. Banana pants. The stakes have never been higher. How are they going to get out of this one? Huh? Alright. Put another hour on the clock there. I am not playing Doom. No, I'm reading a book. It's true. Hey, Cam. Just smoked weed for the first time in months, and that lore is exactly what I needed. We got another chapter, so there's even more lore to come. Don't worry about it. Never fear. The journey of Arlene and Doom are whatever. Chapter 10. The journey of Doom Guy versus the Mormon religion. Yeah, this book is a real masterpiece, right? They have to go talk to the President Reagan of Mormonism again. There's Bula. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Oh my god. Okay, chapter 10. With a heavy heart, I brought our 2 miscreant warriors to the President of the 12. Who am I now? Am I the guard? I think I'm the guard now. With a heavy heart, I brought our 2 miscreant warriors of the President of 12. Oh, maybe Albert is our new party member. Who knows? I tried to keep angry thoughts from my mind. Judgment and vengeance are the Lord's prerogatives, not ours. Besides, I genuinely liked Fly Taggart, and I even believed his wild story about fighting the alien demons on Phobos and Deimos. And Miss Sanders, now... No, that's wrong. I had no right. I didn't even know her. Fuck me. Our new character couldn't get 2 paragraphs into being established before wanting to have sex with Arlene. The one woman in this entire story. Okay. Alright. But he's a godly man. Wouldn't be right. Didn't even know him. Wouldn't be godly. Not Christian. I brought them into the Chamber of Justice to find the President and his mast already seated. Ew. He wore a suit. I sighed a hearty prayer of thanksgiving to the Lord that this was to be mass, not a court-martial. The President would have worn his robe for the latter. Thank you, Lord. Sir, I commanded, putting a heavy hand on each prisoner's shoulder and pushing him into the waiting chair. Oh, sit. God, I thought it was an R. Sit, I commanded, putting a heavy hand on each shoulder and pushing him into the waiting chair. Who speaks for the outsiders? Asked Bishop Wilston. He was a stickler for legalities. They can speak for themselves, said the President. This isn't a formal trial. I just want to find out what the devil happened, and to find out whether the devil himself was responsible. Or just the imp of stupidity, I said. The President glared at me, but I leaned on my manners under his predecessor. The President glared at me, but I learned my manners under his predecessor, who would listen to even the youngest child with a mind to speak. This new fellow was from out of state and a personal mentor of our old president. May he rest in peace. You're rude, said the President, but you may be right. Corporal Taggart, as the responsible NCO, what on earth possessed you to start broadcasting all over the globe from our radio room? Well, Fly looked distinctly pink. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Why are you so flipping surprised? Demanded the woman. Why shouldn't we report to our CO? We just got back from a mission. What the hell did you expect? For a moment, I thought the President was going to burst a blood vessel. We all turned in annoyance to Fly. Couldn't he control his woman? His team member? He was not a stupid man. He spoke up quickly.
Arlene is tired, upset. You know how women get.
Now it was Arlene's turn to turn angry red, opening and closing her mouth like she wanted to say something devastating, but couldn't even find the words. Wisely, she pressed her lips together and said nothing. Soft answer turneth away wrath, says the proverb. Or again, even a fool, when he holdeth his peace, is counted wise. The president was mollified and chose to take the question seriously. Miss Sanders. Private Sanders, if you will, she said, voice betraying the seething emotion within. Her red hair flamed like a burning house, setting off her green eyes. That's right! I forgot she was a green-eyed redhead, because of course she is. That was like the unicorn in 95. Gotta bag you a redhead. Jeez, okay. Private Sanders. The why is because the entire military structure of the erstwhile United States, from top to bottom, has been co-opted by the demons. Our former government has capitulated. They surrendered, to put it bluntly, 2 weeks ago. Oh, really? Maybe everybody but the... Wait, who's saying this? I think this might be Fly. Maybe everybody but the Marines. Semper Fidel, even the Marines, said the president softly. The sudden change from loud to angry to quiet and cold lent him an air of authority, as was befitting. I must admit the man had the mark of divine awe. The Lord definitely moved through the president when he let him. Do you two know what you've done? Asked the bishop. Even the broadcast itself might have been traced. But to actually tell the forces of darkness where we are, that passes understanding.
Look, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But they must already have known this was a pocket of resistance.
Don't dig yourself a deeper grave, Fly, I thought urgently. Outwardly, I kept my face impassive. No need to draw the judge's attention to the attempt at blame shifting. But, Corporal, said the president, voice at its quietest and most dangerous, they did not know that you were here. If you still maintain that you and your comrade aborted the division invading through Deimos, don't you think you might have incurred a special wrath? A wrath now transferred to us. Perhaps they consider you demonic enemy number 1. Did that cross your mind? Fly remained silent. Good man. So did Arlene. I stared at the woman. She was not at all bad looking. Not what I would expect of a female Marine. I had never served with one in my 3 years of active duty service. She looked tough, but not like an American gladiator, which is definitely still on the air in 2050 or whenever this stupid story happens. Oh, here we go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You guys might want to do a stretch before this next sentence. Tough but supple. SGK, you're not far off. You're really not. I gotta take a drink. Oh. Okay. We've all taken a breath, yes? Good. In fact, the swell of her breasts and hips was quite womanly. Semicolon. She would be a sturdy woman, well able to bear many children and face the rigors of life under siege. I could almost see her standing in a doorway, babe in arms, or lying bare on the bed, awaiting me. Dash. Ow. My conscience hammered on my head. What are you doing? You godless sinner! Here I was in the presence of the representative of Jesus Christ himself, and I was mentally undressing this woman. Get thee behind me, Satan! Thou art an offense to me, for thou savorest not the things that be of God, but those that be of men. He's quoting scripture to himself now. I concentrated on verses from the Bible and the Book of Mormon, mentally reciting them so quickly I lost track of the trial and Miss Sanders. M-I-S-S Sanders. Yes, she is fully fertile and breedable. This is still the Doom novel, yep. When I blinked back, Fly and Arlene looked chastened, humble. They clearly repented of their foolish act and had found their way back to friendship with God. Pride and arrogance were banished, well, for the moment. She's very sturdy. Ah, a woman that will survive the winter. I like a woman with a strong back. The president sighed heavily. Go and be stupid no more, and prepare for an attack, surely one that arrives within an hour or two. He nodded to the bishop who, as general of the armies of the Lord, had primary responsibility for readying our defenses. I already knew my station. Jerry and I managed the dike west of the city along with 2,000 other stalwarts. Okay, so yeah, this is Albert. A woman that runs on diesel? Built like an ox. A handsome woman. She runs on unleaded. A woman that runs on diesel. That's such a good phrase. I like that a lot. High octane. Okay. Jesus. I had an idea. Mr. President, I called. He turned back, pausing at the door. Sir, I'd like to suggest that Taggart and Sanders be assigned to the defense alongside me. I'm giving him a drawl. I don't know. I need him something like that's identifiable, unique, not a strain, and something out of Arlene or Fly's register, because I think this is our third party member in our JRPG group. I'm assuming that from the back, basically. He stared at me and I squirmed. Any particular reason? They've already had their chance and botched it. That, sir, is the reason. Let them atone for their mistake. They may have cost the lives of righteous men. Let them at least stand beside those men and put their own lives on the line. Let them be at peace. I glanced at Fly and Miss Sanders, and was tremendously relieved to see a grateful look on their faces. I was right about them. Stupid, maybe, but they had honor, and they'd probably felt like children whose rough play accidentally killed the pet dog. I sure would. F-154x4. I think that's where he's going. Yeah, amen. Lifetime powertrain warranty. Stout and low to the ground. Best in class towing type of woman. See you, Russ. Have a good night. My favorite pickup line of bars. Congratulations, I find you suitable for breeding. Woo man. Hello, female. It is a joyous day for you, for I have decided to copulate with you. At your earliest convenience. Okay, alright, Jesus. Let's see. The president was a hard man, but he was a just man. Else the Lord would not have allowed him to serve as the president of the 12. See, that is very much the circular Christian logic. Person is good, otherwise God wouldn't allow it, but God is allowing it, therefore person must be good. It's like, it's such a stupid circular logic trap that is used to justify anything. The Father has his ways of making his pleasure known. He shook his head but said, I think you're too forgiving a man, Albert. But you know them better than I ever could. Take them if your CO approves. The bishop was smiling, though not in a friendly way. He'll approve, he prophesied. Less than half an hour later, we were at the line. I took care to see that both Fly and Miss Sanders were armed, so that they would know we still extended our trust. It was part of the healing process. And the president's prophecy came true, albeit a little late. In fact, it took the forces of darkness 2 hours to mass an attack, not one. Squinting into the distance, I first saw a column of dust at the ragged edge of vision. We watched for several minutes before even hearing the sound. You can see a long, long way in the Utah desert, where 10 miles seem like one. The dust came from a column of Bradley fighting vehicles, the same type in which I had trained as a gunner for going to sniper school. Thank the Lord they hadn't yet had time to scrounge any M2 tanks. So they stole... The demons are like driving ATVs and stuff? Are they wearing like little hats? Tim Back 2 Bear. Thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. Very, very nice. Thank you very much. We're about to get to some righteous combat here. Let's see here. As they roared up, we surprised them. The anti-tank batteries opened up at 2 clicks. In the still air, the first load of ordnance... In the still air, the artillery captains had the eyes of angels. They dropped the first load of ordnance directly on the advancing line. The laser spotter scopes helped. Once the troops knew they were not up against cowed, frightened refugees, they separated and advanced while evading. I took a risk standing atop the dike and focusing through binoculars mounted on a pole. It was the BATF and the Vanguard as usual, backed up by FBI shock troops. Reporting the battle over my encrypted radio, I saw the gold flag of the IRS and realized we would doubtless have to face flamethrowers and chemical biological warfare shells. The bastards. Regular army filled in the gaps and we supplied most of the grunts, cannon fodder we called them. They brought a contingent of brownies and Baphomets, but no Molochs, praise God. Probably didn't have any nearby, but I bet my last bullet there'd be Molochs and Shellobs aplenty before the week was out. So they are demons, or are they humans? I don't know. There were a few of the unclean undead, but most of the soldiers, horribly enough, appeared to be living allies of the demons. I'd hoped to spare Fly that knowledge, that our own species would willingly cooperate in the subjugation of men to demons from another star. But maybe it was better he find out now. I guess he realized how wrong he was, but it was a horrible way to find out. Contact was established a quarter hour later on the north side of Salt Lake City. In a few minutes, battle was joined, but in my quadrant as well. Fly and Arlene acquitted themselves admirably. They were no cowards. I especially enjoyed watching the girl in combat. Too busy and scared even to worry whether my interest was righteous or sinful. She lopped forward to the out perimeter and spotted for the mortars. My heart was in my throat. If they spotted her, that beautiful body would be blown to tiny pieces in seconds. Bombs and shells exploded left and right, but our positions were secure except for the occasional lucky shot. The evil ones hit only stragglers, but I was very glad for my earplugs. Fly had refused a pair, but Arlene took them. We threw back the initial blitzkrieg. The demons simply weren't prepared for that savage a level of resistance. They'd probably never encountered it before, like the heroic Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto, who stood up to the Nazi butchers. Without despair, we forced the bastards back and back. That's the second time they've compared themselves to the Jews. That's really disturbing. Without despair, we forced the bastards back and back until at last they withdrew and formed a circle around our force. 3 clicks back, out of range, they thought. After 2 more hours passed without movement, Arlene and Fly took a chance and returned to me. They looked shaken. I wanted to put my arm around Corporal Taggart, cheer him up. He only cares about Taggart, Jesus. How could he have known? But the gesture would not have been appreciated. He stepped across the dead bodies of righteous men to come to me. He knew what he had done, and the last soul to forgive him would be himself. He would probably carry guilt to his grave, unless he found a minister to unburden himself. I had the vague thought that he was a Catholic. I would never condone such perversion of the teachings of Christ in normal times, but in this world, even to call oneself a Christian is a courageous step. I hoped he would find a priest and confess, otherwise he might never give himself absolution. We seem to have scored a temporary stalemate, he said, sounding defeated. We kicked ass, argued Arlene. You're both right, I said, ever the diplomat.
But how long can we hold out? Asked Fly. A few days, a week, 2 weeks? Eventually they'll get reinforcements and overrun us.
He didn't add, and all because of me, but I could tell he thought it. Eventually, I agreed. In about 5 or 6 years.
Years? What the hell do you mean?
I winked. We've been preparing for this sort of war for a long time, my friend. We just never realized we'd be fighting literal demons.
Jesus, who are you expecting to fight?
The blasphemy angered me, but I let it slide. He was an unbeliever and might not even realize what he'd said. Exactly who we are fighting, the forces of Mammon. We'd hope to avert the crisis by engaging in the world, steering it towards the righteousness of the Constitution ordained by God himself in 1787. We sent our members out into the world, joined the Army, the FBI, the Washington power structure. We even increased our number within the IRS and even within NASA, but in the end, all that effort brought us only advance warning and some spies and saboteurs within the enemy ranks. Fly shook his head, dazed. He said nothing. So it turns out the Mormons were right all along. I think we all knew that, though. We all knew that deep down. Now we are the last stronghold in the continental United States. There is but one major enclave left on the planet for humans and the godly. Their center is the Resistance.
Where?
I chuckled. Even if I knew, Fly, I wouldn't tell you. Your interest rate on my keeping secrets isn't very high right now. He smiled sardonically.
I guess I wouldn't tell you either if you just done what we did. What I did.
We, corrected Arlene. You were right the first time. I stood right beside you and helped you report to Carpetian. He shrugged, neither confirming nor denying.
Are there plans to get to the Resistance?
If there are, we haven't executed them yet. We can send brief messages, too quick to triangulate or decrypt, but we can't send people.
Why not?
There's a sort of energy barrier that prevents us from leaving the continent, and at times even from leaving the urban center. Los Angeles has one. You cannot fly from LA to anywhere else unless the demons drop the wall, which they only do for their own, of course. Dank Bankman, thank you for the gift.
But if you go around the barrier?
We've tried, we can't find an edge. Seems to be everywhere. What we need to do is find the source of the control center and shut it off, or at least long enough to get our people out, join up with the Resistance. Otherwise, eventually, we will fall. We have years worth of food and medicine, but not decades worth. And after a while, they will mass enough troops against us to overrun us in any case.
Worst case scenario, you two...
Wait, is this a... Okay. I guess this is an extended quote. It's just going. I'm not sure. Pick apart. Thank you for the resub. I don't know who's talking right now, but I'm gonna assume it's Albert. Worst case scenario, you two, we lose this city after a 4-month siege. That's if they throw everything in the world at us.
Are you kidding?
Demanded an incredulous Arlene. Okay, fine. What about missiles, nuclear bombs dropped from airplanes? Our agents were heavily involved in the Strategic Defense Initiative, remember? I winked. And we have anti-air defenses too. We are not worried about nukes. We're more worried about tanks and undead soldiers. None of our defenses were erected with Molochs in mind.
Molochs?
What you call steam demons, I believe. Suddenly, the radio phone buzzed. The radio man answered, listening for a moment, saying a string of yes sirs. He turned to me. Albert, the president wants to see your charges. Now? Tonight. The captain says he has a mission for them. Something to prove themselves after their incompetence. No offense, guys, I'm just quoting. None taken, said Arlene, highly offended. My eyes began to dwell longingly on her curves and swells again, and I brutally forced my gaze to the dead and wounded littering the battlefield. Even they're dead. What? The corpsmen were already busy, or the corpsmen, excuse me, were already busy collecting the casualties for transportation to a hospital. Got a time? I asked. 1800, said the radio man. I didn't know his name, even though he knew mine. It made me uncomfortable. I nodded. Okay, you heard the man. Fly, Arlene, start polishing your brass. We got 3 hours before your mission briefing. And guys? They waited expectantly. Try not to hose it up this time.
Arlene Sanders flipped me the finger, but Fly just looked down at his boots, brushing the mud off with his hands. And that ends chapter 10. This took a whole turn. This took a really weird turn. The tone of this entire thing has shifted. I didn't expect this. So cool. So Fly, in his idiocy, alerted the forces of humanity that have now allied with the demons to the presence of a Mormon resistance camp that, due to their apocalyptic predictions, has prepared perfectly for a demon invasion. And we are getting introduced to a new character who is a virtuous man, being sorely tempted by a redhead's curves, the swelling of her bosom. I did not think this book would introduce a character that's even more skeezy towards Arlene than Fly, but somehow they did it. Because he hasn't friend-zoned himself yet, I guess. Yeah, I agree, Cage Money. The Mormons were right. It's never the direction you would expect the plot to go. Did not expect Doom to tee up Mormons being right. I will grant the author this one thing. I thought, I would have assumed it would have been beyond the author's ability to write from the perspective of different characters and have their, like, behaviors actually read through a little bit. And I will say, for better or worse, the way that Albert leers at Arlene is at least a little bit different than the way that Fly leers at Arlene. And his internal monologue actually does sound a little bit different. It actually does kind of flow a tiny bit different. I think there's actual character there, character work, a little bit, a little bit. I don't think Arlene's a character yet. I don't think Fly's a character either. This new guy might actually be a character. So that's interesting to see. All right, let's get back to the video games, huh? Back reading that Doom novel. Okay, chapter 11. Gosh, okay, where are we at? Flying Arlene built a rocket ship, flew to Earth, crash landed near Salt Lake City, walked into a survivalist Mormon compound. They were treated suspiciously. Fly used a radio to try to call his colonel. Turns out the humans have allied with the demons. In making the call, he alerted the demon-human force to the Mormon camp. They attacked, and there was a multi-hour battle, in the middle of which one of the Mormons, named Albert, who we shifted into the perspective of for some reason, was leering sexually at Arlene. They fought off the attack. Lots of Mormons died. Weird overtones implying that the Mormons were right all along, and that their Mormonism is coming in deep usefulness now. That's where we're at. Chapter 11. I think we're back in the head of Flynn Fly Taggart now. Arlene, Albert, and I sat in our little room like old friends. Albert, you were right, I said. We should have asked you before charging off to report to Karapetian. Well, the fact that you had to sneak around and concoct an absurd fairy tale should have told you something, he said, smiling faintly. I caught Arlene looking at him with an interest I hadn't seen in her eyes since she first began getting close to Dodd. Could she? Nah, it was a silly thought. Not with how she felt about religion in general, and Mormons in particular. Not after her brother. She spoke, her voice tight and controlled. Albert, can you tell us what on earth happened? I mean here, on Earth. Gladly, said Albert. Evidently, even with only half an invasion force, the urban areas of Earth had fallen quickly. Albert suspected that high-ranking U.S. government officials and their counterparts in other governments, the federal and state agencies, and even the services themselves,
the U.S. Marine Corps actually collaborated with the aliens. I guess there wasn't much argument I could make, not after seeing living human beings on the march against us in the siege. If I cared to climb up to the roof, I could see them still. I didn't need to. The monsters promised a peaceful occupation and promised each collaborator that his own government would be given the top command slot, a tried-and-true approach with plenty of terrestrial examples. It worked for Hitler and Stalin. Now it worked for a bunch of plug uglies from beyond the planets. Naturally, the aliens screwed the traitors, killing hundreds of millions, utterly destroying Washington, D.C., and demolishing much of New York, Paris, Moscow, and Beijing. The Mormons knew the invaders were really serious when all the stock exchanges were wiped out in 2 hours. They control all the big cities now, Albert reported. So at least some things will feel the same, said Arlene. Our newfound friend laughed uproariously. He was taking to Arlene's morbid brand of humor. What's the resistance like? She asked, hanging on his every word. I started to resent her interest. Maybe I was only her big brother, but shouldn't that count for something? Albert turned up his hands. How should I know? We only know that they exist, and that they have a lot of science-type techies. They're working on stuff all the time, but so far they haven't been able to shut off the energy wall from outside. And the only way to get to it from the inside is to mount an assault. Or infiltrate. Maybe that's what the president wants us to do, I speculated. I don't think Albert had any more idea than I, though. Jerry joined us again. Now he too was in a dark suit, though still heavily armed with a Browning automatic rifle. It reminded me of a family war between mafia soldiers. I began to feel distinctly undressed. What about the countryside? I asked. Albert nodded and answered. That's the local resistance such as it is. At least we are not alone, for a little longer at least. Jerry volunteered a comment. They seem more interested in taking slaves from the rural areas than conquering the territory. Albert concluded. It gives us a fighting chance that they're being so slow to expand their pale. What's this special wisdom the president offered to share before the attack? I asked. Can you give us a hint? Albert and Jerry exchanged the look of comrades in arms. Don't worry about it, said Albert. He's less worried about what you know than what you see. Albert insisted that Arlene and I rest and bathe. The only choice offered was a cold shower, but that was fine with us. We found clean clothes. Then we got the 50-cent tour from Albert, the tour that wouldn't get him in trouble. Albert took us down to the hidden catacombs they constructed beneath the Tabernacle complex. The trip began with an elevator ride. The metal was shiny and new. Everything was air-conditioned. Doors slid open to reveal something out of the latest James Bond movie. But somehow I was not surprised at the vast complex they had constructed. We walked under a gigantic V arch to bear witness to dozens of miles of secret shelters. We were not taken behind the locked doors. Ooh, thank you. Steph made me a delicious toasty tea. Look at it, look at that. Look at how delightful. Let me give it. You can give it a little sip. Got a little lemon floating in it. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, I could use these to make double lattes. That's a good point. Be more like a quad at that point. Yes, Steph rules. I am a lucky guy. Perfection affection, right? I mean, part of it is just learning that you can ask for things. You can ask for favors. It's nice. I'm gonna let that cool for a little bit. Even got a little lemon in there. Stephanie with the throat coat. It's appropriate, right? Given that Ronald Reagan's in this book now. That was a fun week when everyone was talking about Nancy Reagan the throat coat. Anyway, I wanted to say throat coat from the throat goat, but I didn't want to disparage stuff on stream. Whatever, it's a compliment, right? It's a compliment. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. Okay, so the Mormons have have constructed an underground bond layer to fight the demons. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. We were not taken behind the locked doors to see the contestants. What? But Albert told us they had millions of rounds of ammunition, stores of heavy military equipment, a whole factory, and more. It was survivalist heaven. I wonder what kind of heavy equipment, Arlene whispered in my ears. Tanks and Humvees, I whispered back. The rest when he trusts us. They better have, like, Wolfenstein tech. Oh my god. I'm sure he'll trust us plenty after we've died for the cause, she concluded. Can't hardly blame him. I could kick myself for such self-pity, but I couldn't get my stupidity out of my mind. We took a turn in the passageway and reached another elevator marked for 5 more levels down. Jesus, said Arlene, followed shortly by, sorry, Albert. He only shook his head. Even Albert was probably cutting her some slack for being female. Arlene could always sense a patronizing attitude, but she had too much class to throw it back at someone working hard to play fair with her. He was working so hard to treat her like an equal. So kind of him. This is why she's falling for him. Because he's bending his natural, completely understandable patriarchal domination. Gotta love it. Oh boy. Why would you have all this? She asked. He didn't hesitate in answering. Equalize our relations with the IRS. Man, all I had was Melrose Larry Green, CPA, marveled Arlene. I'll let both of you in on something, he said, because it hardly matters today. All you saw today were ground troops, but did you know the IRS has its own Delta Force, the Special Revenue Collection Division? We shook our heads, but once again I wasn't really surprised. In case of another whiskey rebellion, I guess. That's an interesting way of putting it, he said, and continued. They had an infantry division, 2 armored cav regiments, a hidden fast-track submarine, a heavy bomber wing, and from what I hear, a carrier battle group. Somebody whistled. It was yours truly. This is the first time he's yours truly in this entire book. Page 76. He used to do that all the time. Flint Flight Tiger did. It was yours truly. If the Mormons knew about that, they could have wound up with some of it? This was an obvious thought, and would make full use of an installation this size, but I wasn't going to ask. Arlene and I were lucky to be learning this much. How'd they finance it? I asked. The IRS can finance anything? Suggested Arlene, as if a student in school. Well, even they had to cover their tracks, said Albert. Jerry thinks they hid the military buildup inside the fictitious budget deficit. Unfortunately, the Special Revenue Collection Division was seized by the demons. Aliens, Arlene corrected almost unconsciously. Whatever. This seemed like a good moment to clear up nomenclature. Actually, Albert, we named the different kinds of aliens to keep them separate. We call the dumb pink ones the demons. How did the aliens get their claws on all that IRS equipment? Arlene asked. Huh. Because the Internal Revenue was the very first group to sell out Earth, he answered. This was definitely not a day of surprises. Yo! That goddamn IRS. Turns out the IRS sold out the human race. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Automod gotcha. Oh, jeez. Did we get to ride on another elevator? I asked. Later, he said. And I'm sorry I can't show you behind the doors. No, you've been great, Albert, said Arlene. I could tell she was impressed for real. No joke. This was rare. Why didn't you tell us about your checkered military past? That's next on the agenda, he said. And the president will want to brief you on the mission if he's picked it yet. We took the elevator back to face the boss. I promised myself that no matter how much I wanted to do it, I wouldn't say, howdy, partner. 3 more bodyguards surrounded the president. These guys didn't seem friendly like Albert or Jerry. He led us to the auxiliary command center. I suppose the real command center was at the bottom level of the complex, where we learned that the nearest nerve center of the alien invasion was Los Angeles.
The monsters had set up their ultra-advanced computer services and war technology center near the Hollywood sign. I didn't want to ask who sold out humanity there. I was afraid to find out. The president didn't waste time coming to the point. 2 highly trained Marines who fought the enemy to a standstill in space, then floated down out of orbit, would be better qualified to lead a certain mission we have in mind than our own people. This is assuming that we haven't been subject to a certain degree of exaggeration. A man and woman alone could only be expected to do so much against hundreds of the enemy. Arlene was behaving herself, but it dawned on me that I hadn't made any promises to keep my mouth shut. This wasn't about religion, this was about doubting our word after we'd swum through a world of hurt to get this far. I reminded myself that we needed this man. I reminded myself that we'd already hosed the job. But stupidity had nothing to do with dishonor. If the 2 of you could get to Los Angeles. Kind of faltered on that one. Whatever. The leader continued. And make it to the computer system. Download full specs on their most basic technology. And get it back to the United States War Technology Center. It would aid our defense immeasurably. What's that? I asked. The War Tech Center was created a few weeks ago, hidden west of here. You'll be told where when the need arises, when you get the download. I thought for a moment. It couldn't be as far as Japan or China. Beijing and Tokyo were both destroyed. He must mean Hawaii. I couldn't resist being a smartass. The president brought that out in people. It's either Wheeler AFB, Kaneohe, I think. Kaneohe Bay Marine Corps Air Station or Barbers Point Naval Air Station, all on Oahu, I declared. Do I win anything? I love Hawaii, said Arlene. Great weather, hardly any humidity. But those prices, I answered. It was a trivial little protest against the man's pomposity and skepticism, but it made us feel a whole lot better. And everyone claps, because he's so funny. Please, said the president, his face turning positively florid. As I was saying, if you can penetrate the enemy stronghold and bring the specs to the U.S. Technology Center where the scientists who can do something with it. Oh, there are scientists who can do something with it. We have refugees from ARPA, the Lockheed Skunk Works, NASA, MacDac, hackers from many places. It sounded to me like the president of 12 had been boning up on the other subjects besides theology and finance. Has Albert told you about the force field? God. He said something about an energy wall. You have to find a way to shut it off. Otherwise you're not going anywhere. You get offshore about 15 miles, then call an encrypted message in. We'll vector you to the War Technology Center. If we can pull this off, said Arlene in her serious engineer's tone of voice, and a computer expert can de-hack the alien technology, we might come up with shields against them. Defenses. Something. De-hack. They have to de-hack the alien tech. The first problem to crack is Los Angeles, said the president. Then we're your best bet, I said. After Phobos and Deimos, how bad can LA be? Even at the time, this sounded like famous last words. Yes, my point exactly. He agreed languidly, still frosted. How much simpler this would have to be than the Deimos situation. He paused long enough to annoy us again. This is more than a 2-man operation. Translation, we needed keepers. Well, that was all right with me. You'll be infiltrating, so we're not talking about a strike force here. Stealth mission, said Arlene. Two more people would be about right, I said. The president's first choice was excellent. Albert wanted to go. By way of apology for being the one to turn you in, he said, holding out his big paw of a hand. I took it gingerly. He hardly had anything to apologize for. He winked. If you'd been one fraction less of a hard ass, I wouldn't want you on this mission anyway. This is probably a good time to tell you about Albert's record, said the president. He was a PFC in the Marine Corps. I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear, honorably discharged. He won a medal for his MOS. Military Operational Specialty. The Mormon president said MOS, and I guess Fly translated it for us. Great. Which was? I asked Albert eye to eye. The sniper, Corporal, he answered. Bronze Star, Columbia Campaign, Drug Wars. Sniper school? Of course. God bless, said Arlene. Albert was fine. We both dug Albert. We really dug his vibe. Couldn't say the same about the second choice who Nate ushered into the ops room. She looked like a 14-year-old girl in t-shirts, jeans, and dirty sneakers. Okay, it's happening. It's happening right now. It's happening right now. Oh, no. Why? Arlene said, staring. Does my promise apply to bitching about personnel decisions? Say your piece. She shook her head in incredulity. I'd never expected this kind of crap from this bunch of sexist... no offense, I mumbled to the president, feeling pretty lame. My face flushed red hot. As if I'd just taken niacin. Okay. He chose to ignore the editorial. I hate sending her. Unfortunately, she's the best qualified. Arlene stared at the girl, a foxy little item, ready to stare back. I'd never thought I'd say these words, Arlene began. But there's a first time for everything, honey. My name is Jill, she said defiantly. Okay, Jill, listen closely. Please don't take offense, but this is no job for a girl. I have to go, she said. Live with it. Honey, I don't want to die with it. What's this joke? I demanded. I told you. Wait. Okay. I told you. She's the best, hacker, I think it is, that we've got. But you deserve an explanation. He turned to her and asked, Do you mind if I tell them? She shrugged. He went on. I apologize for her sullen attitude. I don't know about Arlene, but I didn't see anything sullen about the kid. The president never seemed to look directly at her, but kind of sideways. Back in the life before her family moved here and accepted the faith, Jill was arrested twice for breaking into computer systems. She served 6 months in a juvenile detention center in Ojai. Then her parents joined the church and moved here. The president is not President Biden, no. He's President Mormon, just some dude, I can't remember his name. All the time he was talking, he kept sneaking glances out of the corner of his eye. He seemed to be looking at the top of her head. She was pretending not to be interested, but hung on every word. Jill was embarrassed and ashamed of her arrest and conviction. The president said very slowly, as if coaching, watching her all the time. She was locked up with a girl who was a prostitute and drug dealer. She didn't want to be a junkie hooker, said Jill, speaking about herself in the third person. Wait, what? She was locked up with a girl who was a prostitute and drug dealer. She didn't want to be a junkie hooker, said Jill, speaking about herself in the third person. Wait, I thought we were talking about a different person she was locked up with for computer crimes. And then Jill said she didn't want to be a junkie hooker, but then the narrative said she's talking about herself. What? I don't understand. The president pretended not to hear. She still loves computers, but wants to be a security person now. He took a breath, then concluded. The aliens killed her parents, and only missed her because she was covered with blood, and they assumed she was dead. She was frightened by the aliens, of course. I hate them, she piped in. I want them all dead. Good girl, said Harleen, half won over. The Mormon leader approached Jill, but was careful not to touch her. At least he finally looked at her. You don't like your former hacker buddies, do you? He asked. I hate them. Why? She was uncomfortable about talking, but couldn't keep the words from spilling out. Because they don't give a rat's ass about what happens to anyone else. They don't give a rat's ass if they hack a hospital computer and destroy some patient's records by accident or as a joke. Some joke, said Arlene. They'd only be upset if they'd done a sloppy job, the girl replied, her voice monotonous. They suck. God bless you, Jill, said the president. And you know what the aliens are? Jill sure did. 1,000,000 times worse. I've got to kill them all. Mother Mary, a regular little parrot. Did the president write the script out for her, I wondered? Or was she just adept at ad-libbing what he wanted to hear? What would get her back on the job? Don't you think you should leave the killing to Albert and this other man? Asked the president. That does it, said Arlene, hackles smacking the ceiling. I'm sorry, but there's no alternative to taking her along, said the president. That's not what I meant. Arlene gave me her special look. I sighed, but didn't shake my head or give her the shut up signal. I'd had about all of the president I could take. So where's Doomguy in all this? He's Fly. He's us. He's all of us. He's there. Doomguy is essentially who I'm, like, imitating a Duke Nukem voice for. Although it's not so much Duke Nukem anymore. I don't know what it is. Okay, here we go. Let's see. On the president I could take. Mr. President, she began, speaking slowly as if to a child. I realized we still didn't know his name. I respect your beliefs even though I don't hold them myself, but we are in a situation where every able-bodied individual must do his or her best. There are armed women outside. Yes, he answered. Adult women. Arlene turned to Jill. I apologize for doubting you, she said. I think you'll do fine. She glanced back at the president, who shook his head softly. I smiled, suddenly realized what we'd been had. He put on the whole Mormon patriarch act just to get us to accept a little girl as a teammate. What? It was masterful, and I didn't say a word to Arlene. Let her keep her illusions. I actually don't understand what just happened. Did Arlene get reverse psychologied? Because she was brought out to be on the mission, and I thought Arlene didn't want that to happen. I don't understand. I don't get it. Yeah, the libs got tricked. Libs owned today, that's for sure. Spooky Mormon president owned the libs. Jeez. Yeah, I'm confused. Doesn't make sense to me. If you succeed, concluded the president, you will have redeemed yourself thrice over. And if we fail, you'll be dead or undead. Either way, you'll never have to think about your error again. Gee, thanks a lump. What weapon do you have? Arlene asked Jill. The 14-year-old picked up a slim box from the table. Took me a moment to recognize it as a compact Big Punk Ultra Micro with a radio telemetry port. That was some nice equipment. Did she come with it, or did the president hijack it for her? You'll train her in the use of firearms, the president said, turned on his heel, and walked away. I've fired guns before, said Jill. Arlene touched the girl on the shoulder. Jill didn't pull away. Arlene didn't talk down to her. In a casual tone, she asked, "You think there might be some pointers I could give you, hun?" The 14-year-old smiled for the first time. She didn't answer right away. Then she said in a firm voice, "Want some pizza?" Now that she mentioned it, my mouth began to salivate. And thus ends Chapter 11. Okay. Our spooky Doom RPG party is fully formed now. We have Flynn Flight Taggart, Doom Marine Extraordinaire, who almost completely eradicated the human resistance, so that's cool. We have Arlene Sanders, woman,
We have Albert, Mormon sniper, who is horny as shit, and Jill, a dark and brooding hacker with a troubled past, who I genuinely can't tell if she actually was a prostitute and a drug addict. Like, I think maybe the president was talking about her in third person, but like, I don't know how they're talking. I don't understand. That was written very confusingly. Maybe it was written in and then changed and... Anyway, Jill rules. There's some great Arlene Sanders fan art out there. Yeah? She's a far more redeemable character than Lynn Fly Taggart. If you ever become president, I hope you use the voice you just used today. It's a shitty Reagan voice. That's it. But it's becoming something else. I'm using the same vocal tricks too often. There's not a whole lot of range there for president. Luckily, I think president just walked out of the book because they never gave him a name, I don't think. I think they may have said it once. There was a bishop guy too. But yeah, I'm excited for Albert and Arlene to have sex because I'm excited to see how Fly reacts to that. And I'm also excited to have this author try and write out what he thinks intercourse is like. Man, candle's burning a little low. Candle's burning low there, cowboy. There we go. That's not going to set anything on fire. All right, let's get back to video games. Okay. Gonna have to stop reading the book when it goes... Does that happen? Full pedo on top of a burning flag surrounded by applauding IRS agents? Does that actually happen? Is it that in there? No, it does not. Okay, thank God. I was worried you might have knowledge about it. I didn't want to get myself into something. We did meet the 14-year-old hacker. Yep, we met Jill. From the wrong side of the tracks. Jill's got dubious origins because the writing's not good. And not in a creative way. I mean, like, functionally, the writing made it very hard to figure out exactly what her deal was. Because the characters talked ambiguously about it. And I don't know. Who knows? Alright, I'm getting tired. Actually, 1 second. Let me go grab... I have a coffee in the fridge. I'm going to take a few sips off that. Alright, I'm back. You're not free. You're not free from doom. Look, this candle's almost gone. That's important in some way, I'm sure. Okay, where are we at? Fly almost doomed. The last bastion of Mormonity. You can just put it in the same glass if you want to, Steph. Steph's offering to make me another glass of tea. And I'm very, very grateful. Thank you. Right. He tried to call to his superiors in the military, the chain of command. Turns out the Marines have sided with the demons, along with the IRS, who apparently has a secret task force, and an aircraft carrier that... Alright, and then also the president of Mormon told Fly and Arlene that they would have to figure out a way through a force field and download military data on the invaders so that Mormon scientists could devise a way to beat them. That is the mission given to Fly and Arlene after almost destroying their entire base, the Mormon base. They went into a bond layer under a tabernacle and saw their secret operations command center, where they were given a private briefing and introduced to Jill, a 14-year-old computer genius who has to de-hack alien tech. Jill and Arlene bonded and are going to have a pizza party. Let's continue. Chapter 12. I took my cue from Arlene and reluctantly accepted the kid. So I guess I'm fly. Okay, sometimes you don't know who you are in a given chapter. The Mormon leader guaranteed the girl's bona fides, given the way he felt about the female of the species. If he wanted Jill on this mission that badly, that was good enough for me. Welcome aboard, I said, approaching Jill and putting out my hand. I didn't expect anything, but she surprised me by shaking hands and smiling. Smart kid. She knew when she'd won a victory. Thanks. Jill sized each of us up, letting her glance stay on me a little longer. Not exactly pleased with the effect, I noticed. I won't let you down, he said to all of us. How do you know? Asked Albert, but he wasn't being belligerent about it. Yeah, said Jill, not losing a beat. They talk that way around here. I won't get anyone killed on purpose. Arlene bent down and patted Jill on the head. The girl didn't pull away, but acted surprised. Affection was something new in her experience. I hoped she would live long enough to experience a lot more of it. But I didn't kid myself. Once we entered Los Angeles, the mission was everything, and we were all expendable. It had been that way since the first monster came through the gate on Phobos. Come on, said Arlene, taking Jill by the hand. Your training starts now. Jerry had stayed with us after the boss sauntered off. There might not be time for that, he said. He didn't say it as if he liked it. So far, the only person I'd met who impressed me as something of a jerk was the leader. And even he was no fool. Arlene kept her voice even and calm. We'll make time, she said. Training is not a luxury. Looking at the man's face, I could see that he didn't like arguing with facts. He shrugged and didn't say another word. How about it, Albert? I asked the other member of our team. What kind of time do we have? Plenty, he said. I've seen Jill shoot. She'll do fine. Do I get a gun of my own? Asked Jill. Does she? Arlene asked Albert. Sure is shooting, he said, letting a moment pass before we responded to his wordplay. He enjoyed the double take. We went to an above-ground arsenal. Seeing what they kept up top made me more anxious to see behind those doors downstairs. As it was, they wouldn't notice the absence of Jill's weapon of choice. Though it was a little strange seeing the 14-year-old holding an AR-19 like she was used to it. Jill noticed my expression. We need all the firepower we can get, she said. You're right. Let's see what you can do with it. And thank God she didn't have her heart set on an AK-47. The kick would knock her on her butt. At least the AR-19 was small enough caliber. There were plenty of places to shoot. We went to a makeshift range where someone had gotten a hold of old monster movie posters. Jill chose one already pretty badly shot up, a horns and tail demon from an old British movie. Looked a lot like a hell prince. One of the horns was shot out, but the other was still intact. I'll take the bone on his head, she announced. She missed with the first burst, pulling up into the right, but she nearly shredded the target anyway. Arlene went over and whispered something in her ear. Jill smiled and tried again. This time the bursts were shorter and stayed on target. The demon's second horn was history. What did you tell her? I asked Arlene. I always appreciate a few well-chosen words. Girl talk, she said, arching her dark eyebrows. Kind of ashamed to destroy these collector's items, I observed when we ran out of ammo. No problem, said Albert. We have hundreds of these. The president used to visit the church in Hollywood, and we have a lot of contacts. The Mormon network extends into Hollywood so they can replace the movie posters that they shoot for target practice. Okay. Got it. This is all good dialogue. This is good stuff. How did I do? Asked Jill, bringing us back to the original point of the exercise. I thought I'd need to teach you something, said Arlene. Guess you're mostly ready. Mostly. The day was shaping up nicely. We could do a whole lot worse than Jill.
I was still in a good mood when we had dinner with the president that night. They set a good table and boasted how they could keep this up for a long time. After dinner, Jill toddled off to bed in the female-teens quarter. Ooh, thank you. The story's awesome, the layers of intrigue are really gripping, and the conspiracies are real to life. Indeed, the characters are real and interesting. Who's this Jill? Jill is the 14-year-old computer hacker that was straight up produced out of nowhere and added to the team to improve our odds on this stealth mission to steal alien technology. What is Steph still doing up? She usually stays up pretty late, but she might just be staying up because of me. She usually stays up pretty late. She has a volatile sleep schedule. She works for a Polish company, mind. So they have like, she has to go to meetings really late at night and really early in the morning. So her sleep schedule can be pretty volatile. Okay, let's see here. After dinner, yeah, in the female-teen quarter, Jill toddled off to bed. Albert wanted to spend time with an older woman we'd been informed was an aunt, and I managed to get Arlene alone in the presidential garden. Okay. Although night had fallen, the security lights in the garden were bright thanks to the generators of our hosts. I saw Arlene frowning in thought. Albert may have an extra mission, she said, scouting out new converts for the church. I laughed. Hey, don't make it sound so sinister. We should ask any survivors to join us, male or female. Unless they've gone insane, she said. And there are parts of Los Angeles where it would be difficult to know. I have to make that sound every time there's a stupid zinger. Hey, Samurai Spartan, good morning. Good morning to you. Well, I'm glad we have Albert and Jill with us. She brightened. Me too. That young lady impresses the hell out of me. Maybe she's lucky to be going off with us to face. Maybe she's lucky to be going off with us to face demons and imps. Arlene never lost her ability to surprise me. Lucky? Hold on. Lucky? I ordered. Why do you say that? She's past puberty, Fly. They'd probably marry her off to one of these. She didn't finish. Oof. Bane Quo. Thank you very much for the Prime. Or is that like Bonquo? Bonquo? Is that a character in a Shakespearean play? But Arlene does have a point. Yes, it's gross. I recognized that the conversation was on the slippery slope to more trouble than a barrel of pumpkins. Arlene's prejudice against anything and everything religious, and especially against Mormons, was disturbing. How dare you be prejudiced against people who will arrange marriages at 14 years old? Arlene, that's really closed-minded of you. Okay? They just fed us pizza, Arlene. And the pizza was pretty good. They gave me 2 beers. Nobody that does that can be bad. Gosh. The people in this compound, Mormons and others alike, had done nothing to warrant such anger. Time for a strategic retreat. So, what do you think of the president? What do you think? She threw it back at me. Well, as I've said before, you don't have to like someone in power to recognize that you need cooperation from the boss. This man is no fool. He's playing his own game. Arlene shook her head, but it wasn't because she disagreed with me. I always understand a leader, she said. It's the followers who confuse me. This man is a master of transferring authority. His followers won't argue with someone who says he gets his marching orders direct from God. Yeah, but in the war we're about to fight, let's hope God really is on our side. Or we're on God's side, I mean. She took a stick of gum out of her pocket, popped the contents into her mouth, and gave forth with her considered opinion. Agreed. Any god, any goddess, anything to give us an edge is fine by me. I ignored the blasphemy. Honestly, she does it just to needle me. Where did you get the gum? I asked.
Jill, she said between chews. Want a stick?
No thanks.
Gum is not one of my vices, but I was impressed with how quickly Arlene had been won over. Fly sucks, man. Fly is just shitty. He's always shitty. He's just... Ugh. Why did you give me gum? Yeah, gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Mm-mm. Yeah, we can't let women have gum because then they might want to vote. We need to outlaw women owning bicycles. Keep them in the home where they belong. That was a joke. I gotta start doing stupid voices when I say stupid shit. I realized when I say stupid shit in my own voice. And also, I'm not really liking how, like, Fly is chill with all the religious stuff. Although I've known people like that. Like, they just don't see any problem associating peripheral morality to people who buy into a lifestyle. Like, people that can hang out with just straight out racists because they're like, well, I'm not racist. Like, well, yeah, but do you have to hang out? Well, I can't control what they do. Yeah, but you cannot bring it around. You cannot laugh at it. Anyway. I don't know how people can just, like, keep those boundaries. It's wild. Okay. I ignored the blasphemy. She's needling me. Okay. We went back in the compound, expecting to return to the room we'd been in before. A matronly woman we hadn't seen before greeted us. Hello, my name is Marie, she said. I'm here to show the young woman to the female quarters. Arlene and I exchanged knowing glances. I think we both did a commendable job of not bursting out laughing. I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept without Arlene taking watch. We'd already been through the sexual tension zone and popped out the other end with the understanding that we were buddies, pals, comrades. But now we were back in the Adam and Eve department. The only question that really mattered was, did we trust these guys to keep us alive while we slept? The fact that they were still here was pretty good evidence.
What kind of security do you have here?
I asked the woman. She didn't understand. Good enough to keep you out of the hen house, she answered with a slight smirk. I rolled my eyes. That wasn't what I meant, but skip it.
See you in the morning,
I said to Arlene. For the first time in a long time, I was alone. Maybe the president still had doubts about me, but they put me on a long leash. Suddenly, I realized I didn't know where I was supposed to sleep. The room we'd been in before made sense. We'd been allowed to use it when we freshened up, but we were under guard then. I wish I'd thought to ask the woman if that was where I was supposed to go. I don't know anyone in the hallways, but they didn't pay any attention to me as I went past. They weren't afraid. What a strange concept that had become. I could have asked them about a men's quarters, but I wasn't in a rush to have the old YMCA experience if I could avoid it. If I wasn't going to bunk with Arlene, then I wanted to be alone. I understand that, Fly. You're being honest. Privacy suddenly exerted a strong appeal. To be alone without a hell prince stomping on my face, sleep without worry of a zombie who used to be a friend cuddling up next to me and sharing the rot of the grave. Just to enjoy silence and solitude without spinies fudging it up. Yeah, the more I thought of it, the better I liked it. I retraced my way back to the room. After the corridors on Deimos, this was almost too easy. The door wasn't locked. Then I noticed that the lock had been removed. Now that I thought about it, there were no locks anywhere. But the room was empty, gloriously empty, and that was good enough. I went in and closed the door, flipped on the light. There was a miracle. The light came on. No conservation or blackout measures in the small windowless room, which meant I could do something more important than sleeping. The book was where I'd left it. Normally the Book of Mormon would not be my first choice of reading material. The sisters would not approve. Under the circumstances, I was grateful to have it. Is Doom Guy turning Mormon? I started at the beginning with the testimonies of the witnesses and the testimony of the prophet Joseph Smith. This told the story of the finding of the gold plates with the holy book written thereon. Reminded me of the old joke about the founding of the Unitarian Church. A prophet found gold plates on which was written absolutely nothing. As I read, I remembered an old Hollywood movie about Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, founders of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. Hollywood, where we would be going. Hollywood was in the hands of the monsters. Vincent Price starred in the Mormon movie and also in a million monster movies. I was sure this all meant something. I started the first book and made it to the second and the third and kept reading until I reached chapter 5 in the book of Alma, verse 59. For what shepherd is there among you having many sheep doth not watch over them, that the wolves enter not and devour his flock? And behold, if a wolf enter his flock, doth he not drive him out? Yea, and at the last, if he can, he will destroy him. That seemed like a good place to stop, because I doubted I would find a more agreeable sentiment anywhere else in the Mormon scriptures. And there ends chapter 12. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't... So, it was enough for them to just crash land into a Mormon town. I did not think that Doom Guy would convert. He did just say he didn't like any other part. Sort of. He didn't really, though. I doubt I would find a more agreeable sentiment anywhere else. So he agreed with that the most, but it doesn't really mean he didn't agree with the rest. And he's choosing to read the Book of Mormon instead of sleep? It's because he's all jazzed up about Jesus? Maybe in the author's mind, this is how he's trying to find absolution. If he goes Mormon, he won't fuck Arlene, though. I don't know that that's in the cards for Doom Guy now. Also, Arlene is gushing for Albert. Just absolutely like wide on heavy flow for Albert. She is full Niagara. The Hoover Dam. Oh. Who wouldn't be? Yeah. He's such a dashing young gentleman. Really, like, I really think Arlene just needs to get laid. If she were an actual character, it would be delightful for her. Fly, no. That would not be good for him. Sexual activity for Fly is bad. It would regress him. He's manageable now, right? But if he actually got, like, genuine tail, he would just go off the deep end immediately. And that's not good. We don't need Fly thinking he's in love. Yeah, Albert is leering and Arlene is gushing. It's a match made in heaven, really. Pun partially intended. Arlene is going to have some faux breakdown after she, like... I still don't know if this author can bring himself to write about real human intercourse. I don't know if he's got the stuff. I really hope he does. God, I hope he does. Arlene's been through so much having this idiot strapped to her belt. If someone doesn't dick her down within an inch of her life, I'm leaving. Very well said, Faye. Yes, Arlene's been through too much. Absolutely deserves some good dick. Okay. Let's get back to Game Boy Advance, huh? Makes sense. Click on this Doom novel again. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Candle Cam's just depressing now. There. Now the BFG is firing. The BFG 10,000 is firing. Yeah, we're back. We're back to spooky Mormon Doom. It's getting real religious in here. The Book of Amos 3:16 says, I can't believe Doom Guy is becoming a Mormon. But here we are. Not for me to judge. Only for me to read. Oh! Battleroid? What did you just do? Oh, Battleroid, what did you just do? What did you just do right now? 64 subs? Jesus, Battleroid. Oh my gosh. Something to cheer you up? Well, consider me cheered. I'm indeed cheered. It means less sleep, but that's good. That's a good thing. Holy sheet. Indeed, indeed. Wow. Battleroid, thank you very much for your generosity. That is an incredible sub bomb. Yeah. Nope, that's 64 subs. Nintendo 64 subs. Yeah, we're all gonna die. 2 chapters then. Battleroid, thank you very, very much. Never seen that many subs? I don't know that I have either. No, wait, I've seen like 100 sub bombs on like Games Done Quick and stuff, but that might be a record in this chat. So damn. Big Dick Battleroid, thank you very, very much for that extreme generosity. You've kept Stephanie in the furs. You've kept me in the video games. Enabled me to buy more terrible novels and weird games from the internet. So thank you very, very much. Which means we get to experience even more of wanted to do 100, maybe next 24-hour stream. Damn. Well, that's very encouraging. I'll keep that in mind. That's a significant portion of it just for yourself. Damn. All right. Thank you very much again. I don't know how many times to say it because it never feels like enough. So thank you. Chapter 13. Yeah, Doom Guy's going full Mormon. That's the latest update, which I did not think I'd be saying tonight. Oh, weird, man. Okay. Did you sleep well? Arlene asked, winking. Not bad, I said. I think it's the first night I didn't dream about monsters. Oh, Katarina, thanks for the resub. And Volition, thank you for gifting a sub. Appreciate you. The sun was up, the sky was clear, and for a moment it was possible to believe that none of this ever happened. A dog ran by, a healthy mutt that someone was feeding, not a sign of impending starvation, but perhaps an overgenerous use of resources. Guess what? She said with an impish smile. I didn't dream about monsters either, but I did dream. Teasing was simply not Arlene's style. She really surprised me. Maybe that's why they segregate the boys and girls, I said, to make everyone think about it. We just can't keep any secrets from you, said Albert, joining us outside the main cafeteria. Except the ones that count, I replied, not altogether innocently. I was still thinking about secrets and closed doors and an unknown, upcoming mission. Where's Jill? Asked Arlene. Already inside having breakfast, he said. We should join her. Afterwards, we'll receive our briefing. It had been a long, long time since I'd eaten pancakes with real maple syrup yet. I didn't think I'd be able to get coffee in Salt Lake City, but there was plenty of it for those with the morning caffeine monkey on their back. This was a pretty trivial monster in the grand scheme of things. And then we got down to business. We returned to the ops room from the day before. The president was waiting for us dressed in a conservative black suit. He could have passed as an undertaker, not the most inspiring image to send us off to California. The entire state of California is in enemy hands, he said, then led us over to a map of the relevant states. Red lines marked all the existing train tracks. There used to be a high-speed train between LA and Salt Lake City. We destroyed the train to prevent the aliens from sending us a cargo of themselves. I refuse to refer to those creatures as soldiers. We also thought the train might be used to send us an atomic bomb. Why would they even know how to use the trains? Asked Arlene. You fought them, didn't you? They can use anything we can. Machinery is machinery. It offends me how they used our own God-given atomic weapons against us. We are fortunate the radiation and poisons have not contaminated this area. God has intervened. Atomic, not nuclear. An interesting word choice. Okay, so they did use nuclear weapons. All right. We'll be going into radiation? Asked Jill. She had not thought of this until now. You'll be entering undestroyed areas, and our scientists tell us that the invaders have neutralized much of the fallout in the areas they control. Arlene interrupted as usual. When we fought them on Phobos and Deimos, they were comfortable with higher radiation levels than a human being, but that didn't mean they could survive H-bomb fallout. For a moment, I thought the president was going to bite her head off, but then he controlled his temper. We have anti-radiation pills for you to take and wristbands that will glow red if you get a near-lethal dose. In addition, you'll have some protective gear if you require it, and any weapons you can bear, of course.
How do we get to LA?
I asked. Take the train, answered Albert.
Great. How do we get to the tracks? I thought they were all ripped up.
Not all the track was destroyed, said the president. You can take one of our Humvees south, following the railroad track to a good spot for getting aboard the train. Getting aboard? How easily he breezed over that slight difficulty. And another small difficulty.
The aliens are gonna let us drive right out in a Humvee?
Albert snorted. The president glowered at him, then returned to the question. Of course not. You'll leave here and pass underneath enemy lines. The Humvee is hidden in a safe location, and Albert knows where it is. I do? Where you hid after blowing the tracks 3 weeks ago. Ah, Albert nodded, remembering the spot. Well, that made one of us.
Underneath the aliens, I asked, you have a tunnel?
It's always wise to build in a way to expedite escape, said Albert. All our safe houses use them, including this facility. Usually an exit from a basement, dive down 30 or 40 feet, then continue a long way, miles perhaps.
How did you build all that without anyone knowing?
We had a lot of time on our hands, he grinned, and a lot of members in street maintenance positions. You must ride the train into Phoenix, continued the president, producing a pointer and stabbing Phoenix. So the Mormons have built a labyrinthine series of tunnels because they have people in road maintenance positions. And they've been working on it for years, apparently. All right. Why Phoenix? Asked Darlene. The train that goes from Phoenix into LA can't be stopped and can't be boarded. Phoenix is under demonic possession. If you stow away before Phoenix and escape detection, you might not be boarded. Then it's smooth riding all the way to LA. He put down the pointer with a flourish. Pixel, hello. Hello and welcome. Jill laughed. She sounded a lot older than she was. Listening to the scorn in her laugh, it suggested a lifetime of frustration. The president did not act as defensive as I would have expected. I know it's a long shot, he said. I'm open to any better suggestion. I wish I had one, said Albert. I expected Jill to launch into a tirade, but she kept her mouth taped. Why? We don't know anything to expect. What? I don't know how he expects anything from Jill.
The plan sounds workable to me, I said. Everything is a long shot from now on.
At no point had anyone talked about who would lead this mission. I suspected the president would want his own man in charge, and I prepared myself for an argument. Then Albert surprised me. Corporal Taggart's in charge, of course. He surprised the president too, who started to object, then bit off whatever he'd been about to say. Leadership was clearly already determined. Okay. Sure, why not? The president allowed us to pick our own weapons, a double-barreled scattergun for me and a .41 caliber hunting rifle with a scope for long-range work. Arlene was back to her perennial AB-10 machine pistol and a scoped 30-30. Albert surprised me by picking some foreign-made Uzi clone I'd never seen before. I didn't think a Marine would go in for that kind of flash, but I guess it wasn't really any different from Arlene's AB-10, though a bit bigger, and even that might give it more stability in a firefight. Albert said he would just use Arlene's 30-30 for any sniping. Or is it 30? No. 3-30? I don't know. .30-30. And Jill had her AR-19, of course. Okay. We also took pistols, ammo, grenades, day-to-night goggles. We had to be very careful to conserve the battery power, using them only when absolutely necessary. No recharges. And one of the more exotic energy weapons I never liked. Not a BFG, which they'd never heard of, but a gas plasma pulse rifle. Oh, they got the plasma rifle. Okay. We packed food and blankets and other useful items, including a complement of mountaineering or wall-scaling equipment, not a rope, but grappling hook, crampons, and pythons. Pittons? The usual. Okay. The Humvee waited. God and Albert knew where. Would we find it? Would we run? Would it run if we did? I tried not to think about such questions as, with great solemnity, the president of the 12 led us through the inner compound to a small cinder block building and to the escape tunnel. Alright, that was actually a short chapter. That's one chapter. However, we are already there's another chapter banked up, which I will read in just a moment. Excuse me. But we are already halfway to the next chapter, which is outrageous. Again, Battleroyd, thank you for gifting an incredible thick brick of subs. Holy cow. Let me update that timer. Whew. Gonna burn that oil tonight. I'm gonna step away real briefly to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. See you guys in just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Put on a hoodie. It's cold in here. Anime Bay. Yeah, I know I'm on hour 11 of uptime, but it's really like, well, gosh, at this point, hour 17? Twitch went nuts part of the way in, so had to cycle the stream, unfortunately. Shattered my uptime, and I know, it's tragic. It's real tragic. Hey, Thornius. Good morning. Okay, chapter 14. We got another chapter. And we're over halfway to the next one after this. Chapter 14. Other members of the community gathered around us before we departed. Somewhere back in my mind, I wondered why we weren't hearing a heroic anthem to speed us on our way. Where was the brass band? Where were the speeches? In my mind, I heard fragments of the speech. Never before have so few faced so many in the defense of so few. Well, that wasn't exactly right. That's weird. So how far in are we really in hours streamed? I started at noon yesterday, and it's 5 a.m. now. So, 17 hours. Yeah. Whew. I've been streaming for 17 hours. I took a break to eat a burger. I took a break to eat a noodle dish. But I added some subs to the clock to balance it out. Oh, and Perpin Gold, thank you for gifting 5 subs, by the way. Thank you. Let's see here. There were a large number of heavy barrels of fuel oil in the building. Let me readjust my mic here. It's interesting because the mic kind of gets in the way of the book. Alright. There were a large number of heavy barrels of fuel oil in the building, seemingly stacked somewhat haphazardly. A pair of soldiers approached one particular barrel carrying an odd tool that looked like a giant-sized jar opener. They lowered the prongs over the barrel and pushed the levers forward, running the steel rods through the lip. Then they put their shoulders to the two ends of the jar opener and walked counterclockwise. Rather than tip over, the barrel unscrewed like a light bulb. They lifted the heavy false barrel from the narrow tunnel just wide enough to admit a single man of my size. Oh, sneaky. Arlene took point. She tricked me and winked at the president and blew him a kiss. His face flushed bright red. Then she held her AB-10, pointed straight down, and dropped out of sight. Albert followed, then Jill. I went last. We dropped into what looked at first like pitch dark. Then as our eyes adjusted, we found the slight ambient light adequate to see a few meters ahead and behind. Light came from phosphorescent mold, and the tunnel was deliberately carved to look natural, a fissure meandering left and right but mainly going straight northwest. It was wide enough for two abreast, and Arlene and Albert walked the point. Be careful. Be careful, Fly. You're going to lose that girl. Albert, because he alone knew the route. I took the tail end, Charlie, leaving Jill reasonably protected in the center. Before we started, I cautioned the crew.
From here on, no talking, not even for emergencies. We'll use the Marine Corps hand language. Jill, you just watch me. They may have listening devices, hunting for tunnels. Let's not make it easy on them, all right?
The tunnel was cool and dark, a relief from the hot sun of the Utah desert. At night, I hoped it would also insulate us from the freezing overnight temps. We could be underground for how many clicks? 8 kilometers, sighed Albert in response to my silent question. 6 passed by at breakneck speed. Well, as breakneck as you can get, shimmying through underground caverns with rough, natural hewn floors and limited light. It took us more than 6 hours, in fact, not much of a speed record. But the end was in sight, metaphorically speaking. We had just finished our 4th rest and were ready to tackle the final quarter. As Arlene ducked and stepped under an archway, I heard a sound that chilled me to the marrow. The startled hiss of an imp. We were not alone. Yeah, exactly, Kineas. We progressed at breakneck speed, except we didn't, but we kind of did when we didn't. This writing is amazing. It constantly undoes itself. So it's like, why did you write that in the first place? And yet, the words remain. Reacting to the sound, Arlene backpedaled. She stuck out her arm and caught Albert on her way back, knocking both of them to the ground. The move saved their lives. A flaming ball of mucus hurled past where they had stood but an instant before and splattered explosively against the wall. Arlene didn't bother rising. She raised her machine pistol and fired from supine. I swung my shotgun around and unloaded the outside barrel. Between the two of us, we blew the spiny apart. It had buddies. As Arlene and Albert scrambled to their feet, and the latter fumbled with his Uzi clone, swearing under his breath in a most un-Mormon-like manner, I pushed Jill to the ground and unloaded my second barrel, decapitating a zombie who wielded a machete. I cracked and reloaded. Albert finally got everything pointed in the right direction and loosed a volley of lead. We had surprised the bastards, and now they weren't even sure where we were shooting from. To make things worse, the zombie troops had zeroed in on the imps, catching them in crossfire with us. I pushed Arlene forward and she charged, taking advantage of the distraction. Yanking Jill to her feet, I followed, but we were several steps behind our teammates. Arlene broke left and Albert kept on straight, taking after the 2 clumps of spinies who made the fatal mistake of turning their attention to their own pathetic troops. To my horror, I realized what this resistance meant. The tunnel was breached. If the aliens knew about the tunnel, then soon troops would come pouring down the pipe, lurching directly into the heart of the last human enclave for hundreds of clicks. Albert must have realized the terrible danger at the same moment. He took advantage of a lull to flash a frantic sign. Explosives, tunnel, blow up, hurry. I got the message. The Mormons had intelligently lined their own escape tunnel with high explosive. We could somehow find the detonator, we could collapse the tunnel, saving the compound, but how? Where? I doubted even Albert knew where the nearest fuse lay, and wouldn't blowing the tunnel blow us up as well? But considering that it was I who brought this trouble upon them, it was clearly my duty to do it, even at the loss of my own life and the explosion. But first, we'd have to take care of these brown, leathery bastards. Arlene had gone left, and Albert straight. One imp suddenly lurched out of the darkness to our right, out of nowhere. I caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Jill,
I shouted, violating my own orders.
look out!
Unfortunately, like Ricky Tikki Tavi, she knew better than to waste time looking. Oh, I don't understand that reference. I know Ricky Tikki Tavi is like it's a movie, right? About a mongoose? I don't know. Okay. It's a kid's story? Yeah. I guess one they still tell in the distant science fiction future. Hey, what's up, Brandon? It's good to see you. Yeah, what a fucking reference, right? Candlejack? She hit the deck face first as I unloaded both barrels over her body. The imp landed nearly on top of the girl. If it had, it probably would have crushed her to death. Those damned demons mass 150 kilograms. Arlene and Albert finished killing their targets, and I started to relax. Then I noticed what the imp I had just killed held in its claws. Damn, it looked suspiciously like a satchel charge. For an instant I froze. Then that little voice behind my eyeballs whispered, "Lie, you know, standing like a statue might not be the best career move right about now." "Run!" I bellowed, bolting straight forward, picking up Jill on the fly. I ran right up to the imp and right over it, gritting my teeth against the expected blast. It didn't blow up. Not until we had made it about 10 meters down the tunnel. The explosion was loud but not deafening. It was the sequence of 7 or 8 explosions after the satchel charge that rattled my brains. We kept running like bloody lunatics as we heard the loudest report yet. It sounded like it was directly over our heads, and the tunnel began to collapse. Millions of tons of rock and dirt crashed down on my head, and something hard and remarkably brick-like cracked my skull. I was hurled to the ground by the concussion, and when I swam back to consciousness, I found myself laying half underneath a huge pile of collapsed tunnel roof. Had we just been a few footfalls slower, we would have all been buried under it. A steel brace arched up from our position, slightly bent. About 5 meters overhead, I saw daylight. But ahead of us, there was only rubble. "Congratulations," gasped Arlene, picking herself up and choking in the dust. "You found the only door frame for 100 meters in each direction. You sure you never lived in LA? Say, during an earthquake?" No one was crippled. Jill needed first aid for a nasty cut on her forehead, and I needed about 5 or 6 Tylenols. Albert stared forward into the collapse, then up at the sky. "Course correction, Corporal," he said. "I think it's time we rose above all this." We made a human ladder. I stood at the bottom, then Albert on my shoulders, then Arlene on his. Reaching up, she caught a hold of the bracing beam and held herself steady for Jill to climb like a monkey up and out. She secured a rope and threw the end back down for the rest of us. Wait, what? Hold on a minute. What's going on in chat here? Oh, your nephew broke his leg really bad? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Ooh. Is that something that can heal? That sounds bad. I'm sorry to hear that, Nick. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks bad. Outside, the sun was just setting, a faint flash of green in the western sky. The exploding, collapsing tunnel left a long, plowed furrow running jaggedly along the hard-packed dirt of the desert floor. Oh, how am I feeling, Aussie Maniac? I'm alright. I'm tired. But I have a coffee, so it's all balancing out. Okay. We hurried away from the site, found a rocky hill, and lay on our bellies on its top. When the stars appeared, Albert sighted on Polaris, then pointed the direction we should journey. "The ranch is another 4 clicks yonder," he said. "We ought to be there before midnight." 3 hours later, we skulked onto the deserted, burned-out ranch. Near the barn was a huge haystack. Inside the haystack, covered in a yellow plastic tarp, was a surprise. Ordinarily, I'd have rather run during the night and hold up in the daylight, but the aliens were more active at night, and more important, we were all utterly spent. Arranging a 3-day watch over Jill's protest, we collapsed into sleep. Or 3-way watch, sorry. Arranging a three-way watch over Jill's protest, we collapsed into sleep. Despite her threat, Jill didn't awaken until Arlene shook her the next morning. The engine of the Humvee groaned to life, the coughing gradually diminishing. The thing might actually run, I thought. Jill almost jumped up and down with excitement as the machine started to move. He was a kid again, forgetting all the crap of the universe in the presence of a new toy. Little things that bothered her sense of dignity vanished. What? What's bothering her dignity? She seems okay. She was why we would win the war against the monsters, no matter how many battles were lost, and no matter what happened to us. Okay, weird. Here we go, said Albert, holding an Auto Club map as if it were a dagger. He was a lot more dashing than the president. And I think even Flynn wants to get a piece of Albert here. Let's kick some monster butt, said the old Arlene. After 2 hours of steady off-road 70 kilometers per hour, we'd seen no signs of the changed world, but I knew this illusion couldn't last. While it did, I enjoyed every minute of it. An empty landscape is the most beautiful sight in the world when it doesn't contain smashed buildings, burning remains of civilization, and fields of human corpses. Of course, it would have been nice to see a bird, or hear one. Hang on, did you miss the president? You missed the Mormon president, who is kind of the president now because the actual president is working with the aliens. Or, actually, we don't know if the actual president's around anymore, but the human military has decided to work with the aliens. They've given Earth over. Sister and husband will probably do that when the dust settles. He's gonna... Oh, man, that sucks. Yeah, I mean... I don't know, maybe this... I don't know if this is silver lining at all. Maybe y'all can just sue and get some money and put it away for college. Like, find ways to turn this into a way that can put momentum behind your nephew's life, as opposed to being a... It's supposed to being a disability or a hindrance or something. But very, very sorry to hear that. Let's see here. Okay, we're gonna kick monster butt, driving in the car. There was a long line of straight road ahead, so I asked Jill if she would like to drive the Humvee. Cool, she said. What do I do? I let her hold the wheel, and she seemed satisfied. A Humvee is a big horse, and I wasn't about to put the whole thing in her charge, but she seemed comfortable, as if she had driven large vehicles before. Possibly a tractor? Our first stop was for a bathroom break. That's when I saw the first evidence that Earth wasn't what it used to be. A human skull, all by itself, half buried in the dirt. Nothing else around it, no signs of a struggle, but dislodging it with my shoe revealed a small patch of clotted scalp still on the bone. The ants crawling over the spot provided the final touch. What was this fresh skull doing here all by itself? Ick, said Jill, catching sight of my find. I could say nothing to approve on that. What's that odor? Asked Arlene. It's coming from up ahead, observed Albert. It was the familiar old sour lemon smell, unmistakable bouquet of finer zombies everywhere. As we resumed the journey, the terrain altered. There were twisted shapes on the horizon made of something pink and white that glistened in the sun. They reminded me of the flesh blocks that might still be pounding endlessly up and down on Deimos. Hey, yeah, the baby cubes. Forgot about that. That was a long time ago. They were shaped more like the stalagmites I'd seen in my spelunking days. They didn't belong out here. The whiff of sour lemons grew stronger, which meant zombies shambling nearby or rotting in a ditch somewhere else. My stomach churned in a way it hadn't since Deimos. The sky altered as well. The blue sky slowly shaded into a sickly green with a few red streaks, as if pools of green sludge were leaking into the sky. We were all quiet now, fearing that to say anything was to ruin the last glow of quiet friendship before the storm. I glanced at Jill. She wore a determined expression better than the president of the Council of 12 wore his gun. Arlene and Albert checked out the ammo and guns for something to do. Jill was content to stay up front and help drive the vehicle. Arlene finally broke the silence. You know, Fly, they gave us more than we can pack They gave us more than we can pack with us when we dump the Humvee. We're going to be able to stow aboard the damn train when it slows down.
Yeah, I said. Take what you can.
Jill looked over her shoulder. Can I help? Can I help? She asked. I'm trying to read her as like a muted, moody kid, but the dialogue is so bland. Jill's dialogue has been nothing so far. She's not a character, so I guess we'll see. Don't have a lot of characterization to work with for a voice. I just keep thinking of the like IDK my BFF Jill character from that like cell phone ad from a million years ago. So that's what I keep throwing back to. But I really like Vocal Fry. Jill looked over her shoulder. Can I help? She asked. We're doing okay, said Albert. You're not throwing out my machine gun, are you? She asked suspiciously. Albert laughed, the first sound of happiness since we crossed over into what I was already dubbing Infernal Earth. Honey, we'll toss food and water before we let go of a good weapon. My name's not, she started to say, then noticed Albert's friendly expression. Context and tone of voice made a difference. I wouldn't be surprised if we weren't the first people in her life to treat her like a person. There was the sound of an explosion to the west. Is that thunder? Asked Jill. She stared to the right, but there was nothing to see.
No, I said. Someone is playing with firecrackers.
Something more likely, said Arlene. Behold, said Albert in a low voice, obviously speaking to himself. That great city of Zarahemla have I burned with fire, and the inhabitants thereof. Okay. Jill suddenly surprised me by turning around and facing Albert, asking, Are you saying the monsters are a judgment of God against the human race? No, he said. I think it's a testing. Arlene had promised not to talk religion with the boss. Now the circumstances had changed. Albert was a comrade. She'd talk about anything with a comrade. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about this, but this is the book. I'm sorry to report that the author of the Doom novel's at it again, so prepare yourself. Fuck me. Alright. Are you saying the monsters are a judgment of God against the human race? No, I'm saying it's a testing, says Albert. Arlene is activated, and she says, quote, Would you say what the Nazis did to the Jews was a testing? She asked angrily. Why do they keep doing that? The most important lesson from what Hitler did to the Jews, he said calmly, was that at the end of the war, they are still in the world. I'd call that a testing, one that they passed by surviving when the 1,000-Year Reich was destroyed. If they had been destroyed, it would have been a judgment. That's a take, Albert. That vagina just slammed closed. Like you could hear like the air pressure in the room in the car changed because of that whoop. Just that vacuum shut. It zipped up, yeah. People's ears popped because of how quickly that vagina slammed shut. You're like, wow. Okay. Arlene fumed at Albert, but didn't say anything. Obviously, his answer irritated her at some level, but she couldn't think of an intelligent response. She was owned by logic. In space, she said finally. On Phobos, We found a giant swastika. That's true. Does reference there is a swastika map in Doom. Okay. She let her observation hang in the air, waiting for the Mormon to respond. What do you think it means? He asked. Arlene sighed. I don't know, except it's a reason for me to hate them more. Okay. I would hate them just as much, said Albert, if you had found the cross up there, or the flag of the United States, which I believe was also inspired by God. A symbol used by aliens means nothing to me. We know them by their fruits. How was the American flag inspired by God? Christian God. Now that's a stretch. That's a big stretch. But I mean, believing that the Constitution is a holy document is a stretch too. So Albert's pretty deeply in that camp, yeah. Despite being a total dreamboat, Albert also has the misfortune of being deeply read. The American flag is an imperialist scoreboard. That's an excellent way to describe it. Huh. A symbol of the rightness and virtue of our culture. Hey, if God didn't intend... This is Manifest Destiny. If God didn't intend for us to have the entire country, then we wouldn't. But we did. So obviously it's fine. If the United States is a Christian nation, then nothing it does can be wrong, because then God would forsake this country. But God has not, because we are still number one! Yeah, Albert was at the Capitol big time. He was peacefully protesting. We still don't have all the Americas? That's a good point. Watch out, Manitoba. Classic Manifest Destiny. I love that really by looking at shapes on a map, you can say, God wanted us to have this. Fucking love it. I fucking love it, man. Ironically, like, it's weird. The internet has connected the United States, and we're like, there were so many isolated pockets of culture in the US that everything was fine as long as people could ignore all this weird shit. But when this religious stuff starts hitting like public visibility, then this entire culture feels judged, and then they lash out. It's a messed up situation, man. Okay. A symbol used by aliens means nothing to me. We will know them by their fruits. Oh, fug, said Jill. Oh, fug, said Jill. This is like being back in class. Don't give me a test, Albert. I figured it was a good time to move on. It actually says F-U-G, oh fug. I figured it was a good time to move on.
I'm with Albert,
I said. Ew, Flynn, Jesus, fuck.
Symbols mean nothing outside of their context, but I never expected to hear that from a religious guy.
I'm full of mysteries, he said. I was glad for our little debate. It took our mind off the fact that the sky kept changing. It was now completely green, made me think of fat frogs and mold. The lemon stench was bad enough that it seemed the same back on Deimos and Phobos. I'd forgotten how after a while you get used to anything and then you could ignore it. Albert reminded us he was in charge of the map by pointing out we were nearing the sabotage point. I'd say we're a mile away, he said.
Let me take the wheel back, Jill.
The kid didn't argue, glad to say. I started slowing down the Humvee. We need to tip it over on the tracks just past that curve, said Albert. We don't want to derail the train.
Right,
I said.
They should see it in plenty of time after they come around the bend.
Have you given any thought to how we're going to tip this monster over? Asked Arlene. It must weigh a couple tons. I sure have. That's why I brought along block and tackle in a drum. What? She didn't seem to appreciate the humor. Was that a joke? Block and... I guess he brought explosives or something. I don't know what that means. But that is the conclusion of chapter 14. We had a deeply uncomfortable little philosophical discussion there. I will say, though, that like, suffering is a test by God is certainly a culture that I'm familiar with. I'm still reeling from the Nazi Germany take. Not the first one, unfortunately. a couple of other ones actually directly compare the plight of Mormons in the demon invasion world to, yeah, the systemic persecution that the Jews suffered as a result of the Holocaust, which is not only incredibly tasteless, it's also just incorrect. So yeah, I'm just thinking about how can people make those, how can anyone make those comparisons without stopping to ask themselves if anything is remotely in good taste? Because the answer is it never is. Gosh, reminded of that. I can't remember who, because I kind of didn't want to know the name, but the reviewer who compared The Last of Us Part 2 to Schindler's List, and I was just like, gah, blech. Or, God, there was a writer that made some asinine comparison about Cyberpunk 2077 and compared it to Hitler getting Time Magazine People of the Year. And I was like, did you just compare this game made by a Polish company to Hitler? Did you do that? I think in context of the article, it made a little more sense. It was like, well, he was Person of the Year because he was consequential, so Cyberpunk ought to be Game of the Year or something like that. But it was just like one of those moments where that's just not what you do. You just don't do it. Never do that. Oh boy. Anyway, but game bad? Sure. Game buggy. We'll forget all about. Well, you know what? Let's just table Hitler and get back to some video games, huh? Let's do that. Sorry, Santa will save the world, but first, Mormonism has to save all of us and make very inappropriate references to the suffering of other groups of people. Let's Doom music back up. All right. Chapter 15 of the second Doom novelization of the hit video game Doom. There's a lot going on. Our merry band of tactical stealth espionage operatives are trying to infiltrate a train. How many total chapters? Good question. 33, looks like. 33. Okay, alright. Chapter 15. Who's talking? Oh yeah, the last question was, how are we going to flip this Humvee onto the train tracks to stop the train so that we can sneak aboard the train and sneak into Phoenix so that we can sneak into Hollywood, Los Angeles, to infiltrate some headquarters and download tech data about the demons to get it back to the Mormon scientists so that they can figure out how to open the shield force field surrounding the United States. Oh, also, I think the secret tech base facility is in Ojai in Hawaii. Anyway. Rub my eye a little bit. No, we're not getting close to the end. Also, there's 2 more books anyway. So, you missed some deep plot overnight? Yeah, there's been a lot going on. Yeah, there's been a lot. Flynn and Arlene joined a survivalist Mormon commune. They radioed for help, and then accidentally brought the combined secret armies of the CIA and the demons to bear on the Mormon compound. They fought alongside the Mormons to prove themselves after betraying them. Oh, and now they're on a secret mission to do what I just described, to really vindicate themselves in the eyes of the Mormon army. How did Arlene come to terms with the Mormons? She kind of didn't, but we now have a hunky Mormon sniper named Albert that Arlene was kind of thirsting over in our party, along with a 14-year-old hacker that is basically not a character because the author has no idea how to write them. Okay, so we were talking about flipping our Humvee onto train tracks. Albert brought along block and tackle in a drum. Arlene didn't seem to appreciate that humor. I don't know how that's humorous. Yeah, Loofbox. The IRS has a secret army that they've been building up in secret over the past couple of years. It's getting into weird, like bouncing off QAnon territory, suggesting that there is actually a holy war happening within the United States government, and the Mormons have been preparing for Armageddon for a while, and the weirdos aligned with the demons have been preparing for it for a while. It's getting uncomfortably close to saying the Mormons are right about everything, and has hinted at that pretty directly a couple times. This book's going weird, man. It's going to some places. And I expected it to, just not those places. It continues to surprise me, which is probably a mark in its credit somehow. All right. Sorry, I'm having trouble focusing because I've been awake for a while. All right. Albert says he bought tackle and a drum. I don't know what that means. Albert continues, "No, really, AS, I'm not joking. I'm not laughing." I held up the drum. Arlene squinted. C4? Plastic explosive? Just a soup con, whatever that means. A bit of spice for an otherwise drab mission. The others stood back at a safe distance as I parked the vehicle next to the tracks. Okay, so now I guess I'm in the head of Albert, which is gross because last time I was there, he was lusting lustily after Arlene all the time. The others stood back at a safe distance as I parked the vehicle next to the tracks, molded a goodly glob on both the front and rear left tires, then rolled it forward until the C4 was against the ground. I fused both bunches with identical lengths of det cord, lay flat, and closed the connection. Jill covered her ears. Clever kid. The Humvee is normally one of the most stable wheeled vehicles ever built, but even its wide body and long wheelbase was never meant to stand up to a double charge beneath the left axle, or the left side. With a flash and bang, the C4 did the job. The wheels blew off, but not before the entire vehicle jerked into the air and rolled along the longitudinal axis, landing upside down on the rails. I held my breath as it skittered and spun, but it came to a rest, still blocking the tracks. I had even more C4 just in case we needed a slight adjustment. That wasn't too tough, declared Arlene, standing with hands on hips, surveying the undercarriage. 1 second, sorry. Wait, am I... Oh, no, wait, I'm Flynn still. Am I Flynn? Who am I? This sounds like a Flynn line. That wasn't too tough, declared Arlene. Of course you'd say that, I complained, after letting me do all the work. That sounds like Flynn, right? Maybe I'm Flynn still. You mean you and Charlie 4? What do we do now? Asked Jill. We guard the gear, I said, and hurry up and wait. Hey, welcome to the armed forces. Okay, yeah, that sounds like Fly. Inconsiderate of the fiends to not post their schedules for us, said Albert. Okay. Confused, but I am still Flynn. Got it. Amen, agreed Arlene, to Albert's amusement. I'd expected her to say something sarcastic in reply, but she patted him on the arm. They really seem to like each other. Maybe their argument over Judgment Day was a test for each other. God, they are just so horny. They'll get over anything. The idea, of course, was for us to climb aboard the train when it stopped to clear the tracks. We'd stay back until it started to move again, then we'd take a running leap and catch the ladders, humping up to the roof. I was worried about Jill. I had no idea whether she could make the jump, and if she missed... But she was a wiry kid and looked like a tomboy. I don't want him to describe what she looks like at all. All the same, I quietly removed everything heavy from her pack, including her Comp Mac Ultra Micro. I couldn't afford to let her drop it under the wheels, or drop herself. Can I put my ear to the track and listen for the vibration? Asked Jill. I saw that in a movie. You don't think you'll fall asleep? I asked back. It could be a long wait. She assumed the position, and managed to stay down for a good 20 minutes before flipping over and trying the other ear. 15 minutes after that, she decided that it could be a long wait and joined us over by the stuff around the hill. Stuff. Why do they have to change the sky? Jill asked. I don't know, said Arlene, but it makes me appreciate the night. At least we don't see the green then. Albert passed around some beef jerky. We had plenty of water and didn't have to worry about rationing yet. We carried chlorine pills to purify the water, which wouldn't help much if the aliens poisoned it with some nerve toxin. Jill poked Albert. Why do you think these things are demons if they can be killed? He looked at me, raising his brows. Don't give me a hard time, I said. I haven't discussed it with her. She can think for herself, you know. There are greater and lesser powers, he said. There's nothing wrong with viewing these creatures as alien invaders as our marine friends do, but we believe they would not have taken on these guises unless they were directed by genuine demonic forces. Then why don't we exorcise them? Says Jill. Wait, exercise? What? Oh, I see. No, I get it now. Okay. Then why don't we exorcise them? Said Jill. Arlene smiled. You mean exorcise, Jill? I like exercise better, I interjected. Some of these monsters seem out of shape to me. We could capture one and PT the hell out of it. Speaking of which, Albert began, but he didn't have to finish. The train whistle was high and loud, a lonely call from the remnants of our world. I don't think you'll need to place your ear to the track, I told Jill. First there was the rumbling, then it came around the bend, bigger than life, the engine, the head of a dragon. Each car behind it a segment of spinal cord. Thousands of tons rushed towards our little Humvee, lying across the dark rails like a sacrificial offering. It's not slowing down, whispered Jill. I don't know if it's literally bones. Is this a bone train? Because that'd be cool. There was no way the man or monster in the engine couldn't see the obstacle and path of the train. The natural reaction was to slow and stop. Instead, they chose the unnatural reaction, dispelling any doubts about what sort of creature was driving. The monsters were among us. The damn train sped up. The drone of the giant diesel-electric motors drowned out the world, sinking our great plan beneath drifts of sand as if drowning in that dry ocean. Jill moved forward, still going to give it a try, but no way I would let her commit suicide. I grabbed her arm hard and shouted, "Back off, everyone!" If that behemoth came off the tracks, it could explode and obliterate us like bugs. I had other plans, foremost among them, to stay alive. We ran, the roaring of metal on metal and groaning diesels directly behind us. We felt the impact of the collision before we heard it, as the vibration tuning forked through the desert into the soles of our feet and up to our hearts. The sound ripped through my head, made my teeth ache, and squeezed my lungs with the weight of the crash. Bible stories ran through my head, the good old King James Version with the Old Testament warnings and massacres. Lot's wife looked behind her after the Lord God told her not to. She was too curious for her own good. My kind of woman. I couldn't resist a backwards glance either. The train plowed through the Humvee like it wasn't even there except as a sound effect. Pieces of our transportation flew at us. I realized there was a certain wisdom to Bible stories. This crap could sever our necks and smash us to pulp. You could actually hurt an eye. What? You could hurt an eye? What, man? We kissed dirt and something whizzed past my right ear, but I had no curiosity to see what it was. I thought he liked curiosity. I thought that was his kind of woman. Finally, the dangerous sounds went away. Standing up to see the remains of our vehicle, I checked that my three buddies weren't bleeding or buried under hunks of twisted metal. The receding train reeled drunkenly from rail to rail like an Iowa farm boy with a snootful on his first night of liberty. I half expected to see a fat red demon riding in the caboose, leaning out and giving us the finger. Then again, a good number of these beasties lack the digits and dexterity to perform such a feat. Oh, they said Amagus? That's right. I missed the meme. Doing my thing here. Man. So, said Arlene after a long dramatic pause, what's plan B? Jill occupied herself spitting out a mouthful of dirt while Albert helped her to her feet.
Liabilities, I said. No Humvee, no train.
Assets?
We're alive, we still have our weapons.
Beats do your stuff, said Albert. Oh, geez.
We'll hike into Phoenix, I said. It's already late afternoon, better for us to travel by night anyway. Special on foot.
Especially on foot. Can't talk about your feats, man. Right, said Jill, but she didn't continue the complaint. I let it slide. A little bitching from the troops can have its salutary effects. Whatever the green crap in the atmosphere was, it didn't prevent the stars from coming out, although the twinkle was a bit weird. Footsore and weary, we took our first rest stop at midnight. My first girlfriend lived in Scottsdale, said Albert. I always enjoyed Arizona. Was she a Mormon? Arlene blurted out. No, I'm a convert. We didn't much believe in anything, not even each other. Why do you like Arizona? Said Arlene. The desert is clean, the mountains are clean, and best of all, there's no humidity.
You sound like a travel folder, I said.
Not anymore, he sighed. We'll get our world back together. We'll get our world back, Albert, said Arlene. An attack of commanditis seized yours truly.
If we're going to save the Earth, then we need to sleep in shifts.
I took first watch so everyone else could sleep, but Jill joined me. I can't sleep, she said, so don't try and make me.
No, I'm glad for your company.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't want Jill and Flynn to be alone together ever.
I'm glad for your company, I said. I hate wasting the rest of the night, and I'm not tired either. When Albert and Arlene wake up, I'm thinking we should move on.
Fine with me, she said. I think they're sweet on each other. I stared at Jill, wondering where the hell that comment came from. I didn't say a word, but the teenager had given me something to think about, besides how many rounds it took to put down a spider mind. Ooh, he's so mad. That's awesome. Absolutely nothing else happened for 4 days. Except Arlene and Albert spent a lot of time arguing, leaving me to debate computer ethics with a 14-year-old net cop of the month. Jill was down on even the slightest infraction against privacy by anyone. She's a real hacker then, awesome. It was dawn on the 5th day when we arrived on the outskirts of Phoenix. A number of buildings were rubble, but some were still standing. We decided to hole up in one of those. With weapons loaded and in hand, we moved in. I was pleased to know Jill handled herself well. This was good. If anything happened, I'd be too busy to hold... Oh goodness, sorry, excuse me. If anything happened, I'd be too busy to hold anyone's hand. In the first alley we entered, we ran into an appetizer of 3 pathetic zombies. Albert, Arlene, and I acted so quickly that Jill didn't even get a shot off. But it was her first contact with the enemy. We rounded the corner and found ourselves in the enviable position of staring at 3 zombie backs. It was 2 males and a female. One of the males a civilian, the other an army sergeant, and the woman used to be a cop in life. Any qualms I ever had about shooting women in the back were burned out of me up on Phobos. Phobos meant fear, and fear was a marvelous teacher. Without a word, wait, hold on, Konang. Thanks for gifting 10 subs. Thank you, thank you. Without a word, I swung my double-barreled shotgun up to my shoulder, sighted it as if aiming for a clay pigeon, and let fly with the outer trigger. The living dead female cop pitched forward without a sound, her head vanishing in a haze of red and green blood and gray matter. The other 2 growled and started to turn, but the soldier zombie took 2 taps in the head from Arlene before he got even halfway around. She kept her AB-10 on on single shot, no sense of wasting ammo. The third zombie was armed only with a stick of some sort. It looked like it used to be a gas station attendant. It shambled towards us, unafraid of course. Its only desire was to beat us into bloody pulp and perhaps eat the remains. Jill whimpered and sank to one knee, fumbling her AR-19 around. Her numb, nerveless hands shook, and she suddenly had not even the strength to pull back the T-bar and cock the weapon. Well, no reason to dump a death on her conscience, even a zombie death. She'd have plenty more chances. Sparing her a friendly glance, I raised my shotgun again, the outer barrel still unfired. But Albert beat me to the punch, expertly firing a quick 3-round burst that caught the zombie in the face, destroying it instantly. The guy was good. He had literally fired from the hip on rock and roll and tapped it perfectly. I stole a look. His face was grim, determined. I had no trouble believing he had been a sniper. He was brooding and looked real cool. Yeah, that's a sniper. The soup course consisted of 5 imps who were attracted by the noise. Given the time of day, thinking of breakfast would be more appropriate. Time to fry the bacon. They came shuffling around the corner, already wadding up balls of flaming snot. One was a fast mother. It heaved its flame wad before we could get off a shot, and Arlene had to hit the deck to evade. I heard a snick click as Jill finally ran the slide, cocking the hammer and slamming a round into the chamber. I discharged my remaining barrel, knocking an imp to the dirt. It was still alive. I crabbed sideways. You just made crab a verb. I crabbed sideways, cracking the breech and sliding 2 more shells inside while Albert fired short bursts, alternating between the nearest imps. Each burst drove the target backward a few steps. Then a dead-eyed Spiny from the back ranks chucked a mucus ball over the front ranks, catching Albert on the shoulder. It splattered across his armor, still burning, and he yelped and dropped the Uzi clone. Arlene got to one knee, clicked the lever 1 notch down, and began firing bursts at the still advancing imps. She focus-fired on 1 imp at a time, taking them down. One of them slid by us somehow. None of us saw the damned thing. All of a sudden I turned and it was in my face, hissing and screaming like death on 2 legs. And that ends Chapter 17. Chapter 17 concluded. No, that ends Chapter 15. Sorry. We are up to Chapter 16. Oh, whew. That was a interesting chapter. Things are moving now. Literally and figuratively. Literally and literarily. Moving. Good stuff. And also, yeah, really nice that this Mormon shit has just been put to bed for now. Very much appreciating that. A lot. Alright, let's get back to games. Santa's gotta save the world. Let's see what's up with that. Okay, where were we? My god, what a journey it's been. Yeah. So let's see. They got ambushed by imps, basically. They're trying to hike their way into Phoenix so they can board the train that didn't stop when they flipped a car on the tracks. There was a line that straight up said it was like dragon bones, or it was like a dragon's tail, a skeleton, or something like that. There was a line that said it was a skeleton train, but they didn't describe it at all apart from that, and I couldn't tell if that was being like metaphorical or not. So, weird, again. The things that this book chooses to use words on is very confusing. Chapter 16. Alright, so they were trying to sneak into Phoenix to hop a train to get to LA, to infiltrate the alien insurgency. This is like almost becoming Escape from New York feeling. Anyway. They ran into some imps. They shot a lot of imps. And then one just came out of nowhere. It's amazing how in this book a lot of things come out of nowhere to affect the storyline. All right. There was an imp directly on our guy Fly's tail. I backpedaled. I took a piece of flame wad in the face anyway. Oh yeah. Sorry. Albert took an imp shot to the armor. They said, "What book is this?" This is the second book in the Doom novel series that came out in the mid-90s. So it's based on the game, and it is a trip. It's a trip. It suddenly got very Mormon, but now we're shooting demons again, so everything's great. I backpedaled, but took a piece of flame wad in the face anyway. Blinded and agonized, I dropped the shotgun to the pavement and grabbed my face, screaming. I heard and felt the 180-kilogram monster looming over me, and I steeled myself to take a savage swipe to the ribs. The swipe never came. I heard the high-pitched rim shot sound of the AR-19 discharging on full auto, and the monster pitched forward against me. I rolled to slip it as it fell. I sure didn't want to get crushed underneath. By the time I was able to blink my eyesight back, the rest of the Spinies were room temp, and Jill stood over the body of her very first kill, managing to look simultaneously triumphant, sick, and scared to death.
Congratulations, girl.
I croaked, still grimacing at the pain. Fuck. Alright, remember how I said it was cool that somehow the book had managed to not be terribly creepy about Jill, the 14-year-old hacker. Well, that ends today. That ends now. Because Flynn is on the case yet again.
Congratulations, girl.
I croaked, still grimacing at the pain.
Virgin no more.
Thanks. She looked as ambivalent as she probably would in a couple years. Whoa. Gets worse, man. Fuck. Okay. This is the book saying this. Please. Please understand that I'm reading words from a book that came out 30 years ago? 30 years ago. Alright. We all agree this is not good. Okay, good. She looked as ambivalent as she probably would in a couple of years when she lost the other form of virginity, unless I'm showing my age by presuming she hadn't already. That might be the creepiest sentence in all of the books so far. Oh, man. Stretch. I gotta stretch that out. Oh. Yeah, how did they make it so much worse? It's like, you hope they don't go somewhere. They almost go there. That's bad. It stings. Then they go there and you're like, oh, damn. And then they double down and you're like, bro! And then they just give it that extra little slap on the back. Like, why did you triple down on it? Ugh. Yeah, right, Bobby? It's like, you almost... It's like the bandage was ripped off. It was a creepy one-liner. But then he's got to spell it all out, right? Got to define it all. Make sure you understand just how disgusting it is. Okay. All right. My mistake. One of the critters wasn't quite dead. When we huddled to assess damages, it leapt to its feet and took off down the alley. Arlene, the Hermes of the group, bolted after the thing. Albert, hot on her heels. We raced to the imp. I'd never seen one move this fast before. Was it that this one had the sense to be afraid? Or had the genetic engineering made some improvements? The imp scooted around a corner. Arlene followed, then Albert, and finally, yours truly. Jill was somewhere behind. So now Jill is somewhere behind? 14-year-old, she's back. She's fine. There are imps, man. We spied an open door across the alley. and Arlene and Albert made a beeline for it. But as I noticed a nearby trailer was rocking back... Wait. But I noticed a nearby trailer was rocking back and forth as if someone had just entered.
Over here, I yelled.
I wasn't used to an imp doing something as clever as opening a door to mislead his pursuers before doubling back to his real objective. But then I hadn't expected the imp on Phobos to talk, either. Yeah, that was a pretty long throwback, yeah. That did happen. Oh yeah, Loof, the wink, because they know they're being creepy. That's the sensation I get from a lot of anime sometimes. It's like... It's bad to do something or to insinuate something, but it's even worse to wink at me about it. Like you did me a favor. Like at least be shamed of it, please. Anyway. We spied an open door across an alley. Oh dear. The door was locked, but a trailer door hardly merited a waste of ammo. As I started to kick it, I heard a familiar sound. Once you've heard the humming, whizzing sound of a teleporter, you never forget it. One good thump and we were in. A few sparks of light hung in space over the rectangular piece of metal. Damn, I said. Shazam, said Arlene. Huh? Asked Albert. Just making a little joke from before your time, she said. Hey, I've had friends who take that stuff. Albert countered. It's bad stuff, ma'am. What? I've had friends who take that stuff? In reference to her saying Shazam? We'll get into the cross-cultural discussion later, kid. Oh, no, that's the point.
We'll get into the cross-cultural discussion later, kids,
I said.
Right now we have more important problems. Like, should we follow this one or leave well enough alone?
If we follow, said Albert, it might put us in the center of this thing. I think we shouldn't follow, exactly because it might put us in the center of this thing, said Arlene. They both had a good point. There was no questioning Albert's courage, but Arlene and I had the experience. I felt a disturbance in the force behind me. Jill squeezed in, her face hard, cheeks streaked where she'd been crying. But she was in control, the mask tight. He's crying, and he's like, good. She looks tough. Did you just add that? No, that's what the book says. Here, just so there's no confusion, I'll read it again. I felt a disturbance in the force behind me. These are all words that are in the book. Jill squeezed in, her face hard, cheeks streaked where she'd been crying. She was in control, the mask tight. Oh, nope. That force line is in the book. And force is capitalized. So, for sure, the force is now in this book. Doom Guy is a Jedi. Of course. Doom Guy, Jedi. This sounds same as He's just the most metal Jedi ever, that's all. He had a lightsaber. He did. Okay, let's see. Sense a disturbance in the force. Yeah. Jill's here. She's murdered now. Oh, Virus with Shoes, thanks for the resub. How we doing? I'm in another space-time right now. It's really interesting. But I'm going. Let's see. Felt a disturbance in the force. Here we go. Oh, I guess this is Jill. Let's vote on it, she suggested, demonstrating she'd picked up some vile egalitarian habits from somewhere.
Sure, I said. A show of hands for all those who think we should follow the imp through the teleporter.
Albert and Jill raised their hands.
Now those against.
Arlene raised her hand. If you vote with her, it's a tie, said Jill. proving she'd taken some courses in the higher arithmetic.
Not necessary for me to vote, I said, because Arlene's vote counts as 3, the nays carry.
Exclaimed Jill, frustrated. Albert merely shrugged.
Let's put a guard on the grid, I said. The Spiny could return with reinforcements, hell princes, pumpkins.
Maybe even a steam demon, Arlene added. We could tell that the new monster fighters weren't exactly following the conversation. There's lots of different aliens, said Arlene. I know that, said Jill, a touch defensively. I'll take first watch, said Albert. If we're not going to follow, I suggest we hide out in the trailer. But maybe that's not such a good idea. Instead of teleporting, the imp might drive up with a tank column. Are we waiting until night before we leave?
On foot we'd wait,
I said.
But in this truck, the bad guys will probably just assume we're members of the club.
What truck?
Who but a monster or a zombie would be driving in this region now? Besides, Albert is right. We have to get out of here, like, right now. Oh, we have to get out of here, like, now.
Assuming zombies can drive, mumbled Arlene.
If they have brains enough to shoot, they have brains enough to drive,
I said. Can I drive the truck? Asked Jill, eyes wide. It would be really cool. I've created a Frankenstein's monster, I thought.
Can you drive a stick?
I asked. She nodded.
A big rig like this, double clutching, multiple forward gears. Have you ever?
Oh, Cam died. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, that usually happens at some point in a 24-hour stream if because I forgot to turn it off when I took breaks. That's my bad. Yeah. It's either like overheats, or it might just be a safety shutoff or something. But usually you have to wait a couple minutes, and then I turn it back on, and it's fine. So it's probably just something has to cool off. Yeah, do they have a truck? I don't think so. I don't know where this truck came from, or what they're talking about. I thought that was just me. But yeah, they haven't talked about a truck. Maybe they just found one? Oh, it's tough. It's ashamed. Yeah, I understand. Get some water here. I'm not going to claim to get it. The book he's reading now is just as dark as his webcam. Hey, it is nighttime, I think. Okay. So, I was yelling at a traumatized little girl who wants to drive a truck. And she is responding. Well, not this big, she admitted, but I'm sure I can handle it. Normally, that wouldn't be good enough, but this time I wanted all 3 seasoned fighters in back in case the imp came back with a beastie battalion.
Wait a minute, I said. Maybe we can take the truck and not be stuck with the damn teleporter.
I went back to it, crouched down, and examined it thoroughly. It was literally melded to the steel floor. The only way to leave it would be to ditch the entire trailer. But we still had to get to a place of safety before we could stop long enough to unhitch cab from caboose. How about I go up front and look for the key? Oh my god. Sorry. How about I go up front and look for the keys? Said Jill, growing happier by the second. She wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by her.
I'm going with you,
I said, praying the monsters would not choose this moment to invade. There were no keys in the cab, but I found a set in one of those little magnetic holders outside, underneath the left front fender. This bothered me. If the monsters were using the truck, why would they hide the key? Or had they not even used this vehicle as a vehicle since they attached the teleporter? Okay. Okay, so okay. One of the imps ran into a teleporter in the back of a truck, and that's the truck they're talking about. I've connected it now. It's like a series of convenient and completely not rooted in the narrative events happens. And it's just so jarring that it's hard to follow, but I think I got it. I think I'm 100% on where we're at. There's a lot of thinking for Doom Guy. Flynn Taggart has a very rambling and non-stop internal monologue. Yeah. It's really something. Okay. I didn't know how long we'd use the cab. Maybe only long enough to hop the next train, assuming we could warp back to the original plan. But in the field, no plan was any good that didn't adjust instantly to reality. If the truck could get us a good piece of the way, we should go for it. If it caused more problems, then we could always switch back to playing hobo. Jill opened the glove compartment and found a map showing the most direct route to LA. Good old I-10. The best truck stops were marked for convenience. The original driver had been most obliging. If we were lucky, some of these stations might be abandoned with stocks of fuel waiting for us. I could do without demonic attendants offering free human sushi with every fill-up. I'd definitely go with self-service, even if I had to shoot it out for the privilege. Oh, man. He's just snarking. He's dropping some snark. Love it. Is it hell on earth yet? Actually, yeah. They're in the middle of it, really. They're trying to get to demon-infested Phoenix, Arizona, to hop a train to Los Angeles. To fight the demons. Okay, where were we? Yeah. Jill started the engine and I gave her a lecture about reading gauges, as if I had any idea what I was doing. But you can't let kids think you don't know. Sure. This led right into a few more lectures about overheating the engine, dust storms, fatigue factors, and highway hypnosis. At no point did Jill try to shoot me. Her self-control was exactly what you demand of a good Marine. At least there won't be many cars for me to run into, she predicted. If I didn't know any better, I'd think she was trying to cheer me up. Oh wait. If I didn't know any better, I'd think she wasn't trying to cheer me up.
Go west, young lady, I said as a parting shot. Find us somewhere safe to park and disconnect. I don't like hauling around this reinforcement roach coach.
See you later, she answered. I returned to the back and caught Arlene grinning like the Cheshire cat that just ate the bird store. Bird store? Bird store. Was there a bird store in Alice in Wonderland? I don't recall a bird store. Unless that's just a store with a lot of birds in it, so a cat would want to eat it and then be happy. Where do you buy your birds? You know, I guess I don't have a bird vendor. I don't have a bird guy. It's like the jerk store, right? Like the Cheshire Cat ate a lot of birds, the bird store. Thoroughly enjoying this crazy story? Good, I'm glad. I'm glad to hear it. I'm enjoying this too. I worry that I'm getting a little too disconnected and kind of breaking the read, but man, I've been up for a minute, so just reminding, or just asking for patience if I stutter through lines or anything like that. That's all. Let's see here. All right, bird store. Albert seemed amused by something as well. Wait, who? Oh, okay, Arlene, yeah. Arlene grinning like the Cheshire Cat. Okay, so this is Arlene. You were up there for a long time, she said.
Looking for the keys,
I answered solemnly. You took a long time getting back here since the engine started, said Albert. I wouldn't let them get to me.
Giving her a few helpful tips, that's all. I'm sure she'll do just fine.
At that precise moment, the truck lurched forward and stalled. Everything in the back shifted forward except for the teleporter pad The teleporter pad was just fine. Arlene laughed. At no point did I try to shoot her. If Jill could hold it, so could I. I'm trained, a professional. Green. Jill finally got the hang of shifting. I suppose she had some training. Okay, I suppose she had some training, and we were on our way. She proved herself a teenager by driving too fast, then she swerved suddenly, creating a new mystery to solve. What the hell was she avoiding? Being thrown around inside gave me motion sickness. I hadn't felt this bad since the last time I was on a friend's boat and got seasick. But I wasn't complaining. Not me. Besides, just about the time I would have risked Arlene's mirth... Huh? What? Just about the time I would have risked Arlene's mirth. What does that mean? How do you risk somebody else's mirth? Because mirth is just like joy and happiness. How do you... I guess he means like throwing up, and that would make her upset. If he barfed on her. And he would cost her her joy, which apparently she's feeling. Oh yeah, that's right, because she just ate all the birds in the bird store. Right, forgot about that. Weird phrase, man. Okay. Just about the time I would have risked Arlene's mirth, the Spiny sent us a Christmas present. There was a brief moment of warning, the humming and the glow. We trained our weapons on the spot, allowing for a split second of identification. There was always the remote possibility of a human escaping from hell. Then the thing materialized. It wasn't a recruit for humanity's army, and it wasn't a zombie, an imp, or any other old friend. That is friend. Any other old friend. The bastard had sent us a new monster. There was something especially odd about the appearance. This sucker wore clothes. He had on red shorts and a white t-shirt. At a quick glance, it looked like a living skeleton in lederhosen. There wasn't time for a closer look. We were already delayed, firing a second too long. The idiotic wardrobe threw us off. I don't know what this is. Maybe this is a Revenant? Might be the Revenant. The thing jumped at me, picked me up with one hand, and threw me at the wall. I rolled with the impact and scrambled to my feet, still holding onto my 12 gauge. But before I could fire, the monster had Arlene in one claw and Albert in the other. Thin as it was, we were like rag dolls in its hands. Jill was shouting through the partition, wondering what was wrong. I would have loved to tell her, but I was otherwise occupied, waiting for a clear shot. The skeleton flung Albert down, but kept a hold of Arlene. The angle made Arlene a shield, so I started maneuvering around, trying to maintain my footing with Jill's increasingly panicked driving. As I tried for a better position, the damned bone pile turned and punched out Albert. I mean, it hauled off and slugged him, and he went down for the count, the stupid red shorts suddenly seeming like boxing shorts. If the invaders were developing a sense of humor, I knew the true meaning of horror. I guess. Okay. True horror, seeing your romantic rival get punched? I don't know. The book actually does seem to have abandoned Flynn's desire for Arlene. He just has that creepy, lingering male possessive kind of thing. Of like, I don't want to have sex with you anymore, but I don't want anyone else to. One of those kinds of things. Yeah, the narrative does change its mind a lot. That's true. Alright, so Albert got his shit fucking rocked. Alright. Adding to the fun, Jill started swerving left and right. Maybe she thought she was helping. She wasn't. I heard a horrible crunching sound, and I was thrown to the floor, but Red Skeleton remained planted as if it had grown roots. Jill must have run into a car, but from here it was impossible to tell whether it had been parked or was tooling down the road with Satan himself at the wheel. At the moment, I didn't care about anything except dismantling that freaking skeleton. It actually says freaking skeleton. That's great. Yeah. Oh, God, Xander. Oh, no. Yeah, there's Jill now. Back on my feet, duck gun in hand, I shouted loud enough for Jill to hear.
Keep steady and keep going.
I was afraid that if she came to a sudden stop, it would be an advantage for Mr. Bones. I needed my opening. The dumb monster gave it to me. He put Arlene down so he could slug her. I let him place her out of the line of fire, and the minute she was down, I got in close to the thing and introduced its mouth to both barrels. The mouth opened just like a human one. I made sure it would never close again. I blew its head clean off. This slowed it down. Unfortunately, decapitation was not the last word with this guy. He'd spent so much time throwing us around like a preteen... Wait, what? He'd spent so much time throwing us around like preteen sparring partners. What? Like preteen sparring partners, I hadn't even noticed the pair of rocket launchers strapped to its back. Okay, this is absolutely a Revenant. Until now. In its death throes, Bones bent forward like a hinge and fired a rocket from each tube. Its head was pointing towards the front, and that's where the rockets went. The thing splintering into constituent bones, but the thing splintering into constituent bones, but Arlene was up from the floor in time to scream, "Jill!" I think there's a word missing. The thing was splintering into constituent bones? That might work. But that's a sentence fragment. Jill, okay. I was already out the trailer door and scuttling along the running board before the echo died away. What's the running board? Well, that's the end of chapter 16, however. Future Probe, thank you for the resub. Love the Inside Games content lately with Bruce. Nice work. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah. I feel like we've been hitting a pretty good stride. I feel like we kind of like got back into the groove of stuff. I'm excited to just having a stretch. I'm excited to try to scale things up. I'm excited to put out more stuff. I feel like content like that really is best daily, but there's a long gap to get there. One that I hope we can make shorter. Controller has turned off. Okay, let's get back to some Game Boy Advance business, right?